Hey everyone, welcome back. So we talked about creating a more complex component in our last video, and now I'm going to tell you about how you can actually take these instances and override them for your own use. Overrides allow you kind of to tweak and adapt these instances depending on the context of your designs. So you can change things like title, text, stroke, other properties while staying connected to the master component. So one thing you saw me do was you saw me actually create this label, but hide different things like icons and descriptions and all that kind of stuff. Now, in this instance, what we're going to do, we're going to actually create an instance of this component. And if I go in here, I can do something like, what should we use here as a label? I think something like maybe date. That's totally fine. As you can tell, like we're overriding these properties just so we can use them. And it makes it really easy. So now that's an optional, and we can even update the text here. So we can actually hide this if we want. But if we do want to use a placeholder, I know we talked about placeholders, people can still use them if they're kind of adhering to the basic rules. So we can just kind of, what else can we put here? If we wanted to have a placeholder, we can actually adjust that. Or you can actually just create another component. So select it. So I mean, you can definitely create different instances of this. If you wanted to give like an icon or something like that, you can do that too. An example is if we go back to our original master component and go back to our assets, we can actually like throw an icon in here. Some people like using icons within their inputs, and we did go over that as well. And we can throw that in there. And what we're going to do is hide it. And that should be reflected here. I should be able to grab it. Let's go to our input field. And there we go. We can even add like show and hide icons if we wanted to. We can even grab different instances of the icon. So we have the input text there. Where's the icon? Over here. So you can grab an instance over here. So you can use like, what else should we use? Like we can use like a different icon if we want. I don't know if you want to use a warning sign, but like we can do a bunch of different things just by editing that instance. So you don't necessarily need to create a component for every single use case. You can just have a general component that has hidden layers, possibly like I've done here, and have other components in the background. Like I have on another page, I have a bunch of iconic components, and you can grab those and use them. So like I've done here, as I've essentially just grabbed that check from another component. So I have the instance. I can just like select that date range. I can hide this if I want. And there you go. That's such an easy way to override instances. So you may find that you want to create different components based off of the changes you made to an instance. And that's totally possible within Figma. That's why it's so powerful. So I call them themed instances or variants. Essentially, how you use them is that they're a way to kind of manage component states and variations. They are created by taking an instance of that component like we did here. So this is the instance of this original component, which also includes these atomic components. And you can essentially create a component based off of that. So if I want to take this, we have another instance over here. Now this could be like a basic component with text. We can obviously hide this. So this is an instance. We can just call this label again, since this is going to be a new component. And this can be hidden. And now say I want to have an input, a component for inputs with icons just on the right side. If I feel like I'm going to have a lot of this within my app, I may consider doing this. And it's also just good to have. So let's have a close button, which seems a little bit more generalized. And what we can do here is we can just Option Command B to detach that original component so it won't be updated by this anymore. And we can rename it to form field. We can call it icon right. And if I do Option Command K, now that's a component. So we can rename this one to form field default. You can keep on doing this as much as you want. Like I can edit this still and these will both be edited. So I'll show you what that looks like. You notice how the border radius is changing. If I want to edit the fill, it's still the same. So if you want, like you can totally create different instances based off of the original that you created. You can even go ahead and create another component like this. So I can call this default and I can do something like change the stroke. So I'm gonna select the input field and I'm going to change the stroke to like a red. Bump that opacity up. Ooh, that's really harsh. Okay, so I can do that. And I can do Option Command B to just detach it from the master component. Another way to do that is, let me just do Command Z to show you. You can right click and you can detach the instance right there. So I'm going to detach that and I'm going to give it a new name. I'm going to call it, I'm going to just say air. And we can do Option Command K. And there you go. We have our own error component. So it's just an easy way that you can kind of take that, duplicate it to make an instance. Another great way to use these is by going into your assets. So I have a bunch of components there. Over here is our building our own components section. And you'll notice this is our page, master components. Look at that. You see our atomic elements at the top. We see our elements over here that are kind of like our basic default. And if we go one layer deeper, let me just stretch this out. If we stretch this out, we see our form field. It follows the same kind of naming convention when you're creating styles. If you use a slash, it's going to create another kind of layer, like a folder. So we have our default air and we have just our regular form field. Go ahead, go out there, make some components and try like duplicating them, detaching that instance, creating a new version of that and creating a new component. Because this is like one of the easiest ways to work with components within Figma. I mean, this really speeds up my workflow. And especially when you come across like going out and creating like a design system or just creating a bunch of components to make your life easier, especially designing at any level, whether that be wireframing or whether that be like visual design and gradually creating more higher fidelity mockups, this is going to help you. You can easily edit the styles, which could reflect in here if you're using color styles and typography styles. And if you edit these like atomic elements, they will edit your components. And if you edit your components, they'll edit those instances. Everything is so connected and easy to update. Go ahead, go out there and create your own components and those instances of those components. The last tip I have when you're creating components is to always remember to use constraints, especially if you're designing for responsive websites. So constraints allow you to control like resizing behavior. I'm going to show you how this works and how we're going to fix this. But if I resize this, look at the label, totally responsive, and the input field. Now that is truly amazing. I love this. I love constraints, and I'm going to teach you how to use them. So essentially, they make resizing components so easy. I mean, for all types of situations and device sizes. So easy way to do this is let's go back to our original input field. And if you look at the top, these are constraints over here. Now, right now, this means that if I resize this whole frame, I'll show you what happens. Nothing should happen. The only thing that's going to be resized is the actual input text because it has a constraint set to right. It's hard to see. But what we should do is we should actually shift and select the right over here. And left and right, you can also select in this little drop down. And what that means is when I start doing this or doing this, it's going to easily be manipulated and it'll easily resize. Now you saw the issue we were having over here. We have an issue with the icon not necessarily resizing properly. So I'll show you how to fix that. So what we're going to do is we are going to go in here. We're going to show our icon. As you can tell, it's only left and top. So it will move if the top frame shifts, but we never really do that. So I don't think that's a big deal right now. What we can do though is click right. We don't want it to squish from left to right, because I'll show you what happens if we do click that. So if we do left and right over here, it's just going to squish. But what we want to do is make sure that it's kind of like sticky to that right. So if we do that, there you go, we fixed it. And that's basically how our labels are set up as well. They're set up in the exact same way. The full label should be left and right. The left side of the label will always be kind of sticky to the left, and our description will always be sticky to the right. You'll notice it over here, even though it's hidden. And same with the icon. So that will always be sticky there. The input field, this needs to be left and right. We can even do the same over here, and it's already set. So perfect. Now, I'll show you some use cases for this. So if I use, let's say, let's create an expiration date. We can use month, day, year. And we're not going to need an icon for this one. So there we go. Now, we see this a lot when we're entering like credit card details and stuff like that. Let's just hide that. There we go. That's good. Now, I remember before in one of the lessons we talked about like how you should size icons based off of how appropriate they are. Like a CVV, in terms of the content, you're only going to probably have 3 digits. So a full width input doesn't really make sense. And what I would do is I would kind of bump it up here, bring it down, bring this input right beside it. And look at that. Like you can easily manipulate your inputs for the situation because of the constraints, and it doesn't affect this input over here at all. So remember that when you're creating components, be very conscious of your constraints. You can always go back and fix them, but that's always a pain. So be conscious on how you're going to use these components. Are they going to be resized often? Do you plan on making different instances of them and creating new components? That really does affect how you kind of apply constraints as well. But especially for something like inputs that may get resized throughout the, like how they're used throughout your application, definitely apply constraints, because you can easily create these responsive inputs, which look awesome. And they're kind of so fun to use. So that's how you use constraints when creating components. Welcome back. Now we're going to talk about how we can create our very own form, and the questions we often ask ourselves in terms of the types of inputs we want to use. We're probably not going to create our own components and like go really deep here into what that looks like just yet, because we want to, just come up with some quick concepts in terms of what types of content we're going to see on the page. Step number 1. Where are we going to find a form on our page within our product for our client habitual? I think like you'll probably see like login and, sign up. And I think probably like the biggest form we'll probably see is like the registration. And that's about it, really. This is a type of product that doesn't necessarily have a lot of forms, but registration is huge. And especially with this product, I think it's going to be pretty integral to the way people kind of like maybe talk about like why they're joining the product, or maybe to like pick some interests, maybe narrowing down those interests. So let's jump right in to how we can create some form elements for our client. When I think about our client, they need to have a registration, and I need to think about those different types of elements. So I'm just going to create a frame. Let's press F, and we're gonna just use one of these screens. We'll just call it registration. Okay, so we're gonna kind of just create like a wireframe, just so we get a good indication of like what we want to build, and then we can eventually get to a higher fidelity. So when a user comes to the page, they'll probably see like an input. They'll probably see 48's probably good. Don't want to get too fancy just yet. Let's give it a stroke. We can actually start creating some pieces if we wanted to over here. I'm going to create a couple of elements that I can just easily reuse. I know I said I wasn't going to go for creating it, but you know, maybe that's the best course of action. What else do we have here? Let's make a button. And we are just going to fill that with the brand color. I don't know if I have the brand color, but we can just kind of get close to it right now. Oops. Maybe that's like our primary button. And we'll put some text in there. Same primary. Okay. I like a lot. This could be like 16 pixels. Make this bold. We'll call it primary button. So we are kind of creating our own little components. We can make this white. I know it's probably not accessible, but I mean, we can kind of fine tune. Like sometimes accessibility could be like a little wonky in terms of like what is actually readable and what isn't. Like this is probably like bordering that line. It's probably not accessible. Like if we check right now, let's do contrast, like it's probably not. Yeah, it fails, but it may be more legible than black, which is probably actually accessible. So that's our primary button. We can just go over here. We can make a secondary. So we'll probably have a secondary, like a back button. And that frame, we won't have anything in it, no fill. But the primary button's color will probably be like a black. So that's good. We'll just call it secondary. And remember what I said about constraints. So we can do that. I can do that. Perfect. So we have a secondary and a primary. We have an input up there. I think that's fine for now. I guess let's just call this our components for now. Just so we have some basic inputs. We may have some checkboxes. So it's like, this is an input field, and we'll just call it field. We probably should have some text in there. Input text, that's totally fine. And we could bump that to regular. Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna worry too much about that. We do need to, however, create some like checkboxes, possibly. I'm envisioning that there will be checkboxes in our future. 32, 40, so I'm still using that base unit of 8 pixels to create my components here. That's a little big, probably bump it down to 32. Change the border radius. I think that's fine. We do need some text for it though. Checkbox, text. Let's just do this. So I mean, we can start creating some of our components. I mean, they don't necessarily need to be components. It's good to just kind of prep before we even start. Okay, I think that's enough. Cool. Let's create another frame. Select F. So when a user first comes to our registration, I think like the first thing we'll probably ask them to do is maybe like, you know, we'll probably say something like welcome. Let's type that in there. We'll say something like welcome, how are you? And we'll probably ask them to possibly like, you know, add a profile image. And like in terms of the input, it's kind of tough because we don't necessarily have like an input for the actual, like, it could just be a button that like uses their phone to like find an image. And that's all handled on like the iPhone side or the Android side. So that's a discussion to have with your developers. So we'll just do this. And let's just go to Iconify, or let's use material design icons. And we'll just say profile. Oh, person. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna take that. I'm just gonna detach it. Command C. Let's bring that into our registration. And there we go. Okay, so we have like a thing here, like a little image. Maybe we should have some text below because that is very vague. Add a photo so other members, I don't know if other members know who you are. Or actually, add a photo so, why would they add a photo? So you can customize your experience. This is probably like a nice to have feature. Like, do they really need a photo? Probably not. It's really about exploring if you need something versus like if it's a nice to have. So the button here may say upload a photo. And the secondary could be something like skip this for now. So we want that primary action to be much bigger, much more prominent. I mean, we can even like go over here and make this a little bit less obvious. And I think another thing is we need to let people know this seems like it's going to be a multi-step process. So we need to let people know like what step of the process they're in. Let's just change that. So step 1 of 4. Okay, and let's just bold that so it's pretty obvious. I mean, we can actually just leave it at the top. I'm not sure about the whole layout of the page just yet. So if we copy that, we can just change that over there. And the next one could be like, what's your main reason for joining? It's good to understand why they want to join. We could just pop this up here. We're not being too like crazy in terms of like how we structure just yet, but we could like essentially put these items in a frame that has auto layout, and that whenever we adjust something, it's going to bump it down. And I'll show you what that looks like. So if we select these and we do Option Command G, we have a frame. And if you select auto layout, it will automatically position them vertically. You can even do it horizontally, but it's going to push it to the right over here. So you can space it any which way you want. So if I want to like adhere to a pixel base unit, I'll probably do like 24 pixels. And if I add to this, it's just going to keep on pushing the content down, and you can just like keep things incredibly consistent. It's for your own sanity, to be honest. Okay, so this will help us make some great recommendations. So when I'm thinking about this registration, I want to get as much info about the user as possible with kind of making it fun. Checkboxes are kind of hard to hit on mobile sometimes unless you make this whole tappable field like tappable or like just easy to interact with. So we can like do optional kind of like checkboxes or like radio buttons. And I'll show you what we can do here. So I've taken like the primary button over here, and I'm just going to make this fill like white. I'm going to go in and I'm going to make that fill black. Perfect. And I am going to also apply a stroke. And that stroke is going to be like we'll just do 50% of black. So, I mean, there you go. We kind of have like a radio button that they can click. So we can give them some options, like maybe one of them is discover new and exciting products. The next one could be make month to month shopping easier. So that is like definitely a big thing in terms of like shopping and in terms of like the usefulness of this product. If you do a lot of month to month shopping, you have a lot of like things that you constantly buy over and over again. If we know more about you, we can easily make that experience much better. Get relevant recommendations. So there's a couple of options, and like if I select one, so for this use case, I'm just going to select it just to kind of showcase what that's going to look like. So I'm going to do that. And that is going to be white. And that's what it could look like. So all of a sudden we kind of have a nice little active state there too. And we can create a component for that. What I've done here is I've actually removed this skip because this is a mandatory. I'm thinking about this actually being mandatory because it's pretty big in terms of like the type of question we're asking. And if they don't fill it out, we can give them like a disabled state. So just make sure your disabled states are easy to read in terms of contrast. And when they do select that, it will move to the active state here. You can work along with me and just think about the type of content we're creating for in terms of the registration. I mean, there's so many different things we can do. We can just think about like the different types of like inputs that we need and the different types of processes that we're going to like design for. So I'm designing this registration process. Actively, as I'm kind of coming up with these concepts, I'm thinking about the different questions I'm asking users. So like I probably at this point, I want them to just start picking some like interests. So get started by picking some interests. And I mean, I don't even know. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And they can essentially like, we could create like cards for them to make it a little more fun. Like checkboxes are kind of boring. So for something like this, we could create like cards. I'm not sure what's in the cards. Maybe, actually, I think it would be best if we do something like this. Let's create a frame for a square, and we'll put a text in that frame, and we'll call it something like music. That's a little too big, but let's go down to 20 pixels, and that's fine. This is going to be our different type of checkbox. And the background color, let's give it a fill. So it's a little bit more interesting than it is now. And there you go. Like we easily have like a checkbox that we can select. So there it is. Remember what I said about constraints. So if I position this like that, I'm going to try and make this almost a square. So if I position this like that, there we go. Doesn't need to be perfect. We have a bunch of different options. And if they will do the same thing over here. Oops, I forgot to actually make that continue. This one can be continue as well, for now at least. I don't know what this is going to be. It could be like an image. It could be like a colored square. I think we need to really kind of think about that a little bit more in terms of what that active state looks like. But that's when we get more in depth in terms of like actually creating the component. But now I know what types of questions I'm asking. I'm asking them to upload a photo for customization purposes, you know, making their experience a little bit more delightful. It's not needed, so I gave them like a skip option. I asked them why they're joining, because maybe the types of products we do push to them is relevant based off of this question. You know, if they want to have like a month-to-month subscription of things, like we could do something like that. If they also discover new and exciting products, like we can push like new products to them. But if they want relevant recommendations, it's like a little bit of both. in terms of the types of products we decide to push them. If we think about this from a data like collecting perspective, this will definitely help us kind of learn more about our users. So if people keep on creating this, we'll know the types of users we're getting in terms of like what they're trying to achieve. Are they trying to are the majority of our users doing month-to-month subscriptions or something like that? If that's the case, then it could actually force us to pivot the purpose of the application. It moves away from relevant recommendations to more so like a one-stop shop where we constantly just ship to you every single month. And it's constantly relevant and it's constantly based off of what you need. So take that into consideration in terms of the types of questions you're asking. Even for over here, like getting started, I've kind of given them the option to select different types of interests. I could have sports. I could have like tech. Another option could be like gaming. I've given them a bunch of different interests. I don't know why I have 4. I mean, we could have 4. We can even go a deeper level and think about like now, like narrow it down. What type of music do you like? Do you like to listen to like vinyl? Do you like to listen to live music? Are you thinking about like buying speakers? Like if you've selected something like fashion, like are you into sneakers, etc.? Or if there's anything else, can you add that? So we could even go even deeper here. I think we're at a good spot right now just to get some basic information from our user. What we can do for now is, what I would do is actually put this together and put it into a prototype and test with users immediately, test fast. Where here we can just do get started. At the end, we'll probably have like a nice little screen that just says like, woohoo, you did it. Like these are your results, or we could show them results if that's important. I don't know. It's really going to depend based off of like how we validate our assumptions. But this is essentially how you go about like thinking through a form. You got to ask yourself the questions of like, well, especially with this case, in terms of registration, what types of questions am I going to ask our users? And like, how do I break that down? Like what types of inputs am I using based off of those questions? Now, this is a really simple form, and I'm sure eventually in your career, you're definitely going to have much more complex forms. So take it step by step, start with sketching, move on to like user flows in terms of like figuring out what that process kind of looks like, and then jump into like a product like Figma and really start to figure out those details. So that's how you create your own form within Figma. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about visual assets. Now, I promise you, visual assets will be a part of every single project you work on, whether it's imagery, illustrations, or iconography. Sometimes your clients may come to you with assets of their own. And the ugly truth is, sometimes they're really bad. It's something that we got to learn how to navigate. But let's get into something else. Projects and deadlines, just sometimes they move so quick and you don't have that budget to hire a photographer or even hire an illustrator. And that sucks. But if you do have budget and if you do have the time, please do hire a photographer. It does make a world of difference, especially even with illustrators as well. Please hire them if you do have that budget and that time. So sometimes you do get lucky. Sometimes you have amazing assets to work with, whether they're good photography like this. This is something I quickly put together with Unsplash, but if your client comes to you with something like this is something that's great to work with. Maybe they've had good photography done beforehand, maybe some illustration and iconography. I feel like iconography is never really the problem on this list. They generally trust a product designer or UX designer to do what's best. And the other scenario is that you're not so lucky. You may get stock photos. Stock photos are horrible. Some of them are okay, but most of them are bad, and please don't ever use them. This is the moment you should really sit down with your client or product team or both and talk about ways you can improve on that, because anything is really better than this. Now, there are a couple of resources that can help you. I really love using Unsplash. You can use their website, or you can use the Figma plugin, which we'll get into later. Now, this is totally free and you don't need to really credit anyone. All the images on here you can just use, and you can also just search by keyword. You can search randomly, you can search by category. They have a great foundry of imagery, and some of it's really amazing actually. For illustrations, I love using Figma plugins like Blush, Illustrations, and there's Humans. So these are really great. This is Blush over here. It will allow you to kind of mix and match some illustrations. The only thing is it's paid, but you can get a good sense of if you like an illustration and want to use it later. This is called Humans. This is another plugin that allows you to kind of piece together different types of scenarios. You can use like a head, whatever shirt you want, and we'll get into that as well. And Illustrations is another fun one. You'll get the SVG as well. As for Figma plugins, this is what's really great, and you can go out and buy illustrations as well, but sometimes they do get expensive. So I suggest using something like this and seeing where you can go from there. For icons, I love using material icons. They're easy to use. The website's easy to use. You can pick out whatever you want, whether the themes are filled, outlined, rounded, two-tone, or sharp. You have the ability to just search by whatever keyword you want, and you can easily grab an icon and upload that into Figma. Figma also has several plugins that we'll go over. One is called Iconify, and the other one, they do have a material design plugin that we can use as well. So let's jump right into Figma, and I'll show you how to work with different types of imagery and illustration and icons. Hello and welcome back. We're going to jump right into how we can make some imagery look really dynamic. Now, remember what I said about stock photos? Avoid them like the plague. They are horrible. They just don't really do anything for your product or your website or whatever you're building. They just make your designs look really amateur. So I'm going to show you how you can use the Figma plugin Unsplash to generate some really good imagery. And then we can use a couple other plugins that can make that imagery really stand out. So let's jump right in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select Unsplash. Perfect. Now this is the plugin and it's really great, really easy to use. You can search based off of presets, like these categories. You can insert randomly, which I would never really do, but it's kind of interesting to if you just need a quick image and you don't care what it is. I like just searching quickly by string. So I'm gonna select that. I'm gonna type in like portrait. And let's see what comes up. Now look at this. They don't necessarily look like stock photos. Some of them may be stock photos, but these are really nice images to use. I think I'm gonna grab this one. I really like the background. So we can click it and insert that image and bam, there it is. Really easy. So we're just gonna call this our portrait. So we know what to do. What we're gonna do next is we're gonna create another frame. So we're gonna create our first frame. We're gonna press F, we're gonna drag that mouse, and there we go, we got our frame. Take this image and throw it into the frame. Perfect. So we'll just rename that to demo so we can keep track of it. Sometimes we'll get images, some like this, and we'll just throw them into the layout, throw the text beside it, we'll set the text and we'll forget about the image and kind of never look at it again. We won't necessarily do some extra work to it, but there are different ways we can like manipulate our images or work with them to make them much more dynamic and just visually interesting. So let me show you what plugins I usually use if I'm going to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into plugins again, and here's another plugin I really love. This is called Remove Background. Now you'll need to set up an account and then set up an API key, but it's super easy. Don't worry about it. You'll thank me later. So I'm going to create a copy of this and I'm going to remove this background. So it's running in the background right there. And there you go. We have removed it. That's pretty awesome, right? Now, this image is now pretty cool. Like we can work within different ways. Like we can introduce other elements in the background. We can make it seem like we're manipulating space with this flat image. So let's do that. So sometimes I'll do something like this where I'll grab like a square. Now, the other thing about removing background, take a look at the side of her face. There is some sort of like purplish light from the original photo. It fits in this scene, but when you put it on a white background, it won't necessarily fit. And it depends what you're going to do with your composition, but keep that in mind because that would look kind of weird. just because you want whatever you're removing the background and whatever's in the foreground here to fit with whatever you're using it for. So for the sake of this demo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out here so I can grab these colors. Now I'm going to select my color. I'm going to go to my linear gradient. And here we can start doing some interesting things. So I'm going to select that. I'm going to copy this color. And I'm going to select that. The opacity is defaulted to 0. So we're going to bring that up to 100. And we are going to take the color picker and we're going to grab that color right down there. So we basically just mimic that gradient to the best of our abilities. And what we can do is we can right click and send it to the back. And all of a sudden, now this image is much more dynamic, much more interesting to look at. And you can start seeing now her face, the lighting, it starts matching with what we have here. We can alternate it any which way we like. We can make it a little bit more lighter if we want. And there we go. Like we can do stuff like that and it's super easy. Let's group this so we don't get lost. And let's do something else. Let's manipulate how this two-dimensional image looks like on your page. We can give the illusion of three-dimensional image. So what we'll do here is we can just grab that. We're going to put that there and we're going to actually copy that gradient. We'll just select it on the side here and Command C. We're going to open up a stroke, select there. And there we go. Now our stroke actually has that. You can faintly see that and we can bump that up to whatever number we like. We'll just pick something like this. And we're going to bring this down just a bit. Okay, so as you can see, it's snapping to the bottom of the image, which is great. Something like that. Okay, now here's where we can use masks to really help hide certain layers of the image. We can also even crop the image. It can act as a mask. So we can do it both ways, and I'll show you how to do that both ways. So let's select our main image. We're going to Command C, copy it, and Command V. And now we have a second image over here. What we can do is we can take that image and just do something like this. Crop it. So it's only going to show what is within these blue borders over here. So we're going to crop it to there. We're just going to call this one mask. And we're going to call this one our OG, our original. And we're going to send that to the back. And so you can start doing some interesting things. Maybe not for the head like that, but let me show you what else we can do. We can take that original mask and we can apply that right to the top. So we're not going to scale it. You saw what happened when we scaled it there. We kind of lost it a bit. And we kind of scaled it and it skewed the actual image. But there you go. Like now we can have something that's really dynamic like that. We can use it for like an avatar. We can use it for like a team photo. But it's really simple to do something like this. Now, if we wanted to do the same trick, but with like an actual mask, we can do that as well. So we can copy our OG layer, which is in the background. We're going to Command C, Command V. We'll bring the new one to the front right there. And we'll call this masked image. We're going to grab our rectangle tool. So we'll press R, or you can go up here. And we're just going to drag that to the top. And we're just going to line it up with the top of that image over here. Just so it's going to show above the actual stroked rectangle square. So we can rename this to mask rectangle. And what we want to do is to make this mask work for the image, we're going to send the mask to the back. It needs to be behind the image. So we'll send it to the back. We're going to select. So we're going to grab that and grab the image in the front. And we're going to select this right here. This is our mask tool, and it's going to use that rectangle to crop the image to that portion, similarly to what we did before. And there you go, same effect. Other people like using masks. You can use cropping images as well. It's totally up to you. So now we have some interesting things that we can do like that. There's other things that we can do even with like product-based images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new frame. We'll do this one more time with something else, something a little different. So we'll rename that to Demo 2. We're going to open up Unsplash. And let's search for something like PS4. Let's see. Something. Oh, there we go. This is good. So we're going to insert that image. Make sure it's in our frame. We're going to scale that. And to scale, to make sure that images scale proportionally, we're going to hold down Shift. You can do Shift and Option. Shift will just drag the corner to the other corner. Shift Option will kind of just drag everything together to center. So I'm just going to hold Shift and Option, do that. And there we go. We got an image here. I'm going to duplicate that. I'm just going to rename these OG. We'll call this the new OG. Great. Okay. Let's make another copy. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use that same plugin, remove background. Let that run over here. You'll see the status of it. Perfect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to crop that hand out because it looks kind of weird. I mean, you could do interesting things right with that. So I'm going to crop that out. And here we go. We have our image. Now, this is a PlayStation controller. What we could also do is we can grab like a rectangle again. So we'll press R, grab the rectangle. Let's send this to the back. And we're going to rename this BG for background. What we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing. We'll have a gradient and we'll set it to like kind of the blue colors that PlayStation likes to use. So remember, this always gets defaulted to 0 opacity. We can fix that quickly. So there we go. Like now we have kind of like a little product image that we can use. We'll just move this over. I don't think we really need it right now, actually. Perfect. And we can start actually introducing different things like shapes, shadows. Like we can make this image even seem much more three-dimensional than it already kind of looks. So we can actually go in here and apply some effects. You can press the plus sign and it'll automatically apply a drop shadow. And we can do something like a 20% blur, which makes the drop shadow much more blurrier and it expands it. So you'll notice if I change the opacity to 100%, that's going to change the shadow and you'll be able to see it much more clear. But if I change that blur, it looks a little more fuzzy. So I'm going to bring it down to something like 40 maybe, and we're going to push it all the way to the left. So -10 on the Y axis, maybe -20. That's okay, because we want to kind of work with the lighting we have here as well. So 0 is fine. And we're going to reduce that opacity so it's not as apparent. So we can also reduce the blur. There we go. So we have something that looks a little bit natural. Looks like light is shining from here, and we can even play with the way our lighting comes in from this gradient. So we can kind of like use this to our advantage a bit. We can make that a little bit more lighter. Great. We can do some interesting stuff also. We can add some shapes. So we see the buttons are the typical circle, X, square, and triangle for the PlayStation controller. So we can just grab our circle, ellipsis tool. We just press O. So that's the shortcut for that. So we'll just drop that in there and change that to a stroke just by pressing that plus button. So if I were to remove it, it's just over here. Remove the fill. And we're going to set that to red, just kind of like that. The same color as the controller, and we're going to bump that up. That's going to be fine. So we can just do something like that. We'll grab like a triangle. This is our polygon tool. We'll just drag that in there. And same thing. We'll just apply a stroke. It's green, so we'll just pick a green. Update that just a bit. We don't want them to be too harsh. And we'll grab a square, so R for a rectangle. if you hold shift while you drag it, it'll actually make that square instead of just kind of going like this and skewing it to a rectangle. We are going to make that a stroke as well, and that is like a purplish color. So same thing, and we can start to do some interesting things. And we have an X right here as well. So we can take our line tool, which is just by pressing L, holding that down. We can create a line and do that. And what we're going to do is we are just going to create like a blue for it, a lighter blue, so it's a little bit more contrast with the background. And we're going to click on that and press Command C and Command V, and we're going to take the second one, and it doesn't need to be perfect, and we'll just group that. And now we have our own little thing here, our own little X. What we could also do is we can take these lines and we can right click and go over to outline stroke, and they'll turn them into actual shapes rather than strokes. So we're going to turn these into shapes, and we are going to use our union tool up here. So we're going to union selection, and there you go. If you press Command E, it'll merge these layers together. So I'm going to press Command E, and there you go. We don't even need this group anymore. Okay. So we have some cool images that we can kind of play with in here, and we could just bring this into our composition. If I send this and this to the back, if I hold those together, now I got something really interesting. I can even apply a gradient to it. If I put the gradient like that, like this, and I change this color to the same type of purple, but darker, it's going to make it look like the actual controller is on top of it. So it looks like it's actually hidden by its shadow, which is really neat. So we can play with that. We can take our little X here, which looks like a plus sign, but now it's an X, and we can overlay that on top, and we can do the same thing. We can grab a linear gradient on top, and we can just angle that to kind of show that there's some sort of light. And we can just pick that color, we can make it lighter, and we can pick that color and just use the same color that we had before. There's some visual consistency. Now that's cool. We're gonna grab our triangle. We'll hold that. We're gonna click this, click Shift, and we're gonna click the background. I'll select everything and send it to the back. And we can do the same thing now with this. We're gonna make it look like the controller's just on top of it, just a bit. So we'll do that. And this will be the same color. And let's take our last little shape and bring that to the front. And we can apply another gradient to that. And there we go. Like, it was super easy, and now you kind of have an image here that really works within its setting. And it didn't take much time. Now it looks really three-dimensional. Now you can go around, you can fiddle with this just a little bit more, but I urge you to kind of play around when I'm doing this. And also, I mean, think about the type of images you have. Don't just throw them into your layout. Don't forget about them, but try to make them a little bit more dynamic. There's other ways you can do that, and we'll get into in the next video. Welcome back. So we learned how to make images much more dynamic, and sometimes they don't necessarily fit like that, and you may want to like overlay text over imagery like we have over here. Certain ways we can actually do that and provide like better contrast and make this much more of a successful composition. So Like I said, we'll run into a scenario where we need to place text over imagery. A lot of times there's some issues with this particular scenario because of the lack of contrast. So let's zoom in here. Now in this image, there's enough contrast here between the white text and the darker background. But if we look at this portrait over here of this man, there is just not enough contrast. And if we look and we zoom right in, we notice that we start losing things like the E, the edge of the D over here in the N. So there are ways we can kind of combat that and just make our composition much more better and much more legible. One of the ways we can actually do that is with gradients. So let's copy this composition. So just remember, you can use the file that we have for you and you can come along for this ride. So I'm going to select this image. This is a perfect example. And over here, like we did prior, I'm going to add an actual gradient to the image. You can do it other ways. You can actually add a rectangle with a gradient, but we can do this as well. So here we go. We're going to switch those around. And now for the gradient, we'll just use like a darker color, like a black. And we'll transition to a black, but there'll be a 0 opacity, so we'll be able to actually see the man. So we can do something like this, which is totally fine. And we can read the text properly, but we start to lose what makes this image so good, like the contrast, the colors. We start to lose that with gradients. So what we can do, there's a couple of things we can do here. We can actually decrease the opacity because you don't necessarily need that much. So you can decrease it, and that would be enough for you to actually read that. We can do the same over here. Actually, this one has a little bit more happening around this image. You see a lot of the foliage, there's a lot more textures, which makes it a little bit more harder to read when there's much more activity. If you look at here, there's not much activity. There's a lot of darkness behind the text. Let's do that over here. So same concept. This time, instead of flipping it around, we're just going to do that. And then perfect. So we can start doing this. So there's consistency. So we have the same color. We have the black that's going right through. Now this is another issue. So like I said before, when you are applying like color or like a gradient on your photography in order to like allow for enough contrast between text, you run into the issue where sometimes you lose like what makes that photograph or that image really great. The colors, details. So what we can do is we can remove this one. We're going to delete that. There we go. And we can bring this down and we can kind of like keep it just to the bottom. So it's kind of cropped and we still get that gradual darkness to lightness. And we can easily read this in comparison to what it was before. So let's take a look at what we had before. Over here, we can easily read that. Let's just remove that. And over here, it's a little bit harder. So gradients are one way that you can make text over imagery work. If there's a brand color you want to work with, you can display that as well within your gradient. So if it's something like a navy or like a teal, like you can do something like that. So it isn't just like a pure black. There's a little bit more color. You still get great results. So that's something else you can do. Another thing you can do is let's just copy that and we're going to Option Shift and we're going to just drag that to the other side of our frame. Another thing you can do to create enough contrast in these situations is use a solid color. This can be done in a variety of ways. One way I like doing it is you can select the image like before, add a fill on top. And instead of a linear gradient, we're just going to go with like a solid fill. We're not going to do that. But like I said before, if we can just grab like a color like that, which is like a dark green, foresty like color, maybe not suitable for that image, but if we grab something like that and then we start decreasing the opacity, you can do something like this. And, it may not suit the style or the tone of the brand, and that's totally fine. You got to find out what works for you, what works for your client, and apply that visual style. So you could do something like this. Well, you can make it a little darker and decrease the opacity. And there you go. You get a little bit more visual contrast that way. Now, what I like to do, and this really depends on your imagery and how the composition works. So it may not work on this one, but I'm going to show you what it looks like. So what I like to do is I like to grab a rectangle. So I'll select my rectangle with R, grab it there, just drag it across your image like that. And I'm going to click the image. So shift, click the rectangle, hold shift, click the image, right click, and send that to the back. You can also shift command, open bracket. So now we have that. Now that doesn't look too good, but we can do something really subtle. So I like usually doing like a gray or a dark black and then decreasing the opacity just a bit. So we're at like 25% opacity. It's very interesting in terms of like the actual composition now. Like it's a little bit more dynamic. It's much more readable, legible. And the only thing I would recommend is in this scenario to be consistent. So if you're going to apply this to one image, you should apply it to every other image. So let me bring that to the front, shift click with that background image and send that right to the back. The sizes could vary depending on the size of your typography that you have here. But this is another way to do it. So I'm going to shift click, bring that over. And like I said before, it may not work with an image like this where the focal point is right in the foreground, right in the middle, and it may cover that. And that's unfortunate. So like I said before, figure out what works for you. There isn't like a right and wrong, but this doesn't necessarily look as good as having maybe like a gradient. A gradient may be like a better application for these images because it's much more softer. You can apply some color there and it's not a harsh line that's going right through like a person's face. But similarly to what we saw with the gradients, we can actually like pick a color out, a brand color, and work with that. And that just reinforces your brand identity, reinforces your color palette. We can do the same with this. So I'm just gonna grab like a color like that. And there you go. They look a little less static with the black. Black's kind of harsh, even grays are kind of harsh. So you can reinforce your brand's identity, your brand's tone, just with adding some colors. And it's a really subtle way of actually making sure that your typography is legible while a person's reading it through these images. So that's it for this, and we're going to move on to illustrations next. Hey, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about how to use illustrations for your product. Now, illustrations are super fun when they look good. There are tons of resources out there for imagery that could really help your designs have that extra bit of polish. I listed some in the beginning, and we can go through how we can use those plugins for our product. Now, the first plugin I mentioned was called Blush. So what we're going to do is we're just going to grab the plugins over here, and we are going to go up to Blush. And there we go. This is Blush. Now, Blush is a really great plugin. It's entirely free to an extent. You do need to sign up if you want larger PNGs. If you do want SVGs, you need to pay. But it's a good way to get a sense of what you may want before you actually purchase it. It also may give you some inspiration, and if you're feeling brave, you can go out and make your own illustrations. So what I want to do here is let's kind of put together a quick onboarding screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my frame tool. So I'm going to press F. I'm going to actually select something like the iPhone 11 here. And I'm going to press Command R to rename it, and we can rename it to onboarding. Great. let's just create a quick onboarding screen. Let's start with something for like a search. So let's do this quickly. Let's not worry about any grids or any sizing or anything too much. These are just some concepts that we're coming up with for our client habitual. So let's just quickly select our type tool with T. And here we go. That's a little too big. What we can do is we can scale down. Okay. Search for anything that you want. That could be our little headline. Usually these onboarding screens have like a catchy headline. They'll have an illustration. Then they'll have like some buttons at the bottom, some text explaining. Onboarding screens are really great for getting your users excited about the app before they even get to use it. That's our little onboarding headline. We can use a typeface like Open Sans, or let's go for bold. Let's bring that down just a bit. Oh, no, 40's good. We're going to stick with 40 and 115%. And for the opacity, let's just do something like 70, maybe 90. 90 is good. And what we're going to do here is we're going to duplicate that and we're going to bring that size a little down. I want you to kind of play around as I'm doing this. You can play around with whatever plugin you'd like and just come up with some screens. You don't have to use exactly what I'm using. So another plugin that I like to use, I mentioned it before, Content Reel. It's a great way to kind of just fill things up with content. We got lorem ipsum, and we're just going to put that in right there. So 16, not bold, we'll just do regular. We'll open that up just a bit. We can actually just kind of set it to a defined line height. So I'll set it to 24 pixels. There we go, a little more space. And we'll bring that opacity down so it's a little bit more readable. Okay, cool. This is great. Quickly create a button here. Great. So, oh, we lost it there. And there it is. So we have a button. Let's just quickly choose a color here. I know their brand is a little bit like a yellow. I don't have that yellow right now, but that's totally fine. We can kind of work with what we have. So we have continue, and then what we can do is we can have a little bit of text that just says back. Big distinction between our primary and our secondary button here. We don't really want our users to hit that back button, but they shouldn't be trapped in our flow. Okay, now that we have that, let's close this plugin and let's look for illustration. So we're going to bring up Blush one more time. And let's look for some illustrations that can kind of suit this screen. So what do we have here? So we have a bunch of different options. Let's see what this one has. Cool, there's a couple different scenes that we can choose from. We have these ones, small talk, proposals, backgrounds, charts, living rooms, windows. I like that one. That kind of suits the brand a bit. We got windows, perfect. We can even customize the plants within there. That's a little redundant, but we can do something like that. Perfect. That's already placed right into our file, which is so convenient. We can also get a person in here as well. Ooh, let's kind of reverse what we just hit, Command Z. We're gonna also get a person. There we go. So we're gonna put this dude right here. And now we can actually just customize this person. This person could be standing, they could have jeans, could have pants or shorts. They'd be really happy. This guy, you can't really see his happy face because he has a mustache. Well, that's much better. Say hi, arms up, Like he's so happy he can search for anything that he wants. Maybe something that's a little bit more on brand. That looks pretty cool. Or you could be even be running or jumping, which is pretty awesome. So there you go. Like we can quickly make an onboarding screen just with something like this. I know they're PNGs and you may not get exactly what you want, but this should inspire you to start searching for something, and then you can buy those illustrations, or you can even start building them as you see fit. These aren't too hard to build once you kind of have an understanding of what you're going for, especially like the backgrounds. Play around with something like this to kind of set a scene. Think about what you want to convey to our users before they even get into the product. Get them excited. Now, the next plugin I love using is something called Illustrations. Let's bring that plugin up. Here it is. Oh, it's kind of cool, right? Got all these different looking dudes, guy in a bikini. It is fairly limited, but at least you get the actual SVG layers with something like this. And, these aren't all that bad. If you go into here, you can open up a bunch of different options here. So we have like Doodles are by Pablo Stanley. So he's put this plugin together. So these are the Doodles collection. You have Peeps, which are kind of cool. You also have Humans, which you can select different parts and then work with those parts any which way you see fit. I just grabbed a head here. You can give this person like some green hair or yellow hair, and then you can actually start creating scenes based off of your brand colors. They're faceless and it's kind of limited, but it's pretty interesting what you can do with something like this with just your imagination. Now, the next plugin and the last option that I have for a Figma resource is called Humans. I just showed you Humans, but this is a plugin just dedicated to it. So here we go, Humans for Figma. They already have set scenes, which makes it a lot easier. Instead of just picking individual human parts, you can still do that here, but I find that this is much more easier to use because it isn't as like zoomed in. And you have different things that you can use as well, like lamps, different objects, which is pretty cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to create another onboarding screen. So I'm going to press F and select another frame over there. I'm going to select the iPhone screen. Command R for renaming. Let's rename that to onboarding again. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to grab everything over here, Command C. And what that's going to do is we're going to click on this frame and it's going to paste everything right in there. That's kind of interesting. Let's actually create this frame one more time. We can actually just drag that over. Okay, now let's rename this to like get results super quickly or super quick. And this will be maybe like the end of our flow here. So we'll discover new products. We want to make sure our buttons have great UX copy. We want to get people excited, like I said, about the product. So instead of saying something like submit or something like next, try to have some fun with the way you write that copy. Just give it some extra thought. So something like discover new products, it gives more meaning to this actual action. Okay, so let's use Humans for Figma over here. So I'm going to see what I have here. I'm going to pick this lady. Great. I'm going to, right there, Command C, click Command C. Let's not worry about the frame, at least right now. We're going to paste her right into our frame. And over here, we can edit some of the colors. So you can see, I want to match our brand colors. So like we can do something like this really quickly. Doesn't need to be perfect, especially if we're just kind of building out a concept, but it's a good way to kind of get an understanding of, hey, does this illustration actually suit what I need? For this, we can do like a nice teal or something. I like teal. Teal can work. Teal like that. Let's copy that hex code because I think there's a darker red that we can use it on. Perfect. Let's bring that down. And there we go. We kind of have like a little composition here, and we can even build off of this. Let's bring in some background pieces to make this a little more interesting. Maybe make it actually convey like some sort of quickness. So what do we have here? Let's find some background images. Like we can have something like this. So we can bring this into the frame just to add a little bit more visual interest. So we'll send it to the back. Perfect. We have a clock. So definitely a clock could work. And there you go. I mean, it doesn't take much to actually just start creating a scene. Let's paste that right in. I mean, this may get a little too busy, but we have something really nice, and it doesn't necessarily match our brand colors just yet. But I mean, we're well on our way to kind of going through that visual exploration and understanding what's going to work and what isn't going to work. I really like this style here. And this style actually, it's fun too. It really depends on the tone of your brand. Like this seems much more fun, much more joyful. This seems a little bit more serious. It really depends what you're going for. Use these as inspiration, just get creative, and you can make some really exciting and interesting scenes. And just like that, we have a couple of onboarding screens that we can work with. So take some time by yourself, go through this process, figure out what illustrations could work for an onboarding screen. Think about what our client would want, what the goal of our product is. Users can get results really quickly. Users can get personalized results, personalized products, personalized recommendations. So you can play on that and try to find some illustrations that could really suit that and really get our users excited for the next step within that tutorial, or even just getting excited to actually use our application. Icons are a really important part of any design system. We use them for a variety of things like forms, navigation, buttons. They are used almost everywhere. Now, there are a couple of Figma plugins that you can use, and the main one I like to use is Iconify. I also like to use the Material Design plugin, which is really great. I've used it through some lessons, and let's use it today to kind of put something together. So let me show you how it works. So let's open our plugins. Let's go into something like Iconify, and this is our plugin here. And now you'll notice that there's different things we can do. We can like actually search by sets. So we have like Google material icons, we have unicons, we have all these different types of icons that we could use, which is really great. You can search something up over here. So if like I search for something like home and press enter, I can filter by an icon set, or I can see all of them and go through different, like a variety of icons here. I typically use this just to grab icons very quickly. So if I need to like fill in a wireframe with some iconography, or if I'm just kind of testing out some concepts, this is what I'll do. I'll just kind of grab this like that. And here I can kind of just set anything I'd like to set. I would import the icon. And there we go. I can update the frame copy. I can work with the vector. I can name it whatever I want. Let's go through a little demo on how to kind of fill in a navigation and how to do that pretty easily with something like Iconify. I'm going to actually just create a new frame, click F. Actually, let's create a mobile frame. So we're going to click F and we're going to just pick the iPhone again. And what we'll do is we will create another frame and we'll just sticky that to the bottom. So we don't need to really worry too much about our sizing right now, at least. I just want to focus on getting some icons in here. And we can actually create a grid in here. So we'll do that. We'll create a grid instead of there. Well, we're actually going to set up some columns. So we're going to pick 4 icons. So we'll set up 4 columns for those icons to sit within. And we'll create a gutter of 16 pixels. I like using 16 on mobile and For a margin, I like to use 16 or 24. So we'll just do that. And there we go. We can also make this nav really nice if we want. We can create a nice drop shadow behind it. Set that blur to something like 30. -10. And let's fill this. That's a little too harsh for a drop shadow, but let's a little bit more subtle. So we can toggle our grids with Control G, just like that. So I'm just toggling on and off. Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to start thinking about what type of icons I want here. So if I'm thinking about our client habitual, I'm thinking about maybe I need like a home screen. So, well, first of all, what I really want to do is I want to make sure that I'm picking from a certain icon set. So let's go all the way back to the beginning. And we can actually just select like material design icons. And if I search up just based off of that, here, let's select it. I search for home, and there we go. You can tell everything's part of the same family here. They even have rounded options as well. Let's just grab this icon. We can drag it into there. So we got 24 by 24 pixel frame. We got the home icon that sits within. Let's think of another option we could have. We could have a heart. So we can, for like a wish list section. So there we go. We have our heart. Ooh, let's not move that outside the frame. Let's keep that frame. It's going to help us. Maybe another option is something like orders. Oh, they don't have orders. We can kind of do something like this, like a list. I like that. That'll work for now. There we go. And the last one we can do is settings. So maybe a gear. Yeah, that's going to work. Okay, let's close this. Now we have our icons. That's awesome. And we're going to drag them within that navigation frame. So let's rename this to navigation. Remember to always kind of name your frames, keep track of them. Things can get really messy, really easy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this in the middle. I'll place this one in the middle. You see how they're kind of snapping together. They're equal in terms of their horizontal and vertical positioning. We can kind of go in there and just fix that a bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have some text as well. So that could also help in navigation, just pairing an icon with some text. That's a little too big. Use something like 12 or even 10. Doesn't need to be too big. Great, I like that. We're just going to copy that over. Remember to set your constraints to left and right. So if we do happen to resize this, it'll stick with your actual columns. So let's do that over here as well. We'll call this one wish list. We got some variation over here in the column sizing. We'll call this one orders. And this one we are going to call settings. Great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that these are just a little bit above the text. And if we actually select them all and we want to align them on the same horizontal grid or horizontal line, we'll just go up here. And that's perfect. So let's center these to make sure they are actually centered. Boom, centered to the text. We can actually turn off that grid now, I think. And there we go. We have our own little navigation, and we can turn the overall opacity through the pass-through over here on this layer. So we can turn them down to like something like 20. And so we can see that our home is active. Now what we want to do here is we want to set this to center and center. These icons will all be set to center and center. So if we do somehow want to make this like responsive and we want to scale and not have to worry about these icons, we won't have to. So let's zoom in here and I'll show you what I mean. Oops, the overall frame, I forgot about that. That's the most important. There we go. And you can see that they're not scaling, but they are staying centered to their own columns. So if we turn those columns on, you can see that they're going to stay within them. We won't necessarily do this on mobile, a bunch at least, but this is just a helpful tip for when you're actually working with your layers. If you don't want to use a plugin like that, you can actually go to the material design website and use their actual website to download those plugins. Like you'll just have much more control. You'll be able to select based off if you want it to be outlined, if you want it to be rounded. You can do all of that. If you do really like Google Material icons and you don't want to go through Iconify, there's actually a plugin for that. This right here, Material Design Icons. And here you have all the icons in every which style. And you can use these to really help you pick just based off of like material design icons. And it's the same kind of concept. So you just select your icon and it'll drop it immediately into your Figma file. And that's it for putting together a quick navigation with some plugins. Welcome back to the second part of icons. There are a bunch of icon sets out there. I mean, I couldn't even name them all if I tried, but another option that we do have is that we can actually design our very own icon. I know that sounds pretty scary, but I promise it isn't. I mean, it is time consuming, but if you do have the time, go for it. So icons are pretty crucial to a design system. And before we even build, we need to really take into account a couple of things. First is size. So if we think about base units, that has to come into play again. And your icon should be designed based off of it. Our base unit is 8 pixels. So let's create a grid. So we're going to create a frame. And it's going to be a small frame. It's going to be only 24 by 24 pixels. Let's zoom right in. There we go. Let's rename that to icon. So we have our little grid right here. And what we can do is we can create a layout grid, or not a layout grid, but we're going to create an actual grid. So you'll notice that this is a defaulted 10 pixel grid. So it'll have 10 pixels by 10 pixels. We want just a 1 pixel grid. So that's going to work for us. Perfect. So another thing is when we're creating an icon, we want to only use one color. Anything more than that, that's just a bit too much for product use. So I would just stick with one color at all times, unless it's something like a marketing website where your icons are a little bit more blown up, a little bit more larger, like 40 pixels or something like that. That's fine if you want to really use more colors to reinforce your brand. But for typical like product interface use and stuff like that, stick to one color. Now that we have our pixel grid, this makes it much easier. So we can stick to it. Our icons will render much more nicely if we stick onto these pixel lines here and onto our grid. So the first icon we're going to make is just a simple check mark. And what we can do is we can just press P for our pen tool. And we can just stick to our grid like this, click it. And if we hold shift, we can stick to a certain angle. So if you're on a 45-degree angle, we could just do that. And do something like that. And there you go. I mean, like it doesn't have to be hard. This looks a little too rigid, but if I select these points, so if I lose this and I click it again, if I double click it, I can select this point. If I hold shift, I can select that point. Then I can go over here to our vector, little toolbar, and I can just change. That will change it if it's an actual outline. If it's an actual stroke, you can go here and I'll show you both scenarios. So you can round those corners, but if I didn't do that and I did something like this, increase the stroke, and then I did something like this where we're going to click out of that and I can outline a stroke, then you can go over here and you can outline the edges. So what we can do here is we can start moving it any which way we want. That looks fine. We can also just leave it. We can bring this in a bit more, which is much better. and we're gonna center that. So this is one icon that we've just easily made. I'm going to just pump up the stroke on that because it's going to be harder to see. And I'm going to, like I said before, I'm going to go and adjust the caps to make them round. And you can also adjust there to make it a little bit more rounder. There you go. We have an actual check icon, and you can duplicate that and you can actually make a variation of it. You can make this a little bit smaller if you want. Let's copy that and then put that there, and you can actually go ahead and make like a circle and make another variation of it. So it's sitting on those lines. Send that to the back. And this is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to make this black. And I'm going to make this white. And this is great if you want to kind of create another variation of an icon that we just created. Some people like to create like circle-based icon sets, or just having a circle variation of like a check mark for other applications. Another easy icon that we can make is something like a cloud. So if I select our ellipsis tool up here, or if I select O for the shortcut, I can just create a quick cloud like this. I'm going to bring that in the middle, and this one's going to be much bigger. There we go. And if I double click this, I can take this point and bring it down here. That doesn't really look like much of a cloud, but if I select that and I delete it, there we go. We have our cloud. I'm going to select all these shapes and combine them, and then to press E to flatten that layer. We can also take our arrow tool and we can draw an arrow like it's an actual download icon. Let's adjust that cap again to round. And we were using 2 pixels, so let's try and say consistent. Yeah, that's not going to work there. So we're going to stick to 1 pixel on this one. And we should probably stick to 1 pixel on this one too, if we're going to create like an actual set. It's going to be a little hard to see. That's the only issue. But there are different ways you can get around that. So there we go. And if I wanted to create like an actual see-through icon, so like right now, this is not see-through. If you take it off the canvas, it's still white and it's not one actual shape. So I'm going to create outlines. So I'm going to right click on that, create outline that stroke. Perfect. And I'm going to select them and I'm going to go back up here and I'm going to click subtract. And what that's going to do is it's going to subtract this shape from this shape. And now it's one shape. All we need to do, you'll notice that you'll still be able to see them here and you'll still be able to move them around. Now, if we don't want that ever to happen, we could just flatten that right here. So all we need to do is right click that and press flatten or Command E. And there you go. You have a cloud icon. Let's create a couple more. This is probably like you can create a location service icon. They're really much more easier than you think. So if I'm just going to do that, I'm going to double click and I'm going to hold shift. So before I click this, I'm going to double click in here. I'm going to click that, hold shift and pull upward. And just like that, we have our very own location icon. And it's pretty easy to make. We can do that even for a map pin. We can do some pretty cool tricks. Not everything is as complicated as it looks. So let's just create a little circle here. We'll create another larger circle. So this is going to be our inside. Let's bring that to the front. Select them both and bring that here. Great. We're going to double click into that back layer and we're going to grab this point and bring it down. Then we're going to bring this down, select there, and we can use our grid. Let's press Control G. Let's zoom in. We can use our grid to say that I want it on this point. So I know that when I do this, I'm going to bring it on that point too. Now that's not really nice at the bottom. It kind of curves down. What we can do is Command. It'll bring both of those points in. And from there, you can round it by clicking up there. See? Just click that point, go up here, press 1 or whatever number you desire, and there you go. You have your map pin. Like I said before, what you can do is you can subtract that and then pressing Command E to flatten it, and you have your very own map pin icon. Okay, last one. Let's create a heart. This one's really fun. So I'm gonna actually select my line tool. Hearts are really hard to make. I mean, I even have a hard time drawing hearts to this day. For some sort of reason, I have a hard time even making them in here. But this is a little cheat code that I often use. Let me actually press my pen tool. Let's go like this. Boom. Hold shift. Hold shift. So we have two lines at 45-degree angles. And that's it. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna select each end. We're going to go into our stroke settings and our advanced stroke settings, and we're going to press round, and we're going to bump that right up. And there you go. You kind of have your own heart. You can't really see it right now. If we bring this in a little bit more, we can start playing with it. That looks really good. If I hold Command and click on this, we can start creating a really nice round heart. And that is great. We can also just kind of manipulate that just a bit if we want to. Now what I'd like to do here is just kind of outline that stroke. You see there's a weird outline, and sometimes that will happen with icons. That's totally fine. I'll show you how to fix that. There we go. What we're going to do is we're going to double click into here. So we have these weird things happening, and that's even much more weirder, but we're going to fix that. So we're just going to drag this right to the bottom. We're going to click on this, and you can delete these. So be careful. Sometimes it will actually delete the whole fill, but if you just Command Z out of that, that'll be totally fine. And if I press 1, like I said before, there you go. You have your nice heart. Just make sure that you don't do that to kind of these little nooks, because it doesn't really look that good. So that's it. I mean, you can easily make quick icons for whatever application you want. I mean, you can create them for your own navigation for habitual, whatever navigation you choose and whatever navigation you think is right. Maybe try actually making icons for that, because it's not that hard, and sometimes you don't necessarily need a whole icon set for a product, but you will be using probably a good steady like 10 consistently, whether those are chevrons, which are really easy to make. I mean, we can even make one right now. Chevrons are those little arrows that are pointing left, right, and up and down. So, I mean, we can easily create our own chevrons. Just like that. It's totally easy. So take some time, try to find that consistency within the grid. If you're using like line widths of like 2 pixels, stick with 2 pixels. Don't have something that is like really thick and then something really thin. So if like you're using something like 3 pixel lengths, stick with that. Be very consistent within your iconography. But take some time, have some fun. I mean, you can create your own little style here if you really have that time to do it. There you go. You have your very own custom icons. And there are so many other things we can do when we're drawing within Figma. But that's a deep rabbit hole that we're not going to really go down right now. Remember, have fun. Don't take it too seriously. Choose some icons that you want to do for our app. Jump right in there and just do it. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about something that I'm pretty passionate about, and that is accessibility. Now, We live in an incredibly diverse world full of so many types of users, and we can't assume that all users are going to experience our products in the same way. And here comes accessibility. And simply that is why it's so important. If one person can't actually use your designs or your product, you really have failed them. An accessible product is one where all your users can actually enjoy it. Unfortunately, when we design products, we always design for the majority of users in mind, which are users who do not experience any difficulty when using any type of product. In most cases, there is very little insight into designing individual components that will work for every user. Nobody ever thinks about the user who has function only in one hand, or a user who has trouble with hearing, or a user who has visual impairments. Accessible design aids in creating a better experience for everyone. It could be for somebody who has a permanent disability, or maybe a temporary disability, and even a situational impairment. Contrary to popular belief that accessible design is sacrificing the visual quality of your product, it does in fact make it better for every single user. Let's take a moment to think about our world. Think about ramps or sloped curbs. Now, they've been designed for helping those in wheelchairs get around. This isn't the only use though. Think about everywhere you have seen a ramped curb. Parents with strollers, people making deliveries with trolleys, people bike riding. I mean, it just makes our life that much easier. What about push to open buttons? They're installed in most stores, in most places, to aid people in wheelchairs. And if you were to think if they weren't installed in a place or an establishment, you'd think that that would be pretty odd. They help all of us when you have too many bags to carry or a child that can't really muster the strength to open the door by themselves. Also, sometimes it's just easier to use one. We shouldn't have the mindset that accessibility is a checklist or a set of requirements, but it should be ingrained in how we design. We should be designing for all people. Next, I'm going to talk about some assistive technologies. Let's talk about some assistive technologies. So, when people come to our site to use our products, those that have disabilities are typically using what's called an assistive technology, whether that's a device or software, and there's a wide range of them that are important to understand because it's going to open your mind to some of the ways that people are interacting with your content and the user experience you're creating online. So here are some of them. We have screen readers. Now, this is probably a more common one that we've all heard about, but it's a program that helps the visually impaired understand the content displayed on the web page. So it basically converts digital text and labels and images and descriptions to something that is more readable by this piece of software. So you could imagine that all they would need to do is press play and they could read like an entire block of text. They could read entire web pages. Something else people use are Braille terminals. Now, those who can't see that well or can't see at all use Braille terminals, and the round tip pins that come through the holes help blind people actually read and can see what's going on the screen. There's also something called a switch or some sort of tap control, which basically is like a joystick, or you can use the keyboard spacebar to do this. But essentially, as you tap on your trackpad or your keyboard, it will help you to navigate the screen. Again, this may not be the best experience, but it is a way that people are interacting with various pieces of our content, and we really need to take that into account. Next, we have screen magnification software, which kind of works like a magnifying glass on the screen, as you can see over here. It's not like what you would typically see when you hit, like a zoom on your browser. It's not that everything scales up at once. It's that the user has control over this little magnifier window inside of the software so that they can magnify certain elements or a section of the screen or design of a website. And that reinforces the fact that, all the elements of our design should be scalable. So you can see over here, he has this section actually magnified so he can read it easily. And lastly, what I have here are alternate input software and devices. As you can imagine, there's also speech input software, which is a lot different than Alexa or Google Home, but basically it allows people to control the computer with their voice. There's also devices like we see here with a keyboard, and the gentleman over here is using a a stick to actually type. So once again, we need to take into account all the different ways people are interacting with our website, because it will affect the way we approach designing it and developing it. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to talk about visual patterns for accessibility. There's several things we can do as designers to really make our designs accessible. And also, there's things that we can do as designers and to influence developers to ensure that our products, our live products, are actually accessible. So let's jump right in. The first thing is color contrast. Now, this is the first step towards an accessible UI, and it's to get the color contrast for your product right. Color contrast is a really important part when it comes to visual impairments. So getting this right will help those with visual impairments to see and to discern information on the screen. You'll notice over here, there's a little screenshot I took from a tool that I use called ColorSafe that actually shows you the current ratio of your contrast and the goal ratio. So this is AA compliant, and all these colors can help you pick a palette that would actually be compliant. So what does that contrast ratio mean? Now, the recommended contrast is 3:1 for large text and 4.5:1 for small text. This is the readability from the difference between the foreground and background color. Larger font is categorized by any font larger than 18 pixels when bold, or larger than 24 pixels for regular font weight. Small text is anything smaller than 18 pixels. So you'll notice over here, you could do it with UI components as well. And we'll get into the different areas where we can essentially use these as guidelines rather than rules, because sometimes certain contrast ratios don't necessarily work as well as we would think they do, but it's totally up to you. Use your best intuition and test. So here are some of the tools that I actually use. ColorSafe is a great tool if you're starting a project fresh and you want to choose colors and check their contrast ratios before you actually make a palette. And in some products that have an established color system or a set of brand colors, you'll need to find contrast ratios that work from the product's palette. And what I usually use for that is another site called Colorable. I'll just input the colors there and it'll tell me if they are compliant with those standards. There are some Figma plugins as well that are really helpful if you don't want to use a browser, and I'll show you those later. Now, there are alternate ways to improve contrast, and sometimes it can be a really large task to check each of your foreground and background color combinations. An easy way to run through a test to find any issues with your designs is to use a Chrome tool called Color Contrast Analyzer. So this is another tool that I use. There are multiple types of Chrome extensions out there, but I like this one best because what it does is it essentially identifies areas that will require work on the screen. Areas outlined in white maintain good contrast, and areas with poor contrast have subtle outlines that aren't as prominent. So this is a good way to get a good understanding if your current design is accessible at all. The next thing we can do is proper labeling. I know it sounds kind of boring and rudimentary, but labeling can go a long way, especially with screen readers as they're jumping around the screen. Your developers probably know a lot about this already, but designers don't adhere to proper labeling. And it's an easy thing that we can all do to make things a bit more accessible. And what I mean by that is that when you're designing a form, rather than having a placeholder inside the input and which possibly acts as the input's label, just have your label be a label. You could have a placeholder that then on focus acts as a label, but a placeholder that goes away upon focus is a huge no-no, not only for user experience, but for accessibility. So labels on top like this and as a separate element are a really great way to go and achieve that. And then there's also menu labels. So think about like a hamburger menu. A lot of people use hamburger menus for hiding menus on mobile, which makes a lot of sense. If you're going to use a menu icon, then you should have some other indicator because the icon alone isn't necessarily accessible unless it's being properly coded. And things like icons, even though you can put a title in the code to help screen readers actually read them, it's a better practice to put a label beside an icon or any sort of menu icon. Now let's jump into Figma to talk a little bit about the tools I use. Hey everyone, welcome back. We're going to be talking about some of the tools that I use to check color contrast and to make my designs a bit more accessible. Then we'll jump quickly into Figma to debunk some things around our contrast ratios being a rule rather than a guideline. So let's take a look at color safe over here. So this is color safe. It'll allow me to pick color palettes based off of my goals. And let's just jump in and get started, and I'll show you what that means. So I'm gonna click get started, and right here we can set up our canvas and our text. So I can set up background colors, I can set up font families, all the font size, font weights. I can even set up standards. You can go and learn more at the website over here, but typically we're aiming for AA standards. And this is what the text would look like. I think this is fine to just get started. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click generate color palette. So what this does is it generates a ton of color palettes based off of different colors like green, blue, purple. You can also sort by all, and you'll be able to see all of the contrast applicable colors. So what I can do here is I can pick this purple, and you'll notice that the current ratio meets the AA standard. I get a little hex value here that all I need to do is click on, and it copies to my clipboard, and I can bring that right into Figma and start creating a color palette based off of some colors that I've picked, which is really cool. You can see that this one's been copied. You can see all these other ones over here, which is really great. And you can just start over if you want to go back and set up that canvas again. Now, the next tool I like to use is called Colorable. Now, I just love this interface. It's just nice, it's punchy, and what's really nice and cool about it is that you can see if it's AAA compliant or AA compliant right at the top. You don't necessarily need to set anything. You can just jump right in and start fiddling away. If you have a couple of colors that you already have in mind, it's a great way to just kind of input them right away. Another thing is, like, if you really want to just fiddle around with colors, this is probably the best tool to do so. So you can see like white on this very light sky blue fails in all aspects. And you'll see that it still keeps on failing probably until we get a little darker. So you can see this is good for larger text and smaller text. And now it's AAA compliant. So this is another really cool tool. What you can also do is you can reverse these, and you can see what it looks like reversed when you reverse the foreground and the background colors. So this is an awesome tool if you want to fiddle around with colors really quickly or test a color or hex code that you have in mind. Now, what I typically use are Figma plugins because it's just so quick for your actual workflow. The main Figma plugin that I actually use is called Contrast. So I'll bring that up right now. So I have a couple of buttons here, and I'm going to show you how that works with contrast. But what I really want to show you is that these buttons are actually accessible. And you know, they are readable, and but I think that they're not the greatest. So I'll show you what that looks like. So all I need to do is I need to select this text inside this frame, and it'll show me exactly here if it meets the contrast standards. You'll see the foreground and background, and it meets all the standards right across the board. Let's see, even with the orange. Same thing, it'll show you the contrast ratio here as well. And I find this is like the quickest way to just test your designs, even when you're just creating concepts. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually create a duplicate over here, and I'm going to show you what it looks like with white. So I'm going to change that. And another great thing about this is that it's going to update on the fly. So let's go and pick white. The color hex code for that is FFF for short form, or 6 Fs. Now what we got here is that it totally fails. The contrast ratio is not good enough, and I think it's going to fail as well for the orange. Let's change that. And yet it does fail here for the orange. The contrast is just a bit better than it is on the blue. Oh, actually, no, it's just a bit better, just a tad. So let's just close this plugin. And if you notice, I feel like I can read the white on the blue better than I can read the black on the blue. And so this is going to come down to you testing with your users, because those are guidelines and you don't necessarily need to follow them like their law. So Take that into account when you're designing and coming up with color palettes or intended uses for your colors, because there may be a case like this where a white on a blue may actually be really readable and it doesn't necessarily meet a contrast standard. So keep that in mind. Another plugin is Stark, which is pretty popular. All you need to do is like check contrast. So I need to select a layer. So I'm gonna select that layer and check the contrast really quickly. So you can see that it comes up right away. You can upgrade and pay, but I mean, I feel like this does it much better. Color, where is it? Contrast right here. This plugin is much better just because you can do it on the fly. You don't need to keep on selecting it or closing it, or you don't even need to pay for it. So this is a great way to check what colors will work right on the fly. So like I said over here, keep that in mind. These are guidelines. They aren't necessarily law. So use what is best for you and what's best for your users. And yeah, that's basically it for the tools that I use to check my contrast. So let's talk about focus states. Focus is one of the most important features that enables users to use a computer with just a keyboard. Most style sheets will have this one piece of code that will cause major accessibility failure. And this is it. Yep, removing the outline. So let's go back just a bit. That would remove this outline, which is horrible. Don't ever do this, ever. You should avoid doing this like the plague. Keyboard users will know what element they're interacting with because of the help of focus styles. So focus highlighting is only used for interactive UI elements like form elements and buttons, so we need to make sure that we keep that in there. Another thing we should always be thinking about is focus contrast. It's a guideline to have the color of your outline adhere to contrast standards as well. So if you look over here, we have an orange outline, and that is definitely going to be accessible. There is enough contrast with that white background, but if you were to have a very light gray, that's just not going to work. Next is to think about off-screen content in relation to focus. Keep in mind that sometimes we design content that is hidden off the screen, kind of like this menu over here in this example. Some of this content could be like hamburger menus, modals, etc. Sometimes when a user is tabbing through focus points, they can lose track because it could be highlighting something off screen. Could you imagine how confusing that could be for a user? If I was tabbing through something like this and I was picking up navigation items, super confusing. This would cause so much confusion and the user could lose track of what they're doing on screen. Speak with a developer about solutions around this. But if you're feeling comfortable enough, you can do this easily with CSS or JavaScript. Next is modals. Modals can be an accessibility disaster when not done properly. When users tab through a modal like this, they should be confined to just the modal. They should never be focusing on content behind. So could you imagine if I was tabbing through modal title, the exit button, whatever content's within on these buttons, and then all of a sudden I tap through launch demo modal, I would be pretty confused and lost. So make sure you have that conversation as well with developers. Now, hover states also apply to focus, and hover states should be made accessible. Users should be able to tab through hover areas as they do with focus-based areas, because sometimes we actually hide certain interactions under a hover state. Think about Facebook and their reactions. You need to hover over that like button before you can see all the other reactions. But Facebook does a great job with making this accessible. You can actually tab through this as a focus state, which is amazing. Let's talk about click targets. Now, a big thing is cards. Cards are used a bunch in products these days, and it's important to create accessibility-friendly cards since they can get so complex with multiple states based on the type of interaction being performed. A really good example of how cards can be made accessible is through Google Inbox. Now, if you take a look at over here, this is Google Inbox, and this interaction is really great. So they assign specific focus states to the so they assign specific focus states for the cards that the user has navigated to. So you'll notice that the person here is navigating to all these different cards, and then you can see that this is the card that they're currently on. The hover action is completed on focus. So the hover action over here for all the different actions you can take on an individual inbox item will be highlighted while you tab through, which is also great. Now, another thing that people fail to realize is you don't necessarily need to make every single UI element on the screen tabbable or focusable. What Google Inbox does really well in this specific interaction is that only the actionable items are focused and not every other element in the card. So over here, you'll notice that only these primary actions are actually in focus in comparison to like all these other elements. Next is target areas. We need to make sure that target areas are large enough for users to select on a page. So some users have motor impairments and find it hard to select smaller items. If we take a look over here, we'll notice that the mailbox has a larger tappable area. Same with what the edit button would be. And this is what I was talking about in the beginning around like different, that accessibility is greater for all. I mean, when you're on mobile, you want a larger tappable area, and not even if you have a motor impairment. This just makes my life easier as just going through my mailbox. So keep this in mind just when you're designing in general. Now, I just want to say that many of these solutions aren't very style specific, but they do all still affect us in some way, especially as designers. We always set out to build products that everyone can enjoy and use easily. Accessibility should be a part of the design process earlier, and every UI element and every design pattern should be made accessible. And most importantly, you should always collaborate with your development team. Accessibility is something that all of us can work towards and do. And it certainly starts with design in terms of style, like contrast and labels and forms and all that kind of stuff. But a lot of what happens in terms of specifications will happen on the development side. So it's always important to talk to developers because they're going to have a much deeper understanding of what's really necessary. And they can really inform you and help you along the way. So that's accessibility. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn about design patterns. So what are design patterns? Well, design patterns are the recurring solutions that solve a lot of our design problems that we always have the solution for. And these are kind of like your standard reference points as a designer. That can mean like infinite scrolls that just keep loading. That can mean also like breadcrumbs. And these are a few examples of design patterns that we're all kind of familiar with. Now, if you're designing a new product, you'll want to figure out the easiest way that users can interact with it. So let's think of something that we always do, login and registration. Now, we always ask people to sign up, sign in, log in, and log out. And each of us use numerous web and mobile applications on a daily basis. And I think we can all agree that constantly re-entering your name like over here or your password over and over again, it's tiresome. So like this completely tiresome to constantly enter your email, your name, your username, your password. And there are design patterns that solve that. So we can usually use like a pattern like this where there's like a social login or there is some kind of like remember me. These are design patterns. Now, the first step is finding the problem. So users understandably are short on time and patience from having to complete like small tasks repeatedly to access their information or get their work accomplished. So in this case, our problem is that users want to sign in quickly. Now, we often try to find ways to eliminate that pain point. That's the next step, is like the solution. So we want to find ways to eliminate or at least diminish this pain point for them. So Over here, a solution could be like social login, like I mentioned before, or having like a remember me checkbox. So those are ways that you can kind of solve that issue that we're all very familiar with. Now, there is no need to recreate the wheel every single time. Although we could design our own solution to the problem, several useful solutions have already been designed in the past and they're proven to be effective. So there's no need for you to go out there and kind of retry or redesign something like that over and over again to get like a different result when there's no need to. So for example, like I mentioned before, some sites like have the ability to allow users to sign in using social media. Others sometimes don't even ask users to sign in until they really need to. And others save the user's data and kind of pre-populate that within the sign-in fields. So there are different ways that we can actually solve for this without necessarily having to do extra work. Now let's talk about the categories of patterns. So there are 6 categories of design patterns. And this kind of changes based off of people's ideas of what design patterns are. And I mean, there's no like one truth, but these are the 6 categories that I usually follow. So the first one is data input. So over here we have like a kind of like a drag and drop. That is considered like a data and input category. And these patterns handle data input and feedback that a product gives in response to the data it receives. The second one is content structuring. So these patterns streamline the overall kind of flow of our user experience and they ensure accessibility of all page elements. So users feel confident while they're browsing your product. So that can mean like just natural flow of the page, allowing users to have that really accessible and easy flow and just the way you kind of structure your content. So over here, like just the different options and how it's neatly structured is one way that we kind of find design patterns. Another one is navigation. So these patterns ensure like effortless navigation through your product. So like over here, we have an example of just a sidebar navigation. That is one design pattern. There are many different types of navigation design patterns. And so they're just kind of structured, and we can go much deeper into what navigation necessarily means and how to have an effective navigation. Next is incentivization. So these patterns kind of push your users to perform certain actions, with rewards or successfully completed actions. One thing that comes to mind that I think of is like workout-based applications where they reward users based off of things that they complete, or games. So these are different types of ways to kind of include those design patterns, and those are the types of scenarios that you would necessarily see them in. Hierarchy. So these patterns help you craft a visual hierarchy so you can easily distinguish primary elements. So over here we have like primary buttons, secondary buttons, even just like elements in terms of like what is selected and how things are kind of laid out on the page. So a bunch of different types of design patterns for that as well. And I will link a resource for different types of design patterns. It's uipatterns.com, I believe. And that is a great place to see all the different types of patterns and different types of categories that you can kind of dig into. And the last one is social media. So these are patterns that kind of encourage users to share and interact with others online. So that could be like links, that could be just like share buttons or reply buttons. I mean, there's different ways that users can interact through social media. Like tags, I would say, are kind of a part of that as well. So there are a bunch of different types of design patterns in relation to social media. And that's it for our categories on design patterns. So people often ask, like, why are design patterns valuable? Well, I mean, they solve a lot of the problems that we have the solution for. So people will naturally look for patterns. I mean, this is huge. People are always looking for patterns. So when we think about when we arrive on a product, we have a good understanding of how things will work. We often think we already know where to click. I mean, this is based on all our prior experiences dealing with other applications and the solutions that they've used. So you wouldn't necessarily go out there and create like an entirely new design pattern for something that is kind of mainstream. When sites incorporate known patterns, users often have an easier time getting where they're going or accomplishing their goals. Some would argue that if we all use design patterns, our sites may look cookie cutter like. But most designers will agree that there are significant benefits to following established patterns. And then, you can tweak them a tiny bit, which could be to match like your style and your design system. But the benefit would be to provide a more delightful user experience for your users. Using standard design patterns reduces cognitive strain. So if people are already familiar with how like objects on the interface will act, it's kind of saves them the time from thinking about what they should be doing or what they should be doing next. Reducing the need for people to actually think is so important if you'd like to keep them as users. Also, designers also benefit from using patterns. It saves us from constantly having to reinvent the wheel, like I mentioned before. Engineers have kind of known this for a long time. They kind of have like these large repositories or open source code that have like large components, and they kind of can recycle them themselves. It really depends on how they build their applications. But rewriting similar code from scratch is going to take them way longer than necessarily copy and pasting and tweaking. So designers who use design patterns can free up time for creating and tweaking, which is kind of like the really fun part. And that's why they're so valuable. Okay, you may be asking some really good questions right now, like, Daniel, how do I actually apply these design patterns? Is there like a process? Well, of course there's a process, and I'm going to teach you that right now. So there are so many design pattern libraries out there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to go through every single library and just like start picking out all these different types of design patterns and applying all of them. Don't do that. Now, there are solutions to usability problems, and if you don't have a usability problem, then you shouldn't necessarily apply some sort of solution where it doesn't need to be. But I'll tell you the proper way to actually assess if you need to choose a certain design pattern and what that process looks like. So step number 1, you need to have some sort of problem. So figure out the problems that actually require the solutions. Step number 2, analyze other products that have found a solution. So that means just kind of go and find similar websites, similar products to yours that have a solution to your problem. It could be similar to yours. It could be almost the same. It could have slight variants. It could be entirely different, but take a look at what your competitors are doing. Once we've examined how other products actually implement these solutions, or once we've taken a look at what products actually do, we need to actually analyze that efficiency of that solution. So take a look in more depth on how each product actually works. Like, is it going to be a good fit for your product? Is it working for them? It's just take a deeper look at exactly what those people are doing. And then once you've kind of chosen a pattern, analyze those patterns and decide which one is right for you and your problem. So that could mean that you found a certain pattern that you like and you dig deeper to see other similar products that have that pattern, and you can decide, which variant would help you better. So step number 1 is to kind of detect those types of issues, but you should be doing that with actual data. Now, you can detect that with things like user interviews. It could be with like data from something like Amplitude that tracks like user inputs and drop-off rates and stuff like that. Mixed panels, another one. But you should always make your decisions based off of that instead of making it based off of assumptions. Now, let's take a step back and let's come up with an example. So say we have an e-commerce site with a very high bounce rate. Now we've checked like our mixed panel or Amplitude, and we found that people are dropping off right at checkout. That's where the big bounce rate is from. And based off of some feedback from users, we have a really long sign up form and sign up wall right at the end. And we think that's where the problem lies. So step 1 is pretty much done here. We have our problem and it's very clear, and we can kind of proceed to the next stage. And that next stage is to analyze similar websites. So the first step is, visiting all those different websites or products. So in our case, it's going to be websites, and they need to be similar to yours. And we're going to analyze their approaches to solving this issue. So we have Amazon here. So this is Amazon.ca, and their solution is a sign-up wall similar to ours. It's not a long form, it's a very short form, but it's a similar sign-up wall before actually purchasing a product. We're going to get into the actual efficiency of that later. Now, the second option we have here is eBay. Now, eBay has something similar. There is a guest purchased at the end. Users can easily check out with PayPal, and PayPal has your shipping address most likely. That's another design pattern that we can use, like a guest checkout instead of having people actually sign in. So we'll take a look at the efficiency of that later. And then we have Etsy. Now, Etsy has a social login if you don't want to actually sign up. So we can have people actually sign in easily through social media, and a lot of people actually have social media. So we'll take a look at that efficiency as well in the next section. So these are 3 different design patterns, and we don't necessarily need to use every single one of them, but we're going to figure out which one is going to be right for us. So I'm going to jump into Google Chrome to take a look at all these different websites, and we can go through the efficiency of each and every pattern. We're on to step number 3, and over here we are on Amazon.ca. Now, during this step, we're going to analyze the efficiency of each pattern and find out which pattern matches our product's needs. So in our example, our website abandonment during checkout is a big problem. Therefore, our goal is to pick a pattern that will help us retain users and help them actually complete orders. So let's take a look at this. So we have Amazon.ca, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select an item, and I'm going to select buy now. And you can see it just kind of autofills to my address if I want to sign in, but it also won't allow me to actually purchase the product without actually creating an Amazon account. So you'll need to enter your name, your email, your password, and your password again. So this probably works for a company as big as Amazon because they have such a huge following, they have so many different products. But if our company or a product, if it doesn't have as many products or as big as a following, I'm not sure if people would be that dedicated to actually do something similar. And that's probably why we have the drop-off rate to begin with. So I'm not sure this is a type of pattern that we should be using, at least at this moment. So let's move on to eBay. So here's ebay.ca. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select a product. Here we go. So what else do we have here? Okay, so let's pick a video game. So we have a video game over here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to click buy it now. So interesting, they're popping up a quick modal that will actually allow you to purchase some sort of protection plan. Oh, here it is. So now I can see whether I want to sign in to checkout or I can check out as a guest. Let's see what that looks like when we check out as a guest. So this is very interesting. We can select all our different options. We can actually put in our shipping address if we want to check out as guest, but we can also pay with PayPal. So that's very interesting as well. So it looks like our PayPal is an option, and I'm not sure if this pattern is going to be good for us, but maybe if we look at like PayPal and allowing people to actually click PayPal and fill in their address, that could work. I mean, we could possibly create an account around that. Let's take a look at Etsy. So Etsy is this handcrafted kind of like commerce store. You'll get a lot of like handmade goods. Let's shop custom jewelry over here. Okay, I'm just gonna pick something random. Okay, so we have a chain necklace. Open up a new tab for us. And we're just going to select a style and add it to our basket. Okay, so it brought us right into our shopping cart, which is really nice. So if we want to proceed to checkout, we can already over here see like we can pay by PayPal, which is very convenient. You can do that really quickly. Let's see what checkout has. Okay, so we can continue as a guest, or we can sign in and register, or we can actually have a social login. So I kind of like this. I like how they've made this much more prominent than the actual sign-in. So it's easier for users to actually do something like this rather than, you know, going through a whole sign-in or sign up. So what happens if you continue as a guest? So you have to enter your delivery address. And I guess this is where this gets a little bit harder for users and longer for users because they'll have to keep on doing this. So if we go back, so my guess is it's much more easier to actually do a social login over here. So very easy to kind of go through this flow. You have a multitude of options, and I think this is something that I want to further analyze as well. So if we take a look at the patterns that we've just kind of reviewed very quickly, I mean, there are notable differences. So for example, Amazon had that sign-in wall. I'm not sure, like we're already kind of doing that, and I don't think that's going to be good for us. There was the PayPal like guest checkout, which is very interesting. There's different variations of that. So it's kind of like a lazy sign up as well as like a continue as a guest, which is very interesting. But the problem is not all users have a PayPal account, and doing that kind of lazy sign up requires like them to go back and enter their shipping address over and over again. I feel like social login is incredibly fast and a convenient way to actually sign in. So most internet users have accounts on popular social media platforms like Google, Facebook, and even people on Apple devices. This lets users fill in the absolute minimum of information and quickly proceed to checkout. So let's say we picked social login to simplify our checkout process and to retain users. So the final step for us would be to look at similar websites that kind of employ social login. So I'm going to be taking a look at CB2 or Crate and Barrel next, because I believe they have a social login as well. So in the next section, we're going to be dissecting the pattern. Welcome back. So we are on step 4, which is dissecting that pattern. Now the last step, like I said, dissect the pattern. In other words, we need to analyze other websites that use social login. And basically we can use that to customize or modify the pattern for our needs. Let's take a look over here. So we have Etsy again, and I'm just going to add another item to our cart. What do I need to do here? Let's actually pick another item. Okay. Let's just pick a quick item here. Perfect. So we're just going to pick that. Okay. So we're going to add that to our basket. And I really like how it pushes us right to checkout really quickly. I kind of really like the PayPal and how that's very upfront. So for users that do have PayPal, so I really like that about this type of checkout process. So if we pay with PayPal, we can automatically jump right in. But if we don't want to do that, and if users don't have the account, which is very convenient, so if they want to use something like American Express, Visa, or MasterCard, they can just go proceed to checkout and they're right here. And the great thing is they are automatically hovered over, or like the input for the sign in is automatically in focus, which is great. But the primary action is to continue as a guest or to log in socially, which is really, really great. I think this kind of gives you like the best of both worlds. It gives you the ability to use PayPal and just check out quickly with that. But also it gives you the ability to check out as a guest, sign in if you do have an account really easily, and also potentially sign in or sign up with a social media platform. So I think this is a really, really strong design pattern that they've built and they've kind of modified a bit. Let's take a look at CB2. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick something. Here we got some very, very overpriced furniture. Okay, so I'm gonna pick this lovely sofa. I'm gonna add that to my cart. And that's really nice. It brings it right up so I can kind of continue shopping or check out now. I like that better than how Etsy just throws you right into the checkout page. I don't know if I'm going to be done shopping, and I don't like how they kind of redirected me right to that shopping basket over here. So they allow you to kind of keep shopping and go back, but this allows you to kind of keep your process or your scroll position on the page. If I just remove this. So, and it's really easy to kind of get back. So I kind of like that implementation. So let's take a look at our cart over here, and they have something very similar actually. They have the ability to check out with PayPal right away. I like that. They allow you to apply a promotional code right off the bat. And if I want to click checkout now, this is very interesting. So they kind of have a sidebar with the guest checkout, the returning customers section, and this is actually very similar, and signing in with Google. Sign in and check out. So they have something very similar, but they're limited the options to just Google here, which I think I'm not sure if that's the best pattern to use, but it may work. So let's take a look at guest checkout. So yeah, checkout is a 3-step process. I do like how they've handled this though. So they allow you to see what that process looks like. You're gonna have to enter like shipping and gift options. So like your name, your street address, in Canada would be your postal code, town, city, province, and phone number. And like I said, like when users go through your guest checkout, they're gonna have to constantly do that process over again. So I don't think that's the smartest way. They do have PayPal, so you can click PayPal and then just automatically check out through there. And like I said, they do have, so this is very interesting. So if I click checkout now, again, it's bringing me to guest checkout and it won't let me go back, which is very interesting. So I think I'm personally going to stick with the Etsy pattern. Like I'm going to tweak it for my visual style, but I think I like the idea of giving them the upfront ability to distinguish how they plan to pay and how they want to sign out. Because I mean, if they have a PayPal account, everything's kind of handled for you in one shot. But if they don't, they give you 3 other options. So that's essentially how I dissect the patterns. I take a look at very similar options. I take a look at options that do like employ something like a social login, especially for like e-commerce or something like this. So in this case, like I took a look at like CB2 Canada, and I found that, they are very similar, but this one behaves much differently than Etsy's. And for that reason, like I would probably follow Etsy's, and, I can keep something from CB2 here. Like, when you add something to the cart, it doesn't necessarily take a full screen and put you in like a cart screen, but I can take a look and analyze if each pattern, which one is going to be best for my needs. So when you're trying to find a design pattern, go through that same process, figure out what your problem is, figure out the different types of websites that like are your competitors that are very similar to you that have some sort of pattern that solve the similar issue. Step 3, jump right in and figure out which pattern is going to be right for you. And then dig a little bit deeper and find websites that all employ that kind of similar pattern that you actually think is best for you and figure out which one is going to be best. And that's how you pick a design pattern. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in this lesson, we're going to be learning about mobile design. Now, the reason why is because it's so important, especially if you're building a responsive product, if you're kind of just building a mobile-based product, similar to what we're doing right now. We're building a mobile app for our client, Habitual. So I want to take you through the best practices for actually creating mobile design. Now, we all know one thing, and the difference between a good app and a bad app is the quality of its experience. Now, if we think about it, many of us use our phone for a large portion of the day. I know like my phone is kind of, replaced my laptop in many ways. And it's never been more important to design a very good mobile experience. Mobile users expect a lot from an app, whether that be like delight from, interactions like this, or, fast loading times, like how this kind of loaded as well, to just general ease of use, just the clarity of like this mobile design over here and just how easy it is just to use. All these different things make a great user experience. So let me jump right into those best practices. Number 1 practice is don't make users think. That seems pretty standard, but a lot of people kind of forget that. We don't want to make users think too much. Your product should really strive to, be easy to understand and use. If your app is too hard to use or understand, you really risk users walking away from your product. So step 1 would be to declutter. Cut away all the unnecessary content is kind of like that one way to create good design. This doesn't necessarily mean it's just for mobile. You can do this for desktop as well, but keep things really simple. Don't just smack a whole bunch of copy on the screen. Find ways to hide that or show that, but don't just make your screen incredibly cluttered. You know, every extra button or image or paragraph makes your interface seem cluttered. And because we don't have the screen real estate, we also need to keep interface elements to a minimum. We want to keep our design simple. You can also practice actually hiding different things under interactions like this. So that content is hidden and it's kind of not cluttering the main homepage. What you also want to do is to break tasks up. If you have like a form similar to this, you want to kind of break that process up, especially for mobile, because we just don't have the screen real estate. This is really important, especially because if a flow consists of some sort of logically connected step, the user can easily use it. Another best practice is just to stick to the patterns. Think about the types of patterns that we normally see on mobile. One being something like onboarding screens. Stick to those patterns that have kind of been proven and just keep on using them, similar to what we covered in design patterns. Also, reuse the elements and screens that users are used to. That really decreases like the learning curve. So like home screens are an example, settings screens. Those are different types of screens that we all kind of see in a lot of different apps, and it really helps us understand how to use apps if we see similar screens over and over again. Over here, we kind of have like a product description screen for a product and just kind of like a very simple e-commerce layout. And this is kind of all very standard. You want to minimize your user's input. So no long forms. Like over here, we don't have a very long form. There's just a couple of options, and they've also broken it up, it looks like, in different steps. Typing on mobile is never really a fun experience, and we're often prone to errors. And we can really make this process easy by creating forms as short as possible, like I mentioned before, but also removing unnecessary fields are very key. Pre-format certain fields, like this is a phone number, and it really helps to see it pre-formatted, just because, if I want to review that content, I can notice the errors right away, especially for things like even credit cards. This is an example of like a credit card that is pre-formatted as well. And another thing to do is autocomplete where necessary. This could be applicable to things like addresses, like over here. This really allows users to enter their address without necessarily having to enter the entire address. And you should also think about validating your inputs dynamically. So when users do create an error, they don't necessarily need to go back and go through that interaction all over again. They can just correct it while they're actually focused on the input. Next is consistency. Now, this is a fundamental principle of design, and it really eliminates a lot of confusion. It is essential. Like visual consistency, like typeface, buttons, labels, color. It could mean like functional consistency, interactive elements across the app work similarly. So that could be like buttons will move you in a certain way, or swiping can move you to a new page, or the navigation is very consistent. We're thinking about all these different things. Even platform guidelines like iOS and Android design systems, like using that, like if you have two separate apps for both, you don't need to do that, but say if you're creating an application for Android phones, you kind of want to stick to Google's material design for a lot of those different types of design patterns, because usually users are more familiar with that in comparison to something like on iOS, where those design systems are really different. Next, you want to give users as much control, or the illusion of control. So this can mean like just understanding where things are going, understanding how things work, and that's just overall predictability. All interactive elements should be familiar and predictable when things work in the way users predict, and they kind of sense that feeling of control. So on mobile, we don't necessarily only have one way of interacting with an element to understand the type of feedback that it'll introduce. So if we stick to familiar patterns, our users will really understand how our system works already. So if we notice that like we have cards, that's a big example of like a pattern. Just cards in general, we know we can kind of tap them. Like in this case too, they're very faint, but we know that I can probably just tap on that and it's very familiar to me. And the way that input is, I know that this is like a menu of some sort. So introducing that sense of predictability really makes your application much more easier to use. Now we're going to stop here and we're going to pick up on navigation when we come back. Welcome back. So we are here with part 2 of mobile design best practices. Now, we're going to start off with navigation. So make your products easy to navigate. I mean, that seems simple, but I mean, that's the biggest priority of every single app is helping users navigate. Everything won't matter if users don't know necessarily how to get to places where they want to go. So users should be able to browse your product effortlessly while completing all their primary tasks. So here's an example. I mean, this is just very easy. I know this is a home icon. I know this is some sort of saved or wish list or whatever icon, search, profile. See that this is a kind of like, search, and profile. So I got 3 out of 4 right, but I mean, making your product easy to navigate is so key. Now, the first thing we want to do is, think about standard navigation patterns, whether that be like a navigation drawer, a sidebar, we don't have one here, or it could be like a bottom bar. iOS likes using bottom bars, so that's another design pattern or a mobile design pattern that we can use. Users are familiar with these types of patterns, so there's really no need to invent the wheel. Like you don't want to have like some sort of navigation on the right and it being like vertical or something crazy like that. It won't work as well, and that's kind of proven. The second step is, we got to think about the order. And that is where we kind of prioritize the different types of options within your product. So, in this one, it looks like they've kind of made this much more prominent, like their filters, and it looks like it's a big portion of their application. So they've ordered it accordingly to where your thumb may actually hit it. So that's very interesting just in terms of implementation, something I've been thinking about for our application. Like maybe a search can go there and it could pop up a search instead of having search always fixed at the top. So that's something to definitely think about. And there it is again, consistency. It's back. So don't mix navigation patterns in your product. You want to always stick to one. It is very confusing if you have something like this and then you implement some sort of drawer or sidebar. So stick to one and stick to one only. The next one is animations and micro interactions. So these shouldn't be like an afterthought. You should always be thinking about them. Right from the beginning of your design process, you should kind of be thinking about that, but also before you get to high fidelity designs, think about that as well. Animations are kind of like that best tool to describe like state transition. So as you can see here, just the transition really helps let users know exactly what's happening. So let's take a look at another example. If I'm switching pages, I can see like that state transition from right to left. I can see which pages I'm going to very easily. If we take a step back and we think if this were to happen instantaneously, it would be much more confusing for your user. It would be much more jarring for your user. So that is one big part of like using micro interactions or just using like animation in general in motion. You also want to just stick to the basics. I mean, you don't want to overcomplicate things by like adding different types of crazy gestures. Over here, we have like just pulls, taps, sliding. I mean, just the basic stuff is more than enough. It can be tempting to use a bunch of different available gestures, but I mean, the learning curve is just way too high in most cases. And most people are only really familiar with like the basic ones anyways. So, stick to the basics when it comes to gestures and it'll make just the interactions in your application much more smoother. And one thing I really want you to think about is think about when the user comes to your application or your product for the very first time. You really want to optimize for that because, that first time experience can really make or break like just the user's understanding of your application, even just the user's feeling about your product. So it's very important to kind of emphasize how much thought really should go into that experience. So, if your app allows for it or your product allows for it, think about allowing your users to try your app first without actually having to sign in. So like they could have like an onboarding screen and then they could just like get started really quickly without necessarily having to go through a sign-in wall. Mandatory registration is a common source of friction for users, and it's probably one of the main reasons users abandon a product. And they should only really be asked to sign up if it's essential. So think about that definitely when you're going through that process. Even if we're thinking about our application that we're building, we want to maybe delay that registration right to the end and let users actually try our product first. Also, allowing your users to try your product, just a bit in the beginning can kind of like get them more likely to commit in the end. If we gently remind them throughout the process to sign up, or if users just like our application overall, it gives them more of an incentive to actually sign up when they would have just been like behind a wall in the first place and maybe have deleted the application without wanting to sign up or give us their information. Your onboarding is so important. I mean, it should be so smooth. Make sure your app showcases why users should stay. So, I mean, whether that be like your value prop is hidden within your onboarding, or just teaching users how easy your app is to use in, relation to competition, just make sure that it is a way to kind of showcase why your app is so important. These usually are screens that users see when they first come to your product, or, they can be kind of contextually based. If there's like an empty state in your product, there could be a chance to onboard users to a feature that they have never used before. So, I mean, like whether that be like a drag and drop that's been introduced for the first time, we can have something that is based just within the app when the users first interact with it. Also, I think it's really important to kind of create that illusion that your product is really fast. I mean, loading time is extremely important for mobile users. If pages take too long to load, users may become really frustrated and, maybe decide to leave. That's a big possibility. So we want to make it clear that something is loading and the product is loading data. It's not just a blank or static screen that, runs the risk that users think that something's frozen. So many people have animations, and you saw one in the beginning with like pulling down and something was happening up top, and that's really pleasant. And it gives the user something interesting to look at in the meantime. But then we have something like this where they're like kind of like skeleton screens. And I like using these because they kind of display a blank slate of the screen that is gradually loading content. So unlike a loading spinner, the skeleton screen shows progress that the content on their screen is actually loading. So this is a really good pattern to use when you're kind of loading results or something like that, and they don't load right away. And the last best practice would be that this is mobile, not desktop. Please remember that. And we need to optimize for that. So we need to make sure our content is readable and legible. We need to optimize for that smaller screen. That could be like font sizes. Generally anything below 14 pixels is going to be a little hard to read on mobile. It could even be like font family. You may need a clear and easy font to read. So that's just something that we need to think about as well if you need to switch it up. There's also contrast, so make sure there is plenty of contrast between foreground and background colors when it comes to typography. Even a light gray may look okay. We need to make sure that it's actually accessible. And we also need to limit the amount of characters on one line because it could be hard to read too many characters, especially if it's a size 12 pixel font. Just having it run right across could be a little harder to read, or even smaller than that. And remember, we're designing for fingers and not cursors like the one I'm using to point right now. It's easy to hit a small button with a cursor, but can you imagine trying to tap that with your thumb? Over here, they've done a great job of making things really accessible with larger buttons, larger cards, just making touch areas easily accessible and more spaced out, like over here on this map. When designing for those actionable elements on a mobile product, your targets need to be larger so they're just easier to hit. Mistakes do happen, and often because of small UI elements. I've definitely made that mistake in the past. Having the right amount of space between elements, like this may be a little tight, but having the right amount of space can really make a big difference. If they're too close, you kind of run the risk of somebody tapping things. Like think about if you have like a cancel and a save right beside each other. That could be very problematic. And sure, a lot of people have already seen these screens before. There are a bunch of different variations of them. And this is just essentially reminding us that, there are thumb zones and we should do our best to keep our primary actions in the green. We don't want to have them up here. If this is your left hand, this is what it would look like. If this is combined, you have much more reach in terms of if you're using two hands. And, usually a lot of users with larger phones will figure out a way to, reach that top area, and whether that be with two hands or kind of like maneuvering around with their hand. They could find a way to do it, but keeping your primary actions within the green, just much more success you'll have. We need to consider like how we hold our devices. So be very understanding how users will hold them. But when we do hold them in one hand, like I mentioned before, we don't have much reach. So these green zones are essentially kind of like your safe zones. And you can strategically make sure that all the elements you want users to actually use, more like your primary actions, are within that thumb reach. Now, the red zone or yellow zones, those are kind of like your red zones or whatever you want to call them, but those are the harder zones to reach. And this is probably best suited for keeping like options that you want users to trigger less frequently, like a delete or a cancel. So maybe think about that. I know a lot of like iOS devices, especially in their design system, they kind of keep like their cancel or delete up there, and their primary actions may be closer to the bottom as well. So just think about that when you're designing. That's why sometimes I like to use just a bottom tab bar for navigation if users are going to be navigating between screens a lot. That's also why I was thinking about using like a search at the bottom instead of keeping it at the top. So remember to stay in the green. And that is the last thing I have for everyone. Those are the practices that I follow in terms of the best practices for mobile design. And if you follow those as well, I'm sure you're going to be able to design great mobile experiences. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We covered a ton of content around different types of design theories, like anything in relation to like the basics in terms of like typography, color, forms, grids. I mean, we've covered in the beginning more wireframe basic stuff, user flows, and now I think it's time to start building up our fidelity. Now, this is a big topic in the design realm, I would say, in terms of like, where do we start? How do we end up somewhere? And design fidelity is just, it's something hard, and I don't know if there's any really right answer. I guess you can just say that we should always start just quick and, start with your sketches. I have here our wireframes that we designed, which were really great. Here's our homepage. And we should really start somewhere like here and build our way up over time. Now, nothing is ever designed and perfected in the same step. This is something that never happens. Getting to those final, like beautiful designs, that takes a lot of testing and refinement. And that's why we use those prototypes that we made. And that's why we use like these wireframes and sketches that we created. You want to continuously build upon your learnings instead of jumping right into beautiful designs. And you saw that and how we've handled that over this entire course. We've started with sketching and we gradually started to build our way up. We've covered a lot of different topics around style. And I think now is the time to really kind of start to think about that. But before we get into that, I think it's a great segue into, thinking about building, measuring, and learning. And that's something I always try to incorporate in my designs and my design process. This is something you should really apply to everything you do. And you should go out and read the book, Lean Startup. It's an amazing book. And it really teaches this build, measure, learn cycle. So build is to explore your ideas and prototype those possibilities, like we were talking about with those basic prototyping and wireframing. Measuring, testing your assumptions always. Go out there and user test, just put it in front of a user, get their feedback quickly. And the next step is learning. So learn from that feedback, learn from your users and validate. Just so you can squash your assumptions, just so you can get right back into building again. Think of it as a circular cycle. So build, measure, learn. Keep that always at the center of your design process. That's what I feel like we've done here thus far. I mean, we haven't user tested just yet, but we've built a lot of designs just basically with wireframes, sketches. We've also went into different things like typography. So this is the type system that I've started to build out, not finalized just yet. I've picked a typeface. I'm using Lato, and I've created a bunch of styles and just headings, text. So I've started to think about these types of things. What I would do in my process is to, see what works in terms of visual exploration, in terms of typography, and start to build up to that and see what we need. Even color palette, this is what we've kind of built together, and this isn't finalized at all. And we should continuously try to incorporate that into our designs and just see where we kind of lead. We may cut colors like these colors. We may just stick with like a monochromatic scheme. So that's just something to think about. You have to kind of explore all these different styles. We also kind of jumped right into our form exploration when we were talking about form best practices. So you could see that we're using some of our own colors here. We were starting to see what different types of inputs could look like when they're disabled, like these buttons. We could start seeing what these types of things could look like, these little checkbox squares. We also started to think about like just general hierarchy when it comes to copy and the way we lay that out. In essence, what you want to do is you want to seek your feedback early and go on to learn and apply. This is how you build an understanding about the product you're building, but this is also how you build and reach that level and type of fidelity that resonates with your users. So the reason we seek feedback is to use those learnings to inform and improve our designs. Waiting too late to test or find that feedback, and then it often is just way too late to actually act on that feedback, and it could be way too costly. So use those low fidelity wireframes. Let's just go back to that quickly. So use these to start getting feedback early. And then you can continue to improve on your product and build up that fidelity and continue to test. You shouldn't just test with these designs. They may not actually do good at testing like those small micro interactions or just motion in general and stuff like that. And we'll get into that. But these are great for testing things like hierarchy, layout, the type of content you have, that placement, maybe just navigation, a hierarchy as well. So use that as a way to just validate your assumptions. This can really have a massive impact on how we build out certain elements. So in an example, typography. Are things legible? Can people read this small copy? Are things readable? Is there enough hierarchy and contrast between typographic elements? Like if I were to think about contrast and hierarchy, I would go right into like just product details. If I squint, are things blurring together? So I'm looking to create that contrast early on and test that. What about the hierarchy of information? Are things in the right place? Does this make sense in terms of the homepage? How about, does the navigation structure need to be reworked? Is this accessible? Is it usable? Should we stop using the search at the top and incorporate it maybe into the navigation? So these are questions that we're asking ourselves. What about the style of our components? Does the style of this card over here make things look too condensed? Does this button, like these kind of square buttons that I have, or this button, do they look clickable, or does it seem clickable? Does it seem like a user can interact with it? Are inputs actually working properly? Oop. Let's move that. Let's go back to our registration form. So we have all these inputs. I mean, do they work properly? Do users easily interact with this? So we're testing all of these assumptions that we have. It has a really profound impact on all of our choices, and you shouldn't be making large decisions without proper feedback. So I just wanted to take the time to stress this because a lot of people like to really jump into high fidelity designs right off the bat, and that is just a no-no. Start with your sketches, gradually build yourself up, because if you start with beautiful designs without figuring out if certain things do not work or do work, then you're setting yourself up for a big surprise later on when you actually deliver that to users and you find out, maybe users aren't interacting, users aren't getting too deep into the funnel of like checking out or even using your application. So remember to always test your wireframes, just get feedback early and learn from it, and then jump into designs and visual exploration later on and gradually build up that fidelity. That's all I wanted to say about how to build design fidelity. Next, we're actually going to jump in and start doing that ourselves. We're going to start working on the homepage next. That will be, I think, a great start to figuring out, the type of color palette that we want to incorporate, our typography system, fleshing that out some more, just generally seeing what types of components that we're going to have to build for in the future. Can't wait to get you back in here and working on the homepage. Welcome back. So I gave everyone a big rant about design fidelity and the proper way to jump into higher fidelity designs and just general visual style exploration and all that fun stuff. And now we're actually going to do that. What I want to do is I want to start with the homepage. I know, big surprise, homepage. But the reason why I like to start with something like the homepage is not always the homepage, but the reason why I do start with the homepage a lot of times is because it's a great place to find a lot of different types of, elements we may incorporate just throughout the entire app. I see like cards here. I just see general variation in terms of typographic elements. I see other elements like iconography. I see our main navigation, and I think like there's also a variation of cards here. We may not even build it like this. I think we're gonna make some changes along the way as well. And that's something to note in general. Designs just never really stay the same. We're constantly iterating based off of what our feedback is in terms of user feedback, also based off of what we think is a better design pattern. So I'm gonna make some changes here. I'm gonna jump right into a couple of portions of the homepage, and hopefully you design along with me. You don't need to copy me directly, but I'm gonna show you just some decisions I'll make in terms of like cards and stuff like that that should help you when you go and create your own. So let's jump right in. I think like I've been talking about this a bunch, and I think we should redo the navigation a bit. I think these options are fine for now, but I really don't like the search at the very top. So I think like we'll just incorporate it in a way where the user can easily just click at the navigation portion and it'll pop into like an overlay. So let's go ahead and just create like a simple navigation. So I'm gonna just kind of go in here. What I'd like to do is just create like a frame that's gonna house our nav. Let's just rename that to nav. So we're gonna create a little nav over here. And we're gonna pick some icons. So I like feather icons, they're really nice. So if I go, there's home. It should drop right in there. There it is, there it is. Okay, so home, what else do we have? I think it'll be like under save, or maybe if we just search up heart, there it is. There, perfect. There's search. And when you're picking icons, I know I went over this before when we went through like iconography and stuff like that, just make sure you're very consistent. You can even create your own like we did. So we have that. Bookmark. Orders? I don't know. Let's, do they have anything for orders? I think like sometimes you just need to create your own and that's fine. Here, this one can work. And what's next? We need a cart. Oh, there it is. Perfect. So we got all our icons. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna create our own, there they are. We're gonna create a little navigation here. Okay, so that's the shopping cart, perfect. So these are all 24 pixels, and are they scalable? No, they're not scalable. That's totally fine. What we're just going to do here is we're just gonna keep everything the way it currently is in terms of the constraints. This should actually scale properly. There it is. Let's see how this works if we scale it. Okay, so we have our icons and I'm just gonna kind of place them into our frame for now. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna make the search more prominent as a piece in terms of our navigation. And I'll tell you in a second why I'm gonna do that. So we could do auto layout. I like doing auto layout just because it's a really easy way to lay everything out within your app and within frames in general. So let's do 24 pixels on the side. Actually not, let's not do an auto layout. I think the best is just a grid. So we'll do a five column grid. I have some grids in here, but I think we're just gonna have to create our own. So let's go ahead and create our own grid. So we're gonna choose a column grid. Right now, we should just be kind of flying through here because we've done this so much. So we're just gonna 16. And once again, I'm kind of working off of that baseline that we talked about before when we talked about grids and spacing. Okay, perfect. Let's just resize this frame. So that is nice. Let's go right in. And I'm just gonna center this. What I like to do is like, I'll just go like this. Perfect. Then just bring it back to 24. And even if it's not perfect, that's fine. So we are going to just keep it centered and centered. So it's going to stick to that. Same thing over here. I'm just gonna Make sure that center is at 24. And that's going to be, actually, you know what? The easiest way to do this is just to kind of select them all and fix the constraints all at once. So if this frame gets resized, we won't have to worry about just general resizing issues. So we'll just leave that there because I'm going to come back to that. So if you notice, like right now, I'm not really worried about color. I'm thinking about just hierarchy within the navigation. And what do we have here? We have 24 by 24. And I just want to make sure these are all spaced perfectly within this grid. It may not be perfect, but close enough. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to select my ellipse tool and I'm going to just create a big circle. And I'm going to send that to the back. And as you can tell, I have like color styles set up. So I'm starting to build out a design system slowly, and I have some primary colors, like I mentioned. I have some UI colors, and don't worry, we're going to get into this later. But remember what I told you about just our general color palette. What we can do is we can go into our color, and if we want to reuse it, we can just select that, select create a style, and just write your style out. And the easiest way to do that is just to like write primary slash, I'm just going to call it gold, and there it is. So that's a local style that we have now. And it's just something that's just really easy to use, and it'll speed up your workflow. Okay, so I'm just going to select that. So I have a 48 by 48 pixel circle. I'm going to actually go back and select that. That is a white, yes. Okay, I'm gonna turn my grid off right now, just because it's a little distracting. So I'm gonna select all those, and I'm gonna just select a nice shade. Oh, that's very light. Remember how we went through just creating neutrals and stuff like that in our color palettes? Similar thing that we're doing right now. And I think that is pretty good. Let's just turn on our grid one more time. So if you want, you can kind of just get that nice. Okay, so this is what I was thinking for our navigation. I think I'm going to have to make that a little smaller. So I'm just going to go 80 pixels. You notice how all these pieces kind of stay together. That needs to be sent to the center. So remember to always set your constraints. I mean, it just makes your life so much easier. Okay, so these are all set nicely, and I'm going to make sure that everything is centered. So I'm just gonna call this search background, and I'm just going to group that into a frame and call it search. And what we can do here is we can just like, once again, center, everything stays together. So I think 80 is good. It's also a multiple of our baseline. I think we are missing one more thing, and we are just going to add like maybe like a horizontal rule. I mean, there's a couple ways we can do this. I like using like a rule, or you can use like a shadow. So there's our rule, way too dark. So we're gonna come in here, and so there you go. Like we're starting to build a nav out, and I'm really liking it. I'm just making sure there's enough contrast. And we start to look like you can start building that fidelity. Like we start to use icons that maybe are much better for our use case, just for our general application. We're starting to also think about like different types of hierarchy within the navigational structure, whether what is selected. So we'd be on the home screen right now. I think another thing we should be thinking about is like, what is the micro interaction for an active navigation piece. So there's different ways we can do that. So I'm going to just use like a little line here that will help us just distinguish what is active, what isn't active. Beautiful. So, oh, let me just make sure everything is centered. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you build a really easy navigation. And you can tell, like, based off of what we've been building over time and some of the decisions that you've seen me make, I know I made this based off of a gut feeling, not actual user feedback. And this is just my assumption. The first thing I would do is I would test this before I make like a big leap to just general design. And I would test it again once I get here, just because I need to make sure that this interaction is going to work. So that's it for the navigation. In the next video, I'm going to get into some other UI elements on this homepage that we have over here. This is just our little wireframe. So yeah, meet me back here again, and we will jump right into designing some other elements. Everyone, and welcome back. So I know I kind of went on a little bit of a rant earlier about design fidelity, but I just really wanted to stress that, don't jump into visual design exploration too early. This is an iterative process. I mean, we are not going to create something perfect right off the bat, and we're going to gradually build our way up. You shouldn't necessarily just jump right into it. So what we did in the last video, we talked about navigation, and we were exploring that a bit. And you could see we've started to create some hierarchy within here just with colors. I kind of already like the way we're starting to use color, this yellow as more of an accent and, keeping things a little monochromatic. Let's see how that may change. I also need to start thinking about things like just typographic hierarchy. So let's jump right in and do that. So I have a grid on here. I've just kind of created my own. Let's go back and I'll just show you that. So that I have a mobile style here of a grid, which is really helpful. This is just a standard 8-column grid, and I'll show you what it looks like. So it's just really standard, 16 pixel gutter and a margin of 24 pixels. Just something to think about. This is what I'm using. You don't have to use that, but let's jump right in. So I'm going to start typing some stuff that we can actually use. So, maybe we don't use this hello line in terms of the person's name. Maybe it's something else. Like I said, it's all about visual exploration at this point. We are building that fidelity. So I have some headings here that are styles that are really, really helpful. I want to stress the idea of reusability, just because reinventing the wheel over and over again is so pedantic. We want to reduce the amount of time we have to do that. So, create styles, even if they aren't finalized. These typographic styles aren't finalized by any means. I think I still need to tweak them a bit. And you will need to as well, even with colors. I'm not settled on this palette, and I'm pretty sure by the time we are at the end of this course, it's going to probably look entirely different, or there'll be some slight variations, and that's just the way design is. So don't get too held up on those little details, because things will change. It's just the nature of our craft. We learn, we build, we keep on learning, and we keep on rebuilding. So don't get married to anything too early. What do I have here? So I have some nice colors. We can start actually applying colors to our typographic elements. I'm going to just switch off this grid, which I'm using Control-G to do that. Okay, so next thing I want to just think about is this. Let's just drag this in here. Okay. So I want to create something, I want to work on a card, and it's going to give us an idea of just general typographic hierarchy over here, how to display imagery, also maybe some use of iconography. First thing I want to do is, let me just set some sort of baseline for how large I want this to be. So what I'm going to do is Control-G. And I want these cards to kind of just, I want the next card to kind of fall off the edge, kind of like our little wireframe here. But I'm making this card much more longer because I want the first image they see to be something that is really, really relevant to what they want. So it could be like, if they're into gaming, it could be like a new controller or something like that. Let's actually just jump in and grab an image. So I'm just gonna grab an image just to get started. So let's just type in controller. Perfect. So we have a bunch of different things here. Let's look for something that looks more like a product shot. That's a little too dark. What do we have here? So I'm just looking for just product shots. I think I selected 2 images accidentally, but we'll see what they are. So, okay, let's delete that one. Let's resize this one. Bring it closer. So there we go, we have one, and we're going to actually remove the background on one of these. So remember what I said about just like visual exploration a while back? When you're using images, you don't need to just necessarily like plop them in there. You know, you can do different things like removing backgrounds, adding different types of like gradients to the background. So we have something interesting to play with. And I'm just going to keep this here for now. I mean, I'm not going to touch it. I'm actually just going to jump right into typography. So I'm going to take this, resize it. I don't want it to pass the width of this card. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a price tag. So $65.99 is the price tag. And actually we can make sure that that's just the width. And we can start thinking about just hierarchy here. So I have 16 pixels. Let's just select that. 16 pixels and bold. Or we can even jump all the way up to 20 pixels and bold. So like we have just like the item amount, and I think that's pretty crucial. I'm not sure exactly. So like right here, I have the product name and the amount below, but you know, maybe we can just explore with having that up there. What about if there's like a sale? So I think I actually have a style for that. Let's see. Yeah, I do. Perfect. So I have a style for that. And if there's a sale, what we're going to do is we are going to have something right beside it. Maybe it's like $79.99, and we are just going to make that a little less obvious. So we're building hierarchy not only through color, we are also doing it just through size and typography as well. So that's much more prominent. And there we go. These are spaced. We can space them at 8 pixels. Oops. Perfect. Okay, so that looks pretty good. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate that, and let's think about the product name. So this is an Xbox One controller. And I want to create some hierarchy between the image, the product name and the actual product price. So remember we talked about typography and creating that hierarchy. We can just bring it down a bit. If we wanted to, we can also just bring it down. Let's see what options we have. Like we can do something like that. And you know, our main larger typographic element is the price. So that shouldn't detract from that. This is just our assumption. It could be wrong, and that's just totally fine. Like I said, it's all about exploration. So we have something great here. What should we have? I think, what do I have below? I have some lorem ipsum. Let's actually just copy paste that. So that is there, and we are just going to go like body small over here. And there we go. I mean, I think we can probably afford to have 2 lines. So what I like to do is I'll just go like this. Okay. Just so we can start thinking about that content there. That's a little too, see, like right now I'm realizing that maybe I have too much variation between these 2 colors. So I may need to think about that. And this may be really too thin. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create I'm going to create a frame. I'm starting to think right now even about just general structure. So I can just create a frame, call this price, and just start thinking about like auto layout as well. So I have a horizontal layout. And so the great thing about this is, you know, if I start to adjust this, things are going to just adjust with it. As you can see, the price moving back and forth. So that's just going to help us speed up our workflow. I think we're missing something else here. Like maybe we can have like a 20% off tag. So actually, I don't think we need this anymore right now. So let's actually create another frame and I'll show you what we can do here. So we're just going to create a frame. We're going to put text in this frame and we're going to just say something like 20% off. Oops. Let's go back. Oops. There we go. So we got 20% off. Perfect. I think I even have one for a pill or yeah, there we go. Perfect. This is great because, you know, using maybe 16 pixels is too big, but using styles can really, really help your workflow a lot. So I like to, you know, start thinking about all these different types of things earlier on. And it helps me just influence what I plan to do with the just general things like typographic elements and color. If I get those kind of nailed down a little bit earlier before I jump into this, then it makes it easier to kind of iterate based off of just, you know, applying styles quickly, editing those styles, and just generally just keeping you going. So we got 100 pixels. We're gonna make a little pill here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just make 16 pixels on the side. At the top, I'm going to, let's just do 0. Let's see where that, okay, so we're gonna need like an 8 pixel top maybe. Okay, so the fill, let's think about the fill. We can do like a nice background like that, and that can be the darker. So there we go. We have something nice coming along over here. And I'm just actually going to throw this here. Let's just make sure that's like that. That's a little too small. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Command C and I'm going to select inside. And there you go. There's our little pill just letting us know, hey, you got 20% off. This is an amazing deal. And let's, okay, we can keep that centered. And I'm actually going to create the exact same thing over here. I'm going to select everything and make a frame and call it card details. So I'm really liking where this is going in terms of my exploration. I'm going to just create an auto layout again. So you'll see that just moved over and that's fine. I'll show you how we're gonna fix that. We're gonna adjust this just to get it right. So this is gonna, if we just move it, we can move it wherever we want. I'm moving it all the way to the left and you'll see it change at the top as well. So there's our kind of layout, and like we do have a lot of contrast now with our typography, which is really great. Maybe this price is a little too large and we'll fix that. Maybe we just, maybe that's too small. We'll leave it for now. Okay, so let's think about the image. I really like where we're going here. You can see like this whole thing is starting to come together in comparison. And I wouldn't have really known that if I hadn't gone through different types of explorations earlier. So I want to do something interesting with the image. Like here, I'll show you what it will look like if I just kind of plop it in here. So we're going to plop this in here. And we're just going to, make it the size of that rectangle. I mean, that looks pretty good. Let's make a copy of that. What about if we do something a little bit more interesting? How about we do something like this? Okay, so we have something, and like now we can use the background any which way we want. So I'm just gonna rename this as image, and I'm gonna lock this layer for now. So just you can do Shift Command L to lock it. So I have the image in the background, and like what we can do is we can do a bunch of different things. Like we can set that like that. We can set the radius. So I mean, we have options. Like if we want to use like a secondary color or something like that, we can. So I mean, I'm kind of liking, I'm digging the way this kind of looks. It's very like unorthodox in the sense that we usually just see product images. So this may not work, and that's totally fine. If I'm thinking about like development and scalability, this is probably not the route to go, just because you'd have to do it for every single product image. So this makes sense, you know, just in terms of like, we want to release something. We don't want to go through all of our product images and do that. Maybe this is like a V2 or a version 2 to a version 1. I'm already thinking about maybe scalability issues here. But I really like the way these cards are turning out. I'm just going to delete this one for now. Actually, I don't want to delete it. I just want that image there, but I'm going to delete this card. I'm liking the way this image is turning out. I'm going to actually make this, I'm going to rename this to image background, and I'm going to unlock this image, and I'm going to group them in a frame. And I'm going to call this product image. So as you can tell, like I'm already starting to create different types of cards here. I have one card built out that I really like. I'm not sure if I'm going to go in this direction. Maybe for the other ones, I'm going to start just inputting like regular images. But this is kind of what I'm thinking right now. I'm going to actually create another frame, and I'm going to group this all together and call this a large card. So we're starting to already think about things like layout and just hierarchy and color and how we plan to use that. So as you can tell, that's how it'll look on the screen. You'll be able to swipe through that. That's it for the larger cards. In the next video, I'm going to start working on maybe a more interesting piece that can fit here. Maybe not deals, because that could be redundant. Maybe we can work on like category cards or something like in relation to the user's interests. So that's it for this, and let's jump into our next video. Welcome back. So in our last video, we talked about hierarchy and just style exploration for our cards. We did some very interesting stuff in terms of our image over here, even though we kind of admitted to ourselves that this may not be a scalable feature. We also talked a lot about just typography and the hierarchy that we have within our card. So we started working with what we wanted to be like in terms of what we wanted to be the main source of like a user's attention. So when I first come to this card, the first thing that pops to me is the actual price. I made that stand out much more in comparison to like the product name. We also added just some description content over here. But as you can tell, there is a bunch of great hierarchy here in terms of color between something like this, but also in terms of just size within elements. So I have larger cards here. The next thing I want to do is I want to think about like just user interest. So that's a big part of this current application that we're building for habitual. So we haven't really touched upon that a lot, and that's what I want to do next. So I'm just going to make sure that's affixed to the bottom. Okay, let's just bring this out just a little bit more. So I'm kind of liking, I'm digging this this style a bit. We may not go with this color in the background, even though it's pretty interesting, but let's think about some other elements that we could build. I'm going to steal one of these elements, bring it out, and I'm going to have a section maybe called like your interests. And over here, I'm going to change that to like a more bolded copy. And I may have another that says like, see more. And I don't know if I have an underline style. So when I'm creating these text styles, I may have underline styles. I may have all that kind of stuff. I do have a link. I think I do. Yes, perfect. I try to create like for different use cases. I'm not too like strict, but I want to set some stuff up early just so it makes my life so easy. Okay, and for that, I mean, we can maybe make that yellow. I don't want to have our page, you know, exploding with color. I want to keep things really simple because just the nature of our product. Let's take a step back. If we think about our product, there's a lot of images in terms of product images that could introduce a bunch of color that we can't necessarily control. And if we start splashing color everywhere, it'll muddy down the experience. It'll make it really, really amateurish in a way, make it seem kind of childish. So, you know, think about that when you're incorporating color. I'm just kind of using like a dark yellow. I know that's accessible. So this shouldn't expand beyond here. And this is fine where it currently is. I'm just gonna set the constraints on that. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna group this in a frame. I like to keep things really neat while I'm designing. So that way, like I can reuse all these types of things. So I have title and link. So this link is gonna push them to like a new page, possibly. Beautiful. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about like your interest. So I want a little kind of feature that, you know, maybe it has little cards in there where users can just like maybe swipe through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create like a larger frame. Okay, and I'm just going to give it a radius of like 10 pixels. I want to give it a fill of like white. And an effect. Oh, see, I have shadows here built out as well, which is great. So we have large shadow. Look at that. Perfect. So you can even make your effects shadows, and we're going to get into all that much later. This is just so it speeds up my workflow. It'll speed up your workflow. Don't get married to anything too early, but we'll have something we can work with. So that's really subtle, really beautiful. The way that card just kind of pops up just a little bit. We can start thinking about, you know, do we want our elements to be really flat like this, or do we want to actually start building cards that have actual shadow? So I know I'm mixing and matching a bit here, and that's totally fine. I mean, this is totally about exploring what our options are, but I want to start thinking about what cards can look like as well, like these types of cards. It could translate to me building out this card differently in the future. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give this an actual layout grid. I don't think I have a layout grid for this. So I'm just gonna have to create one from scratch. And I'm gonna go to columns and just give it like three simple columns. We'll have a margin of 16 pixels and a gutter of 16. Okay, perfect. And I'm just gonna steal this, bring it into my frame. So these can be like a little navigation that we can build. So we have gaming. I know we're kind of just defaulting to stuff like that, but it really helps just to think about the different types of options we can have. So if I think about this as a container, we could have multiple things like that. Maybe tech is one of them. Travel, I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually make this a frame and call this like my nav. We can do auto layout on it, and we can space it by like 48 pixels. So we can have like a carousel thing going on here. Like I can have another one that bleeds off. As you can tell, like I have a clipping content. So anything that bleeds off, it will not show up. So I have education. So this is fine for just like a dynamic nav that we can swipe through. We're going to make a line just to let the user know that, hey, you were on this line. Sorry, this section. Okay. And what we're gonna do next is we're actually gonna have some like product images in here, possibly. Whoops, that was too large. So, you know, I'm probably just going to take this, make a copy of that, bring it into here, just to show you what it could look like. So we're starting to think about like, just like style from the perspective, just different types of styles. Like we have like this full image instead of this. And I'm gonna start to see like, you know, what do I like more? What's something that I should probably take into account? Okay, so we've been going with like price as the larger element, and we can stick with that. I guess the more prominent element. So we have product name. What I'm going to do is I am going to just, so perfect. And I'm just going to make sure that's there, and this is not going to bleed beyond that. So this is going to be a frame. I know there's a lot of frames, right? And that's just so we keep things really clean, and it helps us as we build Fidelity, we can easily edit all these different types of things. Like once we start building out a design system, we can start thinking more about like, oh, what are the different types of elements we need? What are the sizes? Oh, I have this already built within a frame, so I can just pull this from that and just reuse and make a much more consistent design. So we got product details. Beautiful. Let's make that auto layout. I mean, I like using auto layout. You don't need to use auto layout. Like in this case, we can probably get away with just like 0. Okay, what else we have here? So we can even make this a frame. We don't have to make it auto layout because it is adhering to our larger frames layout grid. And we can just call this like small card. So we're starting to see like the details, and you know, I'm not having a description over here because it's way too small. If there's a sale, then I have to think about what that looks like as well on this card. So making sure this is centered. This will be only affected by the left, and this should only be affected by the right. So if I start to move this, oops. Interesting. That's just because of the auto layout. So that's another thing. Auto layout isn't necessarily responsive, so keep that in mind. I'm not worried because I'm using mobile only. So 16 pixels is perfect spacing. And now we can actually start spacing the whole thing. We can use auto layout for this whole thing if we wanted to. So I'm actually going to do that. I'm not going to actually use auto layout, but if I go up here and I hold a shift and down, I'm going to move in increments of 4. And I can just easily position this so we have enough space. Okay, so I'm going to turn off my grid because I can't really see what I've been doing. So we're going to create hierarchy within this this level of the nav. And as you can tell, like we've started to create something really interesting here. Like maybe this is like a your interest card, and what happens here is that for each of your interests, they'll provide like the top 3 products, so you can just swipe through. So very interesting feature that we built, and I'm starting to like this kind of exploration in terms of very nice subtle shadow of the card. I may actually go back to this card and update that. This probably needs like maybe a light stroke. What we can do here is just add that. Perfect. And maybe we can just even think about like what the background could look like. I mean, right now it's standard white. What happens if I just add like a light gray like that? Things look a little differently. What happens if I like add like a gradient? So different things to think about. I think white's perfectly fine right now. And that's how you create like just a little feature from scratch, but also just kind of building upon your style exploration that we have here. We can start seeing, okay, this may work. I actually may like these images. This is the right amount of hierarchy, and I'll probably go back and test with users on this to see if this interaction makes sense. Like, are they swiping on the whole card? Are they swiping on these little things in the nav? What does this interaction look like? Is it confusing for them? But that's how you kind of start to build that level of fidelity. We're going to keep on doing that in our next video. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I just want to kind of start to finish off filling up this page. I'm going to start thinking about a couple of different like UI elements that maybe we didn't think about too much. So maybe let's start with thinking about, so the profile. We kind of removed it from the nav, and I think, maybe we should have like a static, persistent like avatar in the top. So let's see where we are on our grid. So we can start thinking about, if we do have avatars, like what do they look like? I'm going to use the plugin over here called Content Reel, and I have this selected. I'm just going to select an avatar, and there we go. We have our avatar that just plops right in. And that's pretty cool. I mean, that's something to think about. Do we need something like that? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we need to rework our nav a bit. What about this? I mean, what happens if people want to see more? Do we have a title here, and do we have another link? Is that too much to kind of have that over and over again on a page? Maybe. I don't know. What we can do is we can start thinking about some alternatives. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a large button, and within that button I'm going to place, or within that frame I'm going to place some text, and I'm just going to just say discover more. Like maybe I'm here, I'm also exploring different things like just our language. What type of language do we want to use? Do we want to entice users like that? Do we want to stay more standard, like just saying stuff like see more? These are the types of questions you should be asking yourself. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make that like that. I'm going to actually make this an auto layout. So I switch that to vertical so I can adjust the width, and that's fine. The top, we want to make this like a 48 pixel. So we're just going to have to do a little bit of testing to get it there. So we got 48. Let's roll with 48. I think that's fine. This needs to go in the middle, so we're just going to adjust that to the middle. Let's make this reach the end of our grid, so it's centered. That looks good. That looks good. We don't need any space in between, and we need a fill. 100% we need a fill. So we can start thinking about like buttons. We have this kind of this yellow from our app. Let's actually just grab that logo. So we have this this yellow that we're using. We're sticking very much with the branding, the color palette that we've kind of expanded upon. I don't know if I like this teal that much. It's making things look really kind of dull, but let's just keep going, and we will figure it out. 100% we will figure it out. So you'll notice how I've broken up my color styles, and I'll get into that later, but it just makes it easier when you kind of break it up by use case. So like background, text, even if you're repeating the colors, you'll notice like I repeat white a bunch. So that way, if I'm in a very complex component like this, I can easily just pick off like what's a UI color, what's a text color. And if there's multiples, I just want to change the text color. I can easily just find anything that says like UI or text and just change the base off of that. I haven't been using that here. It makes it really easy to go back and make some of those changes. Okay, so for color, I think white will be fine in terms of accessibility. I think like that's pretty good. We'll need to test that for sure. I'm sure this is not accessible. So like I said, we'll just test. But I'm kind of liking this nice orange button. Like what happens if we kind of add an effect to it? So what I like to do is I'll just create a copy over here. Usually like this is what I'll do. I'll just create a bunch of different copies of things, and I'm starting to see like, okay, this is where we're kind of going in terms of our exploration, just general hierarchy. Like when you see things separated away from the page, let's just remove this image. And you start to kind of like, oh, this is looking very interesting. And I can see if these little pieces can kind of survive on their own. Let me go back to this image here. This needs to be refined a bit. I can start seeing like just the general visual direction of my designs. Much more easier than just kind of viewing in a page one after the other, as they're kind of secluded to where you're viewing them on the screen. So I'm trying to make one like cohesive language. We have a button here. I really like the button a lot. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an effect. Maybe this will work. So I have a default shadow. So that's really nice. So I'm starting to think like, okay, what happens when it's active? What happens when somebody taps on it? On desktop, what happens if somebody hovers over it? So I'm starting to think about all these little micro interactions as well at this point. Like, does somebody just click and the shadow kind of disappears, kind of like the button's been pressed to the bottom? Or maybe nothing happens, I don't know. So just something to think about, to incorporate that early. I kind of like the shadow, we'll leave it for now. We'll place that up there. Let's also think about some like secondary cards that we have here. So right now we have a bunch of different elements. We're starting to think about our typography structure. We're starting to think about just cards, buttons, links, all these different things, avatars. We have navigation and icons and just the general style of icons. And we've done this all just from the homepage. Not every homepage is going to be like this, but I like to pick a page that has a bunch of, or just a variety of elements that I can start to build and actually it'll help me dictate what that visual style will be going forward. So the last thing I really want to do here is I want to create some cards. Maybe they're category cards. I was thinking, actually what I want to go do is I just want to name that button. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create another frame. Surprise, surprise. Just going to call it card. And what we can do here is we can start thinking about what this card could be. So we have like a light gray. I mean, we can use like secondary colors here. I'm not entirely sure just yet, but what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna stealing from there. And I'm going to, start thinking about what these cards can be. Shopping habits and interests, so like maybe another way for users to get into like that kind of funnel. Okay, maybe that's just not large enough. Okay, 20 pixels looks good. That's fine. What I'm going to do is I need an icon. So I'm going to actually, first I'm going to create a circle within here. And that's going to be the background. I want to have like a chevron, a right chevron, making it look like you can click on this and just making that look really apparent. So let's just set the background to that, to white. And let's go and find a chevron. So we've got feather icons. Do we have it under arrow? I don't think so. It's actually under chevron. Sometimes it's under arrow. So we're going to click that. There it is. Thank you. And we're just going to take this frame here. That's perfect. And we're going to plop it right there. And we're actually going to make this another frame, and we're just going to call this chevron. And that will link to another page. Let's just change the color of that. We could do something like a yellow, like that looks pretty interesting. We could also just kind of keep it like a dark black. This can also be like just like a dark gray. I don't necessarily know what's going to work, but I'm just trying a bunch of different options here. Let's see what our grid looks like. So we want to make this, just a little smaller. This needs to get onto our grid. So we got 4, 4. This also needs to, let's think about this. So if I'm going to shift 1, 2, that's 8 pixels, we'll do 16. And shift control option and using arrow, I'm going back the other way and I'm actually shrinking it. So I got 16 pixels and from here, 100 and trying to keep this very similar in height as well, kind of like a square. So we're just going to 8, 16. So we got square here. And there you go. Like, let's call this title. Oh, actually, it's already title. Perfect. So we have our little card that is really nice. And if we just copy that, we can start like making other cards based off of that. So another tip, today's trending items. Perfect. We can also like make this a different color. Like it could be like that bronze. I don't know what's going to work just yet, but I'm starting to create some interesting reusable cards that I'm really liking. Incoming, kind of like that. Incoming flash deals. And this can be white text. Oops. And that will be like a blue maybe. I don't know. I know I'm kind of using a bunch of colors here, but it's all about just exploring what may work. So we got browse our categories. Like maybe this just throws them into the category screen instead of just having a bunch of different categories out there. But it also gives us a bunch of different options in terms of like you know, they can view flash deals. It doesn't need to muddy up that home screen. They can view like the trending items. They can get into like habits and shopping interests. So like, there you go. Like we're already creating a bunch of different UI elements. And, you know, I'm not sure if I'm really like going to settle with something like this because I don't know if it suits the style and just the general tone of the brand. So I may just do a little bit of a pivot. I need to think about that a bit more. And you should too, because this is your design as well. And you're going to have to figure out what you think is best for you. So just from the homepage, we have a lot of different typographic elements. We have a large card, we have some smaller cards. I think we need to find something in the middle, like maybe like a middle card that we may use in terms of size. We have just typographic hierarchy in terms of like the cards themselves. And this is just only using one typeface, and you can see the variation that we've created already. It hasn't taken us a bunch of time. We have an avatar over here. We have buttons, links, and we have navigation as well. You know, pick a screen that you feel will give you a lot of different elements to work with. That could be different for you. It could be different from the home screen in the way you've set it up. And use that to kind of create those reusable elements. And we can even create them into components if you really settled on something. And use that throughout your product over here, because you can actually use like those elements to create other elements with some variation. Like I have buttons here that I've used. I have different types of elements in terms of typography that can be reused, like in terms of the product name, and like just the size that I've used here can just be reused here. So it's all about like figuring out what style you're liking, what's going to work for the user, what's going to resonate from them. But also once you've settled, you need to actually think about reusability. You don't want to create 100 different types of cards. That's fine. Like, I mean, if you have different slight variations, like a button in there, or maybe like a link, or like some sort of, I don't know, some sort of price or pill, like we have in ours, like just for an example, we have like just price changes. That's going to happen regardless. But think about reusability just so you can make your life and developers' lives much more easier. And plus, when a user is looking through an application and they see something or a style that is just incredibly consistent, it makes that user experience so much more better. If they're going to a new page and every time they get to a new page, everything is entirely different, whether that be just hierarchy in typography, even just use of color, something as simple as that could really just make a horrible experience for the user. And it's just incredibly jarring. So think about that as well. Yeah, that's it for visual design and just visual style and exploration. So go out there and have some fun. Experiment with typography, experiment with color, experiment with all the different UI elements that you want to build. And I'm sure there are many more pages to build from here. Just take a look at our wireframes. So you can have just so much fun doing that and figuring out which ways you can kind of build just reusability and consistency within our product. And that's it. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I'm going to be talking about something really interesting, and that is motion. Now, motion is something I love to use in designs, and I think everyone should be using them in design. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to incorporate some complex animations or complex micro interactions and stuff like that. But motion can really, really help add that level of polish, but also just overall create a great user experience for your users. So I want to start right off and talk about the importance of motion because it is incredibly important. Just look at this screen. Beautiful swipes, beautiful state changes, moving to a detail screen, seeing the little micro interaction when something is added to a cart. Let's take a look at that right there. Little subtleties like that just really improve the user experience, and users are easily able to follow along. It's such a crucial element in making those interactions with a brand's digital product more streamlined and intuitive. Now, this is a quote I really love. Motion tells stories. Everything in an app is a sequence, and motion is your guide. For every button clicked in screen transition, there is a story that follows. Now, this is by Craig Denner. He's part of the former human interface team at Apple. And this is so true. I mean, your motion should help you tell your app's story. Whether that be moving from one screen to the next or just adding something and getting some sort of visual cue, it could really help not only tell that story, but just heighten that brand's experience for the user. But the truth is, it's often an afterthought. So although it's very, very important, designers who try to incorporate motion usually do it based off of gut feeling, or they do it way too late in the process and it comes off looking kind of amateurish. And, there's just not a lot of thought put into it. And that's just the wrong way to go about it. Sometimes, I understand there's tight budgets, tight deadlines, and we can't always put that level of polish into our designs. But motion is incredibly important, and we should strive to incorporate that earlier in our design process. Although motion is very important, it should be used with a light. Use it as a tool for providing users with easily noticeable, smooth feedback. So let's take this for example. This is really beautiful. I'm not saying this is bad or anything. This really suits the type of website and the brand's tone I can see right off the bat. So this fits perfectly. But could you imagine if somebody did this for like a financial institution, just a different type of brand? I don't think that would be something that fits. And, too much motion, especially maybe on a smaller screen like mobile that has this much motion, it just may not fit, and it may just degrade that user experience if it isn't really relevant to the task. So this is nice, kind of like an intro screen animation. But if something like this happened every single time I click something, that would get really old fast. So really think about the user's experience and that user flow. Think about the type of brand you're designing for as well. Now, when UI animations are subtle like this, that's really unobtrusive and it's brief, and they can improve the user experience and can really communicate feedback and state changes and stuff like that. I mean, this is a nice little animation, and we don't necessarily need to do this, but this is really nice and thoughtful, and it really kind of probably fits into what this designer is using it for. So little unobtrusive animations like that are really nice for the user's experience. They create delight, but that's not all what motion is used for. Let's take a look at things for motion for like state changes and, just preventing any type of disorientation. When a user clicks into a card in this app over here, you can tell easily where you're going. And there isn't any disorientation. I mean, it's not instantaneous. There's a nice flow in terms of going from that card to this screen. So even going back when the user clicks back on the back button at the top left, it just smoothly goes back out to the card. So, I mean, that's just really great use of motion there. It's not too much. It's just the right amount, and it's totally unobtrusive. It just adds to that user experience. And overall, I feel like it just adds to that level of fidelity that I think we all kind of strive for. So this is a great example of just using it for that just purpose of state change and just visual cue as well. This is another great example. I mean, motion should not be overused, and it could be really overwhelming, like I mentioned before, and it could distract users. If you can tell, like when they swipe that card and they go into this card, motion here is very subtle, and the user knows exactly which page they're on. See, there's personal, there's work, and then we're going right into the work screen. So this is really, really subtle. And it's a great example to show the different types of state changes when the user is clicking on things or swiping through things, just generally interacting with the app. So remember, good motion is really invisible. Users shouldn't notice that they're looking at like animations or motion or like too much motion. It shouldn't be distracting. They should just notice the great experience that you have provided. Now, this is an example of maybe too much motion. Now, these are great types of animations we have going on here. I think they're pretty interesting, and I think this is a great visual exploration because, over time we can fine tune these types of things, to swipe through. Like I can imagine this could be like a record cards, and you're just swiping through, you click like a music record and listen to music. Same with something like this, you can just be swiping through different cards. May not show all the information, but it really depends what the content is there. But the reason why I have this example is because, if this isn't fine-tuned and it's just provided for the user just like this is a lot of motion. Like, let's take this for example. So many things are flickering on and off the screen, so many shadows. The contrast is really high. And when the user actually clicks on something, things start to flicker. So you'll see it right about now. And yeah, it's a lot of motion. So over time, we should just fine tune those little things and get that right. So in our next video, we're actually going to jump right into Figma, and we're going to talk about like the purpose of animations and how we can make our animations much more purposeful. So I can't wait to teach you that, and I'm super excited. Let's jump right in. Welcome back. So before we talked about just motion in general and how important it is in the design process, but I really want to talk about like how to make purposeful animations, how to make motion in general purposeful in your design. And what I've done here is I've created this really cool little prototype in terms of, it's like a photo exploration application. It's going to help us figure out different types of ways we can make motion much more purposeful in our designs. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually launch this in prototype. I have it here, so I'm just going to press play. It's going to bring me over here. And this is what we're going to kind of play today just for now. And I'm going to show you some more advanced stuff in a second. But what I really want to talk about is when we use like motion in a subtle way, it helps build like these mental models about how our system works and how users can interact with it. Instead of creating like animations or things like that for the purpose of just delight, don't worry, that's okay too, like a confetti pop when something really good happens. Instead, we can use these animations or just motion in general for usability. Think of clues for what is happening within your product, or maybe signifiers for how certain UI elements will behave. Now, the first thing I really want to talk about is state transitions. Now, this is huge within design. And especially like when we're moving across a mobile app or just a web app in terms of different transitions between screens, state changes in your user interface can involve really hard cuts. I mean, that's a change from one screen to another without any transition whatsoever. And that's kind of like a big no-no. Now, this makes things really difficult to follow. So think about it. If you open a door, you start to push the door open. And when you're in a new room, the same rules apply to digital products. So, I mean, you open the door slowly and you can see you're going into a new room. Can you imagine if you just like tap the door and you're like immediately in the room that you want it to be in? It'd be kind of weird and disorienting. So let's take a look at this example. When something has two or more states, it's easier for users to understand if things are animated rather than like instantaneous. If I were to click just like nature over here, you can see like the hotspots. If I click that, I can see like it's a very gradual change, even with the navigation moving right to left. And this is all built in Figma. I want to stress that because Figma is awesome. And I can also see the images. Let's do it again. Architecture is clickable. It makes that really, really smooth. How about if we click an image? So we have one over here. Like I know as a user, if I'm clicking that image, I'm going gradually into a new like detail screen. I can easily kind of come back out of that. So let's click that again. So I can see what's clickable here. And there you go. I'm back to my homepage, and that's just me creating a simple animation in Figma. And that motion really helps smooth that state transition. The next thing I like to think about is visual feedback. So users really want to know their current context within a system at any given time. And you shouldn't really keep them guessing. So that could mean like the visual feedback of it being an active like element within your navigation over here. That's good feedback. That's one way to do it. Using just animation or just motion to tell the user what is happening with feedback really makes the user feel like they're interacting with the visual elements on the screen. Pressing buttons is like one way to do it. Let's use the example of pressing like a like button over here. So I have feedback over here that's been pressed. And it's just a gradual motion, and there's some more feedback at the bottom. So that's one way or a couple of ways that you can actually just showcase visual feedback or just easily giving feedback to your users. If something were to happen where like you click something and a feedback shows somewhere else, that's just jarring. Buttons, like I said, are a great way to show different types of visual feedback when there's some sort of interaction happening. And we'll get into that a little deeper later. Now, the last thing I really like to talk about is visual cues. So when your user starts using a product, it may be unclear for them on how to do something or where to look. That's totally normal. I mean, if your product's new and a user hasn't used it before, or users in general haven't used it before, that's going to happen. It's just about making that experience as delightful and just easy to use as possible. So animation, I feel, can really help guide users' attention in certain areas. It really directs their focus to the right spot at the right time. So this is especially true in like onboarding features. You can think about like when a user first comes to an app. Let's just jump back here. When a user first comes to an app, everything could be grayed out, and this area can be like highlighted just to showcase that, hey, this is our navigation. And then it could switch gradually to something else, and just showcasing features like that. Not necessarily like a swiping onboarding, but this is more like an onboarding for learning how to use an app. Another thing is like when we actually interact with elements, think about like carts, think about like little notifications. Sometimes they aren't as prominent as we like them to be, and users may not necessarily know where to go. So let's look through another example. So I'm over here and we see this nice little click, and then there's a feedback. And there should be like a little animation right there that we've created once again within Figma. So we have a little kind of notification bouncing over and over again in my little navigation at the bottom. So this little ball, notification kind of ball or ping, wherever you want to call it, it's not obtrusive. It's just kind of in the corner. It's very subtle, but there is some movement there that should redirect the user's attention to something you want them to click. Now, it may not be this, but I could see it really being used for like a cart or for our application. So we may go ahead and do something like that in the future. So that's one way to like have a visual cue. And those are different ways you can use animations and motion in your product to just make your product a much better experience for users and make your motion and animations much more purposeful. See, like everything that's been incorporated within this little app that we've built, or this little prototype, everything is very useful. If we didn't have these different types of animations, and I'll show you what it will look like. So if we just go to our prototype, and over here I have a thing called Smart Animate. Now, if it was just instant, let's take a look at what that could look like. Like that's just really jarring right off the bat. And that's nice, that's jarring. So just subtle things like that really improve a user's experience. And this type of thing should really be thought about way ahead of time. Don't leave this to the end because by that time it may be too late. So think about ways to incorporate motion, think about like state transitions, think about visual cues, think about visual feedback. That's going to make your app so much more better, and I guarantee it'll have people talking. So that's it for creating purposeful animations. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Last time we talked about just the different types of properties that Figma Smart Animate actually supports, that being scale, position, opacity, rotation, and fill. Now I'm going to show you a couple of different prototype examples of that actually being used, I guess you could say, in real life examples. Let me show you the different types of ways you can basically use Smart Animate. So over here we have a little transition built, and the goal here is to, when you click this card, it will show this option, and then we can click that to delete it. And then this portion will kind of animate upwards. Think about if you had maybe like a mailbox and you wanted to delete one of your mail items or like one of those cards. And once you do that, the rest of the cards kind of just push upwards. That's essentially what we're building here right now. So the way to do that is you need to create 3 different screens for this type of animation. That's what I've gone ahead and done. And if we just click on our prototype tab that we have here, so we've already done that. I'm just going to click this screen just to show you what I've done. So I've selected this object. So it's called rectangle 17 over here, and it's going to match this one here. That's also called rectangle 17. So naming conventions are very important with Smart Animate, because if this was named something else, nothing would necessarily happen. So we wouldn't get like a fill animation when that changes. And we wouldn't also get it to disappear when it removes itself from this screen as well. So what I've done here is I've just taken this prototype node and connected it to this screen. And I've selected on tap, navigate to this screen. So it's just called transition. I know, poor naming, but it's just for the sake of an example. And out of my animation menu, you can select instant, you can select dissolve, but what we want to do is we want to select Smart Animate. And that's what we've done. So we have Smart Animate selected over here, and you can select the easing. You can do ease out, ease in, you can do linear. I find linear looks kind of fake. When we actually design animations and just different type of motion in general, gravity also kind of applies. You need to think about how things kind of gently kind of ease in or how gently they ease out. And if things are way too linear, it kind of looks fake. I like to kind of just apply one of these to it, see what works for you. I have ease out in this instance. So that's what I have applied. And then you can apply the animation duration over here. So I have it set to 500 milliseconds. I feel like that's pretty good, just a time in general. You don't want to have something that is too quick or something that's too slow. I think the optimal speed is in around like 200 to 500 milliseconds. Stay within that kind of limit for these types of animations. You just don't want to keep your users waiting. So let's see what this looks like. Let's go right to our prototype. So we're just going to press R to restart. So I can see my hotspot right there, and this is what's going to happen. So we just have a fill. That's it. So I've clicked this, and that card has been highlighted in some way. Let's jump back. And the next animation is I'm going to click that same object, and I'm going to attach it to this screen. And now it's the same thing that I have here. I have animate, Smart Animate as my animation. I have the ease out, and I have 500 milliseconds as my duration, and this actually will not appear on this screen at all. So I don't have a rectangle 17, as you can see. So let's see what that all looks like together. So I'm going to click, I'm going to click it again, and there you go. Simple transition. If you provide enough content for something like this, it will look really nice. So if you actually create cards that have content that's relative to what you're doing, not just black blocks like I have, but that's just the easiest way to make this type of animation. Now let's go back. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag this over here. So I have this. Now, another thing that you can do is instead of actually just using Smart Animate, you can use a different type of animation, like a push. Let me just click that. So let me show you what this looks like. So you can have a push animation. That's nice. I mean, we're already thinking about screen transitions, but the problem is that you see the navigation moves and everything kind of moves, like even the title, and that kind of stuff shouldn't necessarily move in our instance. I mean, the title may move in another application or another example, but the navigation always stay the same. So this is how we keep the navigation in its place or any other layers in their place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that same animation. I have that also selected here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to let me remove this. We're going to actually start from scratch. So I'm going to actually just select this navigation item and I'm just going to attach it to the screen. And I'm going to not click Smart Animate, but I'm going to click Push. I'm going to leave the easing the same way. I'm going to leave the duration the same way. And I can see a little kind of preview of what that animation looks like. So I have my second screen as B coming in and pushing out screen A. If I wanted to, I can have something similar like that where it just kind of overlays, but let's just stick to push for now. And you'll notice this option here that says Smart Animate Matching Layers. And what that means is all the layers with the same name will be animated within this entire animation that we're building out here. So let me show you what that means. So I've clicked that. So you can see animate layers with the same name instead of using the transition above. Instead of having the navigation being pushed out of the frame, it will just animate to whatever is over here. So let's see, we have a couple of things going on. So we have this, it's called rectangle 15. We have this ellipse 4, yeah, and this is ellipse 4 as well. So we're gonna see these different things animate, and I even think I made this square over here the same as well. So rectangle 16, rectangle 16. So let's take a look at what that animation looks like after we just connect this third screen. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're just gonna push it over there. Let's match our easing. So I have 500 milliseconds, and on this one, I'm going to have 500 milliseconds, perfect. And this will link back there. And see, now it's starting to just kind of grab the exact same animations that I have applied earlier. So that makes things so easy. I love that Figma does this. This looks pretty complicated, but this is our flow. Let's take a look at what it looks like. So we're gonna just go play that. Okay. So we'll see right now, we don't have a push in or a push out, but we have things animating. You'll even notice the little kind of micro interactions, and we're gonna get into that in more detail later, but we can see that things are staying put where we want them. So let's take another look. And what we're gonna do here is we're actually gonna rename this to, we'll call it square 2, and we'll call this circle 3, and we'll just call this square 1. So that way we will actually get some sort of animation. So we'll just call this square. We'll call this rounded square, and we'll call this a circle. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna name these. I'm gonna select them all. I'm gonna select Command R to rename, and I'm just gonna say text and a number. So that way they'll all be different. And perfect, actually that looks good. And let's see what that animation looks like now. So it should update within there. Let's just restart. So now we actually get actual like animation of the screen changing while we keep our navigation the same. So really cool little animation we got here. So we can actually go in and make these changes where we need to. in terms of how that animation looks. I'm talking more so about the little details of how things slide in and slide out. We just want to keep that kind of stuff consistent because everything constantly swipes in from the right. And when you're switching between navigation items, it gets a little confusing, but that is essentially how you keep things in place while you are actually switching items on a screen. So let's go even further down and we're going to kind of put these two examples together. So we have a screen here. Let's actually just delete that. Perfect. What do we have here? So this is going to be okay. That's good. So that's just going to smart animate. And what we're going to have is we're going to have the navigation stay in place, but we're going to have that same kind of card and we're going to actually have a drag. So what happens here is after a delay, so this is to mimic like a mailbox once again. So I'm going to proceed to this screen and I've selected over here and I've selected after delay as my interaction. So after 1 second or 1,000 milliseconds, we're going to navigate to this screen. So that means we're going to have an item pop up at the top and everything's going to animate down. So we have it selected as a smart animation. So kind of like what's happening here. And then what we're going to do is we are going to drag. So on drag to left, we're going to smart animate as well. We're going to drag this delete button in from the right. And once we do that, after a delay, after we've deleted, we will remove this item and the rest of the cards will jump up. So let's see what this all looks like together. So I'm going to play. So all I'm going to do is click this. There's our item. So if you didn't catch that, let's do it one more time. So I'm going to click and let's wait for that delay and an item should pop up from the top. There it is. And now I can see that I can click this item. And the great thing about Figma is it kind of notices when you're like 50% of the way. So if I release over here, that delete will just slide. But if I release over here, it'll just go back. So we can make some really nice micro interactions and animations like this. I'm just going to swipe it and then we're going to wait for the other delay, which will actually delete the item. So I'm going to swipe delete and it's gone. Now we can go in and say, okay, that took a little too long for our actual animation. So let's go back. So we have our swipe and it should be much quicker. So we can even go even further. Let's do that again. And let's go to 200 milliseconds because I think once you delete something, it should be pretty instantaneous. So let's go through that animation. Boom, that's beautiful. I'm going to delete that and it's gone. So, I mean, we could probably even trim that down a bit more, but let's do it one more time. Let me see what it looks like. Nice. Slide, delete, and everything kind of pushes its way back up. So this is a great way for you to prototype different types of animations in the application that you may have. With Smart Animate, you don't even need to leave Figma. You can just create pages of different types of interactions. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go ahead and create one massive prototype with all these different like animations and micro interactions. Don't go ahead and do that. It's going to take you so long to just put together. And I mean, if you change one thing, then you may have to go back and rework. What I typically do is if I have like an interaction just like this that I want to showcase, I'll make a new page for it and I'll just stick to this one page and I'll have whatever screens I need and different variations of those screens in order for me to actually go ahead and present that to whoever I'm presenting it to, whether that be the product team I'm on, whether that be clients. Keep things separated, keep them clean. Don't go out making crazy animations like that. In our next video, I'm going to show you how I applied Smart Animate to that other app I built over here. So I'll show you all the different things that I did to kind of put this together and make things look really realistic in terms of motion and animation. So stay tuned. Let's jump into our next video and I'll show you how I did that. Hey everyone and welcome back. So in our last video, I went over just a couple of really rough prototypes and just showcasing how Smart Animate can work in a couple different scenarios. both with matching layers and using separate animations, or just using Smart Animate altogether. So I want to just showcase how I've built this little application out, and maybe it'll give you some inspiration for our project. I mean, you'll get these files, and what I would do is the files that you've started to create and I just like visually explore with in terms of like the high fidelity designs we're creating for Habitual, go ahead and put those together. Start making interactions, start thinking about like different screen transitions and stuff like that. I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of fun with this kind of stuff because it really brings your prototypes to life. So let's jump right in. So I have a couple of similar screens here. I have this kind of primary nav. Let's actually just jump out of the prototyping view. I have this kind of secondary nav up here, and you can see there's portrait, there's nature, there's architecture, and I've created different screens for that. So I have nature over here, I have architecture, and this is the architecture screen, this is the nature screen. So this is just an app for photos that I just put together really, really quickly. And what's going to happen here is when I swipe through here, there's going to be a little animation that happens there, but also the content's going to change in a really nice way. Let's go over here. So let's click our prototype tab. And what I have selected here is I just have a smart animation. So we're not changing anything in the screen, like we're not having any screen transitions. What I am having though, is I'm making sure that when I click this button, or this text, it's going to slide over. So it's going to capture that movement and it's going to capture the fill. So it's going to turn to a dark black. I mean, I don't think you get darker than black, but it's going to turn to a black. And the images, they're all going to stay in the same place, but we're going to change the fill of the images. So we're going to have a nice transition with that. And that's the same thing with architecture as well. So we're gonna have that nice little animation that's going to happen up here, and it's going to have just the feedback for the fill, just sort of the pictures over here. They're gonna change to architecture. So that is one of the main interactions that we prototype over here. And let's go take a look at what that looks like. Let's just select our device. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to scale to fit so we can see everything. So we got the nice movement, we get the nice fill. Beautiful. So if we just click that, I've set it so if I just click, I go back. If we really wanted to kind of animate it to the best possible thing that we can, we would just use like a drag. We could do that as well and just kind of like hijack that horizontal scroll. So that way nature just stops over there on the next screen. So it's another possibility, but it's just nice and subtle. Users get the feedback they need for each transition, and there's good animation over here in terms of just the duration of the fill. So I really like that. I'm going to show you another interaction. So what we have here as well is when a user clicks on an image, I don't just want that to be instantaneous. I want to smart animate right to that image. So I wanted to kind of take up the whole screen. All the other layers will just be removed. These will be new layers. And I want to see that feedback of that transition of the image going to the very top of the screen. So these, as you can tell, they are rectangle 2 and rectangle 2, and they are both named the exact same. And this should just animate to the top, and the rest of the content will appear gradually. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I click on this, so all the rest of the content just dissolves in, and I have everything there. So let's take a look at what that looks like again. So if I click home and I go back, I mean, we could actually place a back button here too to do the same thing. So that's really nice. I mean, it's not too fast. So I have 400 milliseconds on the actual duration, and I have an ease in and out. So that means it's going to take its time going in, and it's going to take its time kind of coming out. So I mean, when it starts the animation, when it ends the animation, it's going to have a nice like in and out, and it's not going to be too abrupt. So let's take a look at what that looks like one more time. Really beautiful. Boom. Okay. I have another smart animation. I've done it on a drag. So what's going to happen here is when the user drags on these similar photos, I want to go to this screen. Now we could hypothetically just have a horizontal scroll on these, but we could hijack the scroll like we've done here and it will show a new set of items. And I'll show you what that looks like. I've done the exact same thing. I've on-dragged it. As you can see, the frame is bleeding off of the main mobile frame. You can see it over here. So if I just kind of bring that, So it's very interesting how that's not working properly. But so when I actually slide this, it's going to drag to this again. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So I can see it looks really nice. I bring that back and I can slide it back. So it's just going back between screens now. But the great thing about this is with a horizontal scroll, you can't really stop it nicely. This kind of just hijacks that scroll and puts it in place. So that's a great way to show off that type of animation. Like these are great for working closely with developers because they'll be able to see how things are supposed to work. Because with a horizontal scroll, you'll never catch something like this. So if it's beyond 50% of the space of the width, then it should automatically slide like that. If it isn't, then it shouldn't. So that's something really, really interesting in terms of a little animation that we made there. Now, another one is a subtle animation with the heart. So what I've done is I've created another screen with that heart fill. And when I click that, it's just going to smart animate. It's going to be very subtle and the fill is going to change there. And it will also pop a little GIF that I've created. Sorry, it's a little pixelated, but I've created this in Figmotion, which is a plugin for Figma. And we're going to get into micro interactions in our next lesson. But I want to give you a sneak peek of what we can kind of do here. Because micro interactions are a form of animation and they use motion. So we're going to get into that as well. But so clicking this little heart here is a micro interaction. Same with like interacting with this type of nav. So I'm going to click this and it's going to fill the heart and it's going to pop this little notification ball that's going to bounce up and down. So I'm keeping my animations very, very subtle, but I'm also kind of adhering to all those rules we talked about. Things about state transition. So like we've seen with moving between these different types of navigation items and also moving from this screen to this screen. So beautiful state transitions. We also have visual cues. So this is going to be a visual cue in terms of clicking this heart and getting that feedback. That's also a part of visual feedback as well. So when I click this, I'm going to get great feedback. And another cue over here is this little notification that's going to pop up. So let's take a look at what this whole prototype looks like from here onward. So I can see I can click that. So very nice. And we have our little tiny subtle animation bouncing in the background, letting users know, hey, click me. I have something for you to look at. So let's remove that. And it's gone. And it's there. So really nice, really subtle that it's not instantaneous. It doesn't look really like jumbled or anything like that. So that is a way that you can use Smart Animate to just make certain interactions look really nice, bring your prototypes to life, and just to showcase what you're thinking as a designer. I know it can be really tough with animations, and I think up until this point, jumping between so many different plugins, jumping between different applications, Figma has really found something amazing here. They have something really special with the way you can just smart animate and create these different screen transitions within the same product. In our next lesson, we're gonna jump right into micro interactions. And I'm gonna get to what they are. I'm gonna talk about why they're so important, and we're gonna create our own. So go out there, have some fun with like creating these smart animations with your own examples in terms of like, you can use this if you want, you can create your own app, but I urge you to use the app that we're building as a way that we can create just different interactions like that and, you know, just work on different screen transitions and different transitions in general. So go out there and have some fun. Our next lesson, we're going to learn about micro interactions. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are going to be talking about something super exciting. I know we talked about motion, and micro interactions are next. Micro interactions are so important, and they involve a lot of motion. Sometimes they are very subtle. Usually they are very subtle, but micro interactions are very fun, and I'm going to show you what they are and why they're so important. And we're going to jump into how we're going to create some of our own. So let's jump right in. So this is a micro interaction over here, just pulling to refresh and something is happening. Even just the interaction between this slider is a micro interaction. So let me show you exactly what they are. So what is a micro interaction? Despite being small, micro interactions have the power to make that experience, much more effective and human. So let's take a look at the definition. Now, if I had to define micro interactions, I would say that they're contained product moments that are meant for a single use case. And those little moments are a large part of all of our interactions daily. I mean, we need to think about the different things that we actually interact with. So, maybe every time you set your alarm, the sliding back and forth that is happening over here is a micro interaction. How about checking your notifications? That little pop-up that may pop up when you have a notification in whatever app you're using is a micro interaction. What about adding to your cart? If I was buying something at a store, that is an interaction. That click, the feedback that you get over there and what's happening on the screen. So those are all little micro interactions. Micro interactions do a great job at communicating the tone of your brand. This can go on to be part of your brand's signature moments. I mean, one thing that I think about when I think about a brand that uses micro interactions to communicate their tone, I think Facebook. I know this is an example, it's kind of overused, but the Facebook reactions are amazing. I mean, it kind of cracks me up. They're really great. The little subtle animations when you click them, when you interact and hover over them to select whether you like or you love something or you're angry at something. These little things, they all communicate the tone of the overall Facebook brand. And I really can't think of Facebook without these anymore, to be honest. So a micro interaction has structure. And I know it kind of sounds weird. I mean, like you think, oh, they're just kind of like a little animation or something, but they actually do have structure. And it came from Dan Steffer's book, Micro Interactions, Designing with Details. So in order to create an effective micro interaction, there are 4 essential parts. The first one is trigger. The second one is rules. Then there is feedback, and then modes and loops. So let's talk about that. The first one being trigger. So we've seen this one already, but a trigger this is what starts the micro interaction. It can be like user initiated. So in this case, user is actually just kind of swiping through something and there is some sort of feedback happening there. Or if I click a button and there's a check mark, or if I pull to refresh. So those are all user triggered. But they can also be initiated by a product. So that could be like a user getting a notification. So over here, like if I were to click something in the nav, or if I were to click something and I get like a little maybe notification bubble, that is system initiated. These little clicks are all user initiated though. So if we were to think of a little kind of bubble that would pop up, or if these animations were to be happening when they want to get the user's feedback, that is a micro interaction. And that is a trigger, like this. So we see a little notification bubble. That is just a great example of what a system triggered micro interaction looks like. The second one is rules. So this is the second piece of our structure over here. And these really determine how micro interactions respond to a trigger, while also defining what happens during that interaction. So I know I have an example here, but generally a rule isn't really seen by the user. they're kind of the things that are happening in the background. So when I click on this, this needs to fill. There needs to be a little kind of ball underneath here to replace the text. Those are just the rules. The actual interaction that's happening, that isn't necessarily the rule that is laid out, but that's just an example of what a rule could be. The third is feedback. So this tells the user what is actually happening during a micro interaction. So think about like inputting something that is invalid in an input field or having a successful input field. Something is happening here. I can see when I click, the outline of the input is showing. So that is giving me feedback that I am clicking. The caret is flickering, showing me that I need to actually enter something. And when I enter something wrong, I'm getting actual error feedback or success feedback. The next is loops and modes. These are kind of like the meta rules of a micro interaction and how it changes when it's used. Like sometimes micro interactions won't necessarily change. A good example is if you enter a password and a Google Chrome has saved your password, that is like a micro interaction for kind of saving passwords and entering passwords over and over again. And it changes over time based off of like the sites you visit and the data it collects. Another example I have here is what happens if I'm talking to somebody and I'm inputting some text here and it kind of pre-fills the types of words that I've already said in the past or the sentences I've already said in the past, and allows me to kind of, interact much more easily based off of like past conversations. So that is an example of loops and modes. So understanding the structure of micro interactions allows you to really design ones that make a difference. But not every element can be a micro interaction. I mean, there's a lot that can be, and I'll go through some examples. Scroll bars are definitely a micro interaction. They use triggers, visual feedback to see the user kind of changing the location of the page. So that is a scroll bar. That is visual feedback of what is happening. So that is a micro interaction. Generally, elements that aren't a micro interaction are static elements. Static elements that are always static are not part of a micro interaction. Flows that have multiple actions are also not necessarily part of a micro interaction. So just keep that in mind. I'll get into that in a little more detail. Alarms are micro interactions, so they are triggered by the system. They can also be triggered by the user. So right here, a system is giving feedback that the user needs to get out of bed and walk away for something to happen here. So I'm guessing the alarm is really, really loud. So that is a micro interaction based off of a system trigger. Now buttons can be part of micro interactions sometimes. So if there is no feedback when a user clicks a button, then there really is no micro interaction. So if I click a button and nothing happens to that button, that's not a micro interaction. But if I click this button, you can see that the actual state changes and other things will pop up within this realm. That is a micro interaction. Things don't necessarily need to pop up, but you can see that just a state change on the button. What about pull to refresh? Now this is a micro interaction. The user triggers this and they get visual feedback to that user action. So I'm swiping down to get more data. There is a feedback of the loader, and that is a micro interaction. Now swiping animations are also micro interactions. So if I'm swiping, in this case through movies, that is a micro interaction. Users trigger this, they get feedback, and that user has swiped an element. What about notifications? Those are also micro interactions. So a system triggers a notification, it pops up. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to do this, but if it pops up here, that is a micro interaction. And it provides the user with feedback of a new notification. Now there are other examples of what like micro interactions can be and what they can't be. An example is a video player. So if we go back to thinking about a button, a video player has buttons, but an entire video player is not a micro interaction. The buttons within the video player, however, are. If you're adjusting the volume, that is a tiny micro interaction. If you're pressing play on the video player, that is a micro interaction. The video player itself, not so much. Even GIFs. GIFs aren't micro interactions. Those are just kind of images on loop, and they don't necessarily adhere to system triggered or user triggered behaviors. So those wouldn't be micro interactions as well. But all these different elements can be made into micro interactions if they are either triggered by the user, triggered by the system, and give a visual feedback to what is happening. So remember, they need to follow that structure. And that's it for what are micro interactions. So in our last video, we went over what exactly is a micro interaction and the structure of a micro interaction. Now, I know that was kind of really in depth, but it's super important for us to understand how we can create really great micro interactions. Making good micro interactions can really push our product over the edge. So let's talk about why they're so important. I think we kind of already have an understanding, but let's get into this. So micro interactions don't usually get a lot of attention during just a design process. They seem like these little small details of a broader, much larger experience. Those details have a big impact on the type of product that you are building. It doesn't matter what type of product. I mean, it just has a large impact and it gives your users a good impression of your product. That's why, in a nutshell, why they're so important. Now, in most cases, the difference between products that we really like and products that we don't really like, I think it comes down to just the polish and quality of those micro interactions. It's essential that we put a lot of focus on designing those small moments because they really make up a lot of the app. I know that sounds weird, but think about if Facebook didn't have those little animated reactions. Think about if we had bad transitions between deleting cards and stuff like that, and things were happening instantaneously. I mean, this goes way back to motion in general. Now, it's so important that we create those really great small moments that make your app much easier to use and much more delightful to use. So the biggest thing is that they provide so much feedback to our users. Now, think about it. Your product should be intuitive no matter what. I mean, it's no excuse. It should be intuitive. But this is what we should always strive for. So micro interactions are something that you can achieve with this, just providing feedback in general. So the biggest thing to consider is the user's journey when we're designing for providing good feedback. Now, if a user is, in the middle of a payment process or something like that, could you imagine if they didn't get any feedback whatsoever? That would be pretty bad. I mean, we need to look for places where the user might need that feedback and reassurance. And this is especially a place that a user needs that. Think about sending and transferring money, more complicated things like that. Imagine like I said, if a user didn't get that success or that confirmation, that would be pretty jarring as an experience. And I personally would be confused. I would be a little concerned. I would probably try and contact their customer service line. I would really want to know where my money went and if the payment was successful. So this is really important just in general for your product. It cuts down a lot of costs when not having to talk to users because you're giving them the right amount of feedback. You're making your application much more intuitive. They also help prevent errors. Now, helping users deal with error states is a common UX practice, but it's much better when we kind of prevent those kind of errors from happening in the first place. So when I'm thinking here, what happens if we kind of have inline validation? When we think like this, we can create products that keep users in control of their own experience. So when a user signs up to a new product or service, they often have to enter a password or a username. And generally once they hit submit, then they're hit with all the errors at once. Now that's bad UX. What we should do is we can easily handle this with inline validation. We talked about this within forms. We talked about this just in general, this is just good UX. So this is coming back again, and this is a micro interaction in and of itself. So having the inline validation while it's happening instead of actually forcing the user to click submit or next is really helpful. But it's also helpful in the state of thinking about undo. Sometimes we make mistakes and click things accidentally, and your product should always make it easier for users to kind of go back and undo that action that they did in the first place. With micro interactions, they really help communicate that state within this kind of like component over here. And it really helps to suggest that further action is kind of possible. So let's think about what's happening here. The user clicks that, they click like a submit button, and then they can undo with that line of text. So mistakes happen all the time, and just incorporating something like that could really help. Now let's think about seamless experiences. Micro interactions can really make seamless interactions and experiences. The less effort a user needs to invest in an interaction, the better usability of the product. Now, this is why we kind of strive for that seamless design that we always want. We don't want users to put too much effort into doing the tasks that we want them to do. Micro interactions can really help here. When I think about that, I think about like swipe interactions. We don't want users to like tap on these little areas. We want them to be able to just effortlessly slide throughout and make the app so easy to use. Swiping allows the user to easily move throughout the list instead of constantly tapping. So like I said, so much more easier. But also another example is just pulling to refresh. This is an excellent example of a micro interaction that is triggered by the user. I mentioned this before in the last video, but this also allows users to kind of pull down a list of items to receive more information, whether that be like emails, more posts, images, you name it, anything. It makes the experience of browsing much more smoother. Can you imagine if we didn't have a pull to refresh? I couldn't really think of a design pattern that would really help. You could have just like a refresh button, but that would be kind of weird. With a pull to refresh, all you have to really do is just pull the screen down and everything just kind of happens on its own. So making that app much more easier to use. The next is encouraging engagement. Now, using emotion in design in general makes it possible to form a better connection with your users. That's just fact. Animated feedback works really well here. Like think about a heart animation when somebody likes something, or maybe like a confetti pop, what I have over here when somebody does something like a task that you want them to do, whether they cleared their whole inbox. I know that's hard for some people, but also in this instance, it's something really big, like you have been chosen for the job. Like that is huge, and we want to celebrate those little moments for people. Like I said, it could be something as simple as clearing your inbox to something much more bigger and much more celebratory, like getting a job that you wanted. So this really helps encourage engagement because it's really possible to achieve a better result when a user achieves important goals or finishes a task. And these moments can really be reinforced with these micro interactions. And by doing this, you're creating that sense of achievement and can make that little moment a bit more special. So that's what we're aiming for. And that's what I'm trying to get at is you can use these little kind of micro interactions, these little animations to really bring users back into your product, keep them excited about your product, get them just really loving your product overall. Now, I'm not saying we should have confetti pops everywhere, but just choose accordingly, and it's got to match your brand as well. And that's the next thing. They can really help communicate the tone of your brand. Big surprise, we got Facebook reactions here again, but micro interactions should always have a purpose, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to capture your brand. So the last slide, I talked about encouraging engagement, and confetti pops may not be for every single product. They may not be suitable for that, but we need to think about our brand, and micro interactions can really align with our brand and help even communicate it further. So if your brand's tone is fun and colorful and joyful, it's okay to try and recreate that within your micro interactions. This only works if it matches your branding. So think about these different tips about creating just better micro interactions and why they're so important, because these kind of form the basis of just how we create micro interactions in general and what we're thinking about when we actually go and plan them out. So in our next video, we're actually going to jump in and create some small micro interactions with Figma's Smart Animate, and then we'll create our own animation with Figmotion. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what we're gonna do today for this little kind of video, we are going to actually prototype some micro interactions for our navigation. So if you remember, we were working on some visual style exploration, and this is where we kind of left off in terms of our home screen. Now I'm actually going to just delete everything here, and I'm gonna just keep our nav. I think that's a good place to start for our nav anyways. We're gonna just bring that up. And what I wanna do here is, let's actually take our nav out. I'm gonna just duplicate it. I'm gonna just work on the nav right here for now. So let's just hide that. Let's bring this color. Okay, I'm going to just detach that, grab that, and okay. So we have our little nav, and for the sake of this little test, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bump this all the way up to, I think 100 is going to be fine. I'm going to bring them up, and this is going to be our nav to work with. So what I want to do is I want to create a couple of different interactions here. I mean, I know we're on mobile, but I want to show some hover interactions as well, some clicking interactions, just different examples of things we can do and what's in the realm of possibility. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select my text tool, and I'm going to just write something. I'm going to write home. Let me just detach that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do, that's a little too big. So we got home. Perfect. Let's just change to 100%. So I have home over here, and I'm going to actually make that a frame and just call it home. Let's delete our other frame there. So we're going to call that home, and that I want to have pop in over there. So I'm just going to leave that there for now. So this is just going to be just an auto layout. We got home in there. Perfect. Let's keep that centered. I'm going to create another one, and another one, and another one. Perfect. So this one is going to be wish list. This one is going to be orders. And this one's going to be cart. Okay, let's rename each frame. This is important, so we keep things in order. So we got all our different, just copy in general. What else can we do here? We can make copies of these. Actually, let's keep it like that for now. Let's just prototype quickly what we got here. So what we're gonna do is on a hover, we're gonna go like that. Weird. Okay, let's do on hover. I'm going to open an overlay, and that overlay is going to be home. And we can select how we want to feature that. I mean, that can show up right there. That's a little perfect. So we got home. That's what's going to happen on hover. And that is going to be a dissolve. That's okay. Let's see what that looks like actually. So what I want to do is I want to just, do you see that is a micro interaction? We're going to hover, boom, hover, gone. So really nice feedback we're getting there. Just changing the background color, and we're going to do that for everything else as well. So on hover, we are going to, let's just do, while hovering, we're going to do that, dissolve. We're going to navigate, open overlay. We are going to keep that to manual, and 8 pixels just below and centered. So we're going to do that, and let's do that for this one as well. So what we're creating here is just a very simple micro interaction on hovering. let's do that. So we got 8 pixels, and let's finally do it for cart as well. So we got on click, while hovering, open overlay, custom or manual. So you can center it out, overlay any which way you want. I'm doing manual because I want it to be perfectly centered. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get it perfectly centered, but. Okay, let's take a look at our micro interaction. That's looking sharp. I really love it. So that is a micro interaction. Let's see if we can bump that up. That's really wide, but it's all right. So we got our wish list, our home, our orders, and our cart. Now, what we can try and do is we can actually make the actual icons come in and darken. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also, so there's a couple ways we can actually do this. So I'm going to just take all these and delete them. Delete the. Okay, so let's go back to design. So we're just going to set this up really nicely and quickly. We are going to make these a vertical, and I'm going to drop that in there. I'm going to drop that in there, and I'm going to drop that one in there. Oh no. Let's drop that. So as you can tell, what I'm doing is I'm just beautiful. And let's select all of these and make the spacing between items 8 pixels. So what happens is, perfect. They're all gonna turn black. And let's see what that animation will look like. So when I do that, what's going to happen is I'm going to have to just overlay that over my, okay, that's fine for now. Same thing over here. I want to bring that up. For some reason, it is not aligning, but that's okay. And I'm gonna bring this one up too. Nice, that's good. And this one I'm going to bring here. So let's click on that. Okay, so that one's perfect. Okay, so let's take a look at our micro interaction. So as you can tell, when we hover over, we're getting that nice little black overlay. It's a little shaky on these, but that's fine. And now we can see just the label as well. So that's really nice. In our next video, we're actually going to jump in and animate this search experience over here. We're going to work on the micro interaction for what happens when we actually click on this or even hover on it. So that is it for hovering on each navigation item. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are going to start working on this little search. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate that search button, and I'm actually going to just take this background, just expand it a bit. Let's see what that looks like. So what I'm going to do is on hover, just going to click that. So on, where is hovering? While hovering, open overlay. Let's see what that looks like. So that's not matched up properly. So what we're going to do is we're going to manually do it. Oh, there we go. So we have a little kind of hover interaction. Let's bring that up in size. So we have a nice little, now this interaction isn't perfect, but we are still kind of showcasing what would happen if we had to hover. It would just grow in size. So that's really cool. And what we're going to do next We are going to take this frame. We're going to duplicate it down here. We're going to take this out. Let's actually go and search for an icon. So I'm going to go to feather icons. Perfect. I'm searching for an X. Beautiful. So we got our X over here. Just going to change that to white, and I'm going to copy that, throw that in there. Let's delete search. We'll have our X. So what's going to happen is on this overlay, because we're going to be hovering on it, and the only way to click it is going to be to actually click the overlay. So while we click on this overlay, so let me just make that frame a little bit larger. So let's go to prototype again. So on click, we are going to navigate to this second nav. Let's see what this looks like. So we're going to dissolve. We can actually just smart animate. So let's see what that looks like. So we got to fix that. Let's do that again. Okay, so this should, perfect. This will not have anything on it. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. Let's restart it, pressing R. And then we have an X. All together into a larger interaction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press F, and I'm going to get just a screen over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this nav. Let's go back to our design tab because it's near impossible. Okay, so we have that there. Perfect. And let's see what this looks like. Nice. So when I click this, it will navigate to this screen and delete that. Okay, so a prototype. And so when I click on this, it's actually going to go to the screen and everything should smart animate. This should swap. Perfect, perfect. Now what I want to do is let's think about an overlay. So we can do a couple of different things here. We can actually keep this out of this frame. We can remove this. Actually, you know what? We're going to need that because we can't have more than one thing at a time, but let's just create this. This is going to be, let's create like a background color. So I'm going to make like an overlay for search. It's not going to be anything final or anything, but I want to create something pretty cool here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. I'm going to just make like a rounded corners for this card. And who knows, like this could pop like a search up. And we can have a search form input, and that can be right there. We can even just steal this icon, putting something really quickly together. Okay, this is going to be rounded as well. And we need some text that just says search. So I know that a lot of these interactions aren't really viable. I mean, hover isn't viable on mobile, but we can start playing around with the cool things that we wouldn't normally think about. And when we're working on desktop and stuff like that, we will definitely be working with hover. So it's good to think about that. So what do we got here? What do we got? I'm going to show you something pretty cool. So we're going to smart animate. This is actually going to be in here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to let's see if it works the way I want it to work. So when I click this and when I click this, we're just actually going to go back to this screen. So prototype, we are going to go back here, unclick, navigate to a smart animate. Perfect. Let's see what we've put together here. Let's get a black background on this, just so we can see where we are. So we have all our different items. If I hover over the search, I can see that it will get larger. If I click, and I get an overlay. So that's pretty cool. If I close it, it goes away. So, I mean, you can create all these little micro interactions, incorporate motion into them to create like little types of experiences like that. Like this is probably not a good search experience just because we don't have like an actual search bar. But if you wanted to kind of create an overlay, I can imagine this working really well for something like cart, where it may not be a whole page. It may just be like a little overlay that shows your cart items. So think about all the different ways you can incorporate that. Like this is pretty awesome. I love it. I think that's a pretty cool way to create a micro interaction there. So something is happening over here. Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty cool. Now, like I said, that may not be the best interaction for search, but I thought it was pretty interesting because you could just like pop a modal and having the search like turn into an X is pretty cool little micro interaction. You get that nice little feedback after you've clicked it. So I think cart is another kind of a good candidate for something like that, where you would just pop an overlay and it would have like cart items. Apply that structure to micro interactions, you know, trigger, rules, feedback, and modes and loops. So that way, when users go back and use the interaction, I mean, it's just very seamless. It's very good in the sense that this one's triggered by a user. It is giving me feedback. The rules behind the scenes are that if I click on this, I will hide and show. I will get the feedback that something's happened. These are individual micro interactions. I am seeing the different item. I'm noticing that the color change. And in terms of modes and loops, in this case, it may change in terms of like, if I have something in the cart, it'll change, or if I've searched in the past, we may have type ahead like previous searches or saved searches. That could apply to the micro interaction. So apply all those rules I spoke about earlier. Remember those tips just about motion in general, and you're well on your way to creating beautiful, seamless experiences. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So last time we talked about just micro interactions around like hovering, clicking, and sometimes I like to actually make just animations for great feedback. And one example of that is you saw my little kind of animation of my bouncing ball, this little notification bubble that was bouncing on a heart. And I thought that was really cool. And I think we should probably recreate that for our own project, maybe like a little bouncing ball for our cart, something like that. Now, there are different ways to create that. You can go really simple. What I did for something like this was much more in depth. If we think about motion in general and animation in general, it must follow the laws of gravity. So what that means is if we think about how a ball bounces up and down, let me just create a circle because I don't really want to mess with that frame over here because this is where our animation is actually. So I'll show you how that works. But the one way we can think about like just gravity in general, when we think about a ball, when a ball hits the ground, what happens to it? It doesn't just look like this. When it hits the ground, it kind of squishes just a bit. You don't see it. It may not squish that much. It may just like shrink just a little bit like that, but it still does. And when a ball propels itself upward, it stretches depending on how fast it's going. So if we're thinking about something like a really squishy ball, that's how it would look due to gravity and velocity and all different factors due to physics. So what will happen is if it bounces up and then reaches just like the max height it can go, it will start to just recede and return to normal. And then after, pause in the top and then start dropping down and then hit the ground like that. And then same thing. And then over time, it will gradually stop bouncing, hopefully. Now, we need to apply that to our animation. So let's just delete that. Now, there are different ways we can go about doing that. We can make something really simple, just something like moving up and down. And I'm going to show you how to create something really simple like that. And then I'll show you an example of what I created that followed all the laws of physics and just gravity in general. So let me jump right in. I have a little frame here called notification. And within that frame, I have a little layer, not original naming, but I have a little layer that is going to act as our notification bubble. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a plugin, a very special plugin that is, and it is called Figmotion. And here it is. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my plugins, go to Figmotion and open Figmotion. And it's going to open up like an overlaid window. There it is. And you'll see our layers within that frame. There's only one layer. Now, let me just give you a little walk around on what Figmotion is. There's a timeline. If you've ever used something like After Effects or Premiere Pro or anything like that, ScreenFlow, they all have timelines. Now, you can animate all these different properties like the X, Y coordinates, width, height, all that kind of stuff. And you can animate it based off of keyframes. So these are in 100 millisecond increments. And that is basically it. What you want to do is you want to set like a keyframe and then go ahead and you can set another keyframe. And when you click into something like that, you can adjust it. So this will move on the X axis and this will move on the Y axis. Now, when you're done, you can actually just play and it will show you what's happening over there. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to give you an example. So if I were to just look at this, I'm going to remove these and I'm going to select that, the Y. I want to move it up and down. And if we play, we'll see that it moves down. That's a terrible animation, but you can see that we can start creating much more complex animations from something like this. So let's jump right in. I'll show you a couple of little tricks that you can do along the way and what happens after you're done exporting it. I'm going to create something really, really simple. I'm going to bring that down. I'm going to update my layers because any changes over here will not be updated here unless you update them manually. So I'm just going to start at 0 and I'm just going to, it doesn't really matter. Like you can select just different points in time. So I'm just going to select 200 milliseconds and I'm going to select another keyframe. And what I can do here is I can go into this and I'm going to type, how about just 20? And you can see what type of animation. So I don't like doing linear. We can do custom if we wanted to. And it'll give us like a little graph. And we can play with that if we wanted to. But if you didn't feel like actually working with a custom, just the easing, you can just select ease in, ease out, ease in and out. So for this animation, I am moving upwards. Let's check what ease out looks like. So we're gonna play. So that was really quick. So let's just see what the animation looks like. So you can see it's pretty abrupt and then it slows down. Now, if we use something like ease in, so it was very, very slow to move, and then it gradually got just faster as it moved in and out. So we can just do ease in and out because if we're thinking about gravity at the most basic sense, we can do that. Okay, so what I'm just gonna do, I'm gonna go to 1 second. So it's going to take 1 second to get from top to bottom, but I'm gonna make sure this is much larger in space. So let's even go even further. Let's do 10. Okay, so that looks good. So if we play that, you see how it eased in and out? So it was kind of like it was slowly moving upward. Then when it got to the top, it was slower. Now, when we come back down, let's scroll all the way to the side. So I'm going to go all the way to 2 seconds. Actually, at the top, I may just wait. So I may wait for like just a bit. And when I get up here, I'm going to select, we're just going to stay. We're going to just stay ease in and out. We're not going to move. And then we are going to go to 2.2 seconds, which is over here. And we're going to go all the way back down. So what I need to do is I need to select my Y coordinates. And I'm going to see the original. I'm just going to select that. And I'm going to paste that within here. And when I think about actually like something dropping, it's going to ease out. Actually, it's going to ease into it, and then it's going to drop really quick. So let's see how that looks. So up, down. Sometimes you just have to fiddle with these to get the right, just the right animation. See, I didn't like that one. You saw how it slowed down at the end. That makes no sense in terms of gravity. So I'm thinking like, you know, when you hold, you get up to the top, hold, and down. Okay, so we can now start to fine tune this a bit. Maybe that hold is only just there. Maybe we start bringing it in a bit more. So we got at 700 milliseconds, and we can do like a half millisecond hold. And then we will go to 13. The drop should be maybe a little more quicker. So I'm gonna go grab that keyframe. I'm gonna drag it all back. The only problem is this doesn't have a way to zoom in and out and grab keyframes, like just dragging and just drag to select, which kind of isn't the best, but this is great just working within Figma. So there we go. We have like a little animation going. Now we can even go a little bit further if we think about, so this is more linear. Now I'm just gonna exit out of Figmotion. So we have a little animation here. Now let's take a look at this one. Where is Figmotion? All the way right there. Now we're at 0. You can see all the different types of keyframes I have in here just to get it right. And as you can tell, I've created like a little bounce. So it's gonna squish and propel itself forward or upward, stop, return back to normal size, and propel itself downward. And it's going to shrink in width and look much more elongated. And it's gonna hit the ground again. It's gonna shrink, and it's going to do the same thing. But this time, if you notice, when it reached that top height and then came down for the second bounce, we've lost a little bit of speed. We've lost a little bit of force. And we're not going to jump as high this time. We're not going to bounce as high. We're going to bounce just a little bit and then just a smidge. Let's see what the ending of this looks like. So just a smidge. And then we're just going to hold. So that way, when we do create this loopable GIF, it's gonna hold for like a couple of seconds afterward before it bounces again. So it's not like crazy bouncing in the corner of your screen and people are gonna be really annoyed with it. So let's take a look. There it goes. And it's gonna hold, then it'll bounce again. Boom. So that's a quick little way to do it. I'm going to actually show you how to break this down just a little bit more and with this one in our next video. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are going to get into actually animating this a bit more, applying things like physics to it. One thing I just want to stress is when you're working with animations like this, they are time consuming. I mean, you can spend hours and hours perfecting these types of things, and you need to really gauge whether that's worth it for you. This may not be worth it for a version 1 of your product, but it's really cool once you actually have something like this. So be very mindful of your time in relation to what you're doing. Like, you can create crazy quick animations doing something like this. You can go ahead and create some very simple animations that don't take much time. Like if you want to show like a slider or like a loader, like you can easily show like a loader going from 0 to 100%, creating something like in Figmotion. And it wouldn't take you that much time in comparison to like making like bouncing balls and other more complex animations. So just keep that in mind when you are trying to figure out what you want to build in terms of an animation, and just take into account the time that's going to take. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole and not actually deliver anything. Let's jump right in. So I have my notification bubble over here selected. I'm going to go into Figmotion. There it is. So I think we have some pretty good timing right now. So it's going to jump up and down. Now what we can do is we can keep on we can make this animation a bit shorter now. Let's just see how that looks. Start from 0. I like it. Okay, and then when it comes back down, it's going to just stop at like 9. Let's just drag that over. So that pause at the top was a little awkward. Okay, we can even bring in that drop just a bit more. Okay, so we have our basic drop here. Now what I want to do is we're going to have to work with like just width and height as well. Best way to do this. So if we were to start at say like 1, and before we get there with our width, maybe we'll so let's see what that looks like. So so 17 is our normal width. Okay. So we can, this is my only gripe with Figmotion is like I can't drag multiple keyframes, and it's such a pain to actually get that to work properly. So this can be at 17, and this will not be a linear. We'll just do ease in and out. Let's see what happens. So it's gonna boom. So I wanted to, let me see what it's gonna look. So it's gonna go to 17. So this is obviously like you just need to figure out what's going to work for you. Okay, so our height needs to be different as well. We will drop down to 15. I think that's fine. So 15. And then when it's going up, we are going to hit another keyframe here. So I'm just going to show you how to get this started. So for our height, we are probably going to, so it was at 17. Now we can kind of just, we can go to like maybe 18. So it's like a gradual thing. So boom. You see how that starts to come together? Boom. So I squish. So that squish is a little too much over there. So squish. And really that's where we're gonna start seeing some more change. So we can bring things in a little bit more. And that looks pretty nice. And like right when we get to that top, what we want to do is actually, so let me just change that. And what we want to do is when we get to this top portion, we want our width and our height to just return back to normal. So we're at 17 here. I think we were at 17 here as well. So that's good. We can actually drag that. That's just going to stay there. We want our height to go back to normal. So we're going to go back to 17. We want to make that ease in and out. So we're going to be like, boom, and then drop. And when we drop, that's when we go back to squishing it a bit. So look at that. That looks actually really cool. So let's go ahead and do that again. So when we get to the top, what we're going to do, so that's when the drop happens. Right there. So I'm just going to set this keyframe over here. I'm going to set this height keyframe. So it's just going to persist at 17 across these blue lines. So the ball is staying normal. Now what's going to happen is, so actually, let's just put it over around here. So it matches when that drop is going to start happening. And then we can start messing with the height. Now the height is going to stretch again. So it's gonna, and when it hits there, it's gonna shrink. So let's do it an ease in and out. Sorry. This is where it should probably be. So do you see how it gradually picks up speed from the top as it's going downward? So it's picking up speed. We can even, like, if we wanted to, we can even make it skinnier. Let's do ease in and out. Beautiful. So it's going to shrink. And then when it gets to there, it's going to be kind of instantaneous. You know, at the top, when we got to the top, we like gradually got from like something that was more skinnier to something that was much more normal over here. So what do we get? We went from 17. What do we have over here? So we're at 18 in height. Like we could have even went 19 in height. So let's take a look. Perfect. So when we're at there, we can just go to the top. And once we hit that bottom, I want to start to actually, so I'm just gonna boom, boom. So those are gonna stay stagnant and we're gonna hit that bottom really hard. And let's see what it looks like. So we're gonna go back to 17. 17. We can do it, ease in and out just so it's a little smoother. And let's see what that looks like. So one thing you're noticing that is missing is when we do get here, our width should actually be like 15. Oh, no, sorry. Our width shouldn't be 15. Our width should be something like 19. Ugh. So it's squished, and the height should be something like, I don't know, 15. So this is just basically kind of getting you started. You can tell that I'm going to leave this animation for everyone, and you can just see that jump. Let's see, squish, up, losing momentum, and everything going back to normal, hold briefly, then everything gaining momentum and then spiraling downwards really quickly, much more faster than it went upwards. And when it hits the ground, squish. So you can just kind of copy this and gradually go lower. You don't have to. What you can do now is you can just kind of hold this and kind of loop a GIF together. What I would do next is you can either export it as CSS or a JSON file. What I usually do is I go and I click render, and you can choose whatever format. You can choose GIF and the frame rate and enable the loop, and you can set any transparency color if you want. If I have my frame with no transparency, and then once you render it, it will actually take some time to render in the background. There's a little percentage, and it'll give you an actual link where you can go and download it. So that's it for how to use Figmotion. I mean, you can make some really awesome animations, as you can see. Here's our render just playing out really nicely. And once you get that GIF, all you have to do is drag and drop that right into your file, and you have a GIF that you can use. Put it inside a frame, and you can use it as an overlay if you need to for like cart and anything else. So that's how you make an easy animation within Figmotion. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I know I've spent a lot of time talking about, components, styles, and all those different types of features that Figma offers, but they play a much larger important role when we're thinking about design systems. And I want to just talk briefly about what is a design system and why do we use one? So a lot of people give a different name to design systems. A lot of people like to call them UI toolkits, and that's okay. I mean, that's what they kind of are. A design system is more so involving your larger and broader team. Your development team is helping making those changes and implementing those systems that you've created. So what I want to show you is how I use a design system within Figma and why it's important. So this is a design system I've created for our client called Habitual. Now I've separated it into, if we look over to the left here, I've separated it into 3 different sections. Now, this isn't a full entire design system. There's much more you could possibly even add to this, but this is enough to definitely get you started and definitely get you creating a bunch of different pages. Now, what I've done here is there is this section called the foundation, which houses all the styles that we're going to use throughout the application, including certain components, which I'll get into. We have the components section. Think of the component section like a section of like atoms. And when you build up atoms, they create larger components. This section, which I call recipes. Now, the difference between all these different things is components will use the foundation, and recipes will be more complex components that use a bunch more components together. It may be a bunch of like cards together. It may be a bunch of like checkboxes. That's what I would call a recipe. And they also use things from the foundation to bring this all together. So let's get right into it. I'm going to show you some examples of foundation and components and recipes. In later videos, we'll go into how to create individual pieces for this design system. So your foundation will house things like colors, and these are your main styles. So these are the colors for the application. You can see that I've broken them into different sections, and if we go down to the right, we'll see all our local styles, and these are color styles. Let's get into actually typography. We have typography, and remember how we were creating that type system? This is just more fully fledged. We have different headings. You can see here. We have different text options. So body, large, small, regular, labels, hints, which are displayed over here on the right. And these are all different styles. I have icons, 24 pixel and 16 pixel variants. I have grids. Let's turn those on so you can see the different types of grids I'm using. Mostly these are just for the entire mobile screen. And all these are used just so we can actually start building components as well. So if I go over to the component section, I have avatars and different versions of avatars. You'll see that there is a base layer here, and I'll get into that later. There's different types of buttons that we will be using. There's cards over here, different types of cards that we have. Checkboxes. So as you can tell, there's so many different types of components that we're making and reusing. Even in our recipe section, if we take a look at something like cart, we have different types of cart lists. We have different types of like footers. So these types of things are definitely ways to implement your recipes. So in our next video, we're going to go over how to work with different types of elements in the foundation of your design system. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I want to get right into the foundation. So if you take a look at here, this is my color palette that I've built out. These types of things, we have to understand that, design systems will continue to evolve with feedback that we get from users, from overall feedback that we get from different types of stakeholders. And generally our product will evolve over time. But what I've done here, you can see that I have a primary color palette, which is like the primary yellow, and I have a yellow that is just like a 20% version. So I've basically created these sections, and I'll show you how I've even structured it. And you have this file as well. You'll see that I have these all in auto layout grids. You have a color row, and I have each individual color, and then text and the color. So even within the text, I have the name of the color, I have the hex value, and I have the actual color. Now, what I've done here is once I've picked a color, I'll go into my styles and I can create a new style if I want to. I have a bunch of styles here already, and you've seen me do that a bunch of times already. So this one is under the primary section. I've also given myself a couple of secondary colors if I need them, which are a blue, and a blue variant, kind of like the yellow, green, and a green variant, just like the yellow. One thing you don't want to do is give yourself way too many options. I'm not saying that I will use all these variants. It helps to kind of have them, especially when you're building out an interface. Now I'll show you how I'll use those in later videos. Another thing that I've done as well is I've given myself accent colors. Now, do I need them? Maybe. These accent colors will help us brighten different parts of the app. So if we want to build like an animation with like confetti, like we can use a lot of different colors like that. And I don't see myself using these colors in many other instances, but they're fun, playful colors that we can use if we need to just inject some of that into the application when we want to. And that's what I've done here. I've created all these different accent colors, and they're in my styles, my color styles over here. So you'll see I have my primary, secondary, I have my accents, and I have my user interface colors as well. Now, what are user interface colors? And I mean, you can name them whatever you'd like. I like to break these up into different sections because when I'm applying them to something, and I'll get into that as well, it's easier to pick that apart. So if I have like a background that is white, I'm going to use the background white style, not just the UI white style. If I have an icon that's white, I'll probably use the white UI style. If I have text that's white, I'll use the text white style. So that's definitely the reason why I've decided to break these out and duplicate them. That is just so that when we're using them, we have a lot more flexibility. Now, it might take a little bit more upfront work, but you'll have all these different styles to use, and you'll be able to easily swap out the ones that you intend to. Instead of swapping out one UI color and affecting everything, you'll be able to pinpoint, if I'm touching a button, I'll be able to just touch the text or the UI colors or the background colors if I wanted to. And I'll show you how that works. But what I've done here is I've taken out the grayscale palette and I've broken it into just different increments. So I have like a gray 100, which is basically like a black, gray 80, gray 60, gray 40, and so on. So this will give me a lot more to choose from when I'm using grayscale within our application. In the background, I've given myself a couple of different options, one being white and a nice little gray here. And in the text section here, I've given myself a bunch of different options. Now, when we spoke about accessibility, these colors may not be accessible and I may not use them. But yellow can be accessible if we're using it over like a dark black or like an image. So I've given myself that option if I ever need it. I've given myself definitely a green and red option for success and error colors when it comes to things like forms. And I've given myself a lot of variance in terms of grayscale because that is going to come in handy when we're trying to distinguish, like just create hierarchy within different text applications. So titles, subheadings, and so on. So when you're building out a color palette, or if you want to call this a color system, remember to give yourself enough variance. Not too much. You don't want to have like 20 different grays. I mean, that's going to muddy your design. But I've given myself, 5 variants of gray, and I probably use just the majority of the time for text, I'm using these 3. Black is when I maybe need something that's really, really dark, but I'll use mostly this to be my darkest, which is the gray 80. And if I want to create more hierarchy, I'll use something like a gray 60. Then once we get into the 40 and 20, we have a little bit of diminishing returns because we just have legibility issues. So this is how I've laid out my color system. And another thing is I've created it in a way where it just looks really nice. If you can see over here, everything is spaced out like 40 pixels between each other. Everything is, even the borders are all very nice and spaced out perfectly. So if you'll see if I change this to like 50, left and right will be closer. The horizontal spacing will tighten up, but I've decided to just use 80, obviously a multiple of our base unit, and I'll get into that next. So that is how I've actually laid out our colors system, and you'll notice that this is what it looks like when you're using your design system and when you're using it elsewhere in other files. So this is it. Hey, and welcome back. So I want to get into grids and spacing. Now, this is very important because it dictates how we space elements out, how we choose like different unit sizes. And what I've done here is I've used the 4 pixel grid and I'm using multiples of 8. So let's get right into it. So I've created different grids here and we've created them together in the past. And my mobile layout grid is just a regular 8-column grid. And let's take a look at what it looks like when we go to edit the styles. So we have an 8 count in terms of our columns. And I like using an 8-column grid just because on mobile, it gives us a lot of variance in terms of how we like display cards, especially our application. I think it's really card heavy. So we have different variants in terms of like larger cards, cards that bleed off in terms of horizontal fashion. We have cards that stack upon each other. This allows us to do 2 columns in terms of cards and a column, a larger column, and then something that bleeds off, which you'll see later. This is how I've set it up. Color, I just kind of use the standard color. I have an 8 count, type to stretch. Margin is set to 24 pixels. And my gutter is 16. So my margin over here is at 24 pixels, which is another multiple of 8. My gutter is 16, which is another multiple of 8. If we move over, I've created just a baseline grid. If you wanted to use that as well within your projects, you have the option to. This really helps just if you want to space things vertically. You don't have to necessarily use this just within the entire mobile screen. If you have like I'll show you how I would apply it sometimes. So if I've created a frame, maybe this is a card, and I go to my layout grid styles, which is right there. I can just apply it to a card, and now I have a different way to track my vertical spacing within this card. So there's another one. This is an 8 pixel grid. Let me just change the naming to that, to 8 pixels. So we have our 8 pixel grid, which is just a little bit larger. I prefer 4 pixel grids because, you know, there's a lot more variance within there. It gives you a lot more to work with. This is more of a preference thing. So still 8 pixel grid. We also have the 4 pixel grid combined with the mobile layout grid that we've created here. And I've done the same thing also for an 8 pixel baseline grid. So these are the baseline grids and the layout grids combined, and I'll show you what that looks like. So this is my style. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this little icon here that says edit style. And once I've done that, you can see what I have here. So if I go to edit the properties, you can see those are my rows. My rows is my baseline grid. And I have them set to auto count, type right from the top. I've changed the color just so I have a little bit more hierarchy within here so I can distinguish between both of them. I have a 4 pixel height, I have 0 offset, and a 4 pixel gutter. So that is how I've set up my spacing for this project. And like I said, this could change if this is a mobile app and, you know, if we were working in a responsive application, we may see many more variations. We may see like a desktop version. We'll probably see a tablet version. We'll probably see even an extra large desktop version. So keep that in mind. Don't just stick to one grid. You're probably gonna have variance if you have a responsive system. But this is going to really be what you base everything off of. You have your grid here and your spacing is based off of 8 pixels and increments of that. So this is grids and spacing. Hey everyone, welcome back. So one thing that we often forget about is something like our assets, like icons. Now, icons are very important. We created our own icons in this course, and we've also found different types of resources that give us a bunch of icons. And these icons are definitely based off of our feather icon resource, which you can find right here. So these icons are based off of that. And I've taken all the icons I need for this application, and I've broken them into 2 things. 2 different sizes, 24 pixel icons and 16 pixel icons. Now you may not need to, depending on how you set your icons up, you could just resize them if you really need to. But what I've done here is I've split them up just to make it easier for you. Now I've also included several filled versions. So I mean, if there's a heart, let's turn off our grid because each of these is on a grid. So if we take off our grid over here, we'll notice that we have like a heart that is filled, or like a zap icon, or just like a star. And this helps us really, like if we're creating interactions with icons and we need to fill them, this really helps. So you don't necessarily need like massive icon set with like 400 different icons. I personally use the icons that I'm going to use within the application. I may have a couple extras just in case, and that's totally fine. And you can continue just adding to this. This is my icon system right now, and I'll show you how I went in and built it. So I have different sections. This is how I've named them. I have outline, 24 pixel, and just that is where the artwork is within. And then I've actually, here, I will show you what I've done. So if I take this, let's just disconnect that. This is my icon. And I've just taken it and created it as a component. I've done Option Command K. I've named it whatever I want to name it. So I've been using this naming convention for my icons just to split them up between 24 pixels and 16 pixels. And now whenever I want to use it, if I go into my assets section, you'll see that I have it split up over here. Let's change that for 1 second. Okay, so this is my outline 24 pixel arrow. You'll see that. You see it selected. Now let's just delete that and it won't show up there in my assets section. But I have my iconography split up by 16 pixels. And then I have filled and outline 16 pixels. And the same for the 24 pixels. And if I wanted to say get 24 pixel outlined icon, I can see all my assets right here. And this is why I split it up just like this. It's perfect. You can just grab I want a home icon and just drag it into whatever file you're using. And if I wanted to change that icon, and I will show you how I've used this within other components, I can just go into my instance section over here, and it'll automatically give me related components if I'm in 24 pixels. But say if I wanted to use like 16 pixels, I can do that too. I can change it like that. And just like that, we have icons that we can easily use within other components, not even with other components, but just within a file if we need to grab something quick. It keeps everything in one place and neatly sorted. So these are the icons I've decided to go with. As you can tell, they're more rounded, more playful, kind of like how our logo is for Habitual and just how the overall app kind of tone is. And I've done the exact same for the smaller versions. As you can tell that they are a little bit more chunkier, but when you start shrinking your icons, you need them to be a little bit more thicker so people can really understand them and understand what they are. We don't have them as thin as we do as at 24 pixels. So just another thing to think about. But that is how I've decided to incorporate iconography into my design system. Hello and welcome back. We're going to be talking about typography. Just like your whole entire design system, not just like your foundation. Now, this typography makes up a lot of your components, a lot of your actual designs. And I don't think designers put enough thought and care into how they distinguish variations between typography and how they use it. So what I've done here, I've taken a lot of time and I put a lot of effort into just creating a nice type scale. As you can see, we're moving 12 to 20 to 24, 32, 36, 40. So 4 pixels is what we're basing a lot of this off of, and 8 pixel. So that's the line height. My font size is 12 pixels, 16 pixels, 20, 28, 32, and 40. And I think that creates enough variation just for headings. I created 6, kind of like your standard set, and we may not use all of this. But I've created it to give us enough variance maybe in the future. So as you can tell, I have the style name here, and these are our local typography styles. And what I've done is I've broken it out just so it's easier for other people to come into this design system and just understand it. And in the beginning, I mentioned what is a design system? A design system isn't necessarily just providing styles, but it's also providing so many different things like context, more deeper understanding of these styles. So if a developer wanted to come in, they would be able to easily understand that, okay, the weight is a semi-bold weight, the line height is set to 40 pixels, and the font size is set to 40 pixels. And they can easily implement that into a component within your digital design system. So keep in mind that, this isn't just a language for designers. A design system is for your team, for your product. Everyone is using it in one aspect. And you may have variants of different things, like for marketing. Marketing may not be the exact same as how you have treatments within user interface, in terms of applications and products. So you can distinguish that within your design system. You can create different design systems. You can create different categories. You can have just a design system just for your marketing website. You can have a design system for just your product and so on. So I've done this in a way where a developer could easily come in here and understand, okay, this is my H1, and these are all the different parts of my H1 that I can actually create into a component and reuse through just code. You also got the code section over here that will tell you all the different types of styles. So you have my font style, my font weight, we have my font size, and so on. So that is how I've broken out headings, and headings is very straightforward. You just have a pretty standard scale moving from large to smaller or vice versa. Now for text, I've decided to use the category called text just to kind of encompass different things like body copy. So I have different variants of that. Let's go over here. So I have like a body large, I have a regular, I have a small, and I have an alternate small if I need it. These are kind of your standard body copy styles. We have like our font size. So you'll see that I'm reusing a lot of different types of font sizes. I'm not all over the place. I'm not like using like 14 pixels, 13 pixels, 12 pixels, 11 pixels. I have definitely a method to all this madness. I mean, I'm using 16 pixels for my body. I feel like you going any smaller than 16 pixels on a mobile screen, you're gonna have some small issues with readability. I think that's fine with copy that isn't so important, but when you're trying to display things like product names or more important information, stick to 16 pixels and above. That's what I have for my body copy. We don't have a lot of body copy within this application, and I'll show you where we kind of use them. I have labels. So I have a label style, which is just your 12 pixel with a 12 pixel line height. And it's just a simple label over here. And I have a hint. I've given myself a 10 pixel hint. This is just in case I need to incorporate something that's even smaller, maybe like a very small hint, maybe some fine text, but I've given myself that option and we can change that in the future. So this is how I've gone ahead and created my styles. You've seen me do this in the past. It's in the text section over here. And I named it hint with a 10 pixel font size and right beside it a 16 pixel line height. And just like that, we have a text style that we can apply. If I wanted to say, go ahead and apply something different, very easily you can apply something different. So text styles are super important. And then in my last section, I have a pretty important section called interactions. And here we handle different things where users are going to interact with our text elements, links, maybe strike throughs. I've created a strike through style just because, we have prices. And if we want to display something like a sale, then we have a strike through. This isn't necessarily something that somebody can interact with, but I've thought that it placed well within here, because it is very much in relation to, our pill text. We have a pill text over here as well. And that is more so for, little pill containers. They could be pill checkboxes, or they could be just ways to show like little 20% off on a card. So I've created like even text variants for that. And really, there isn't much variance between some of these things. Like you'll see, this is an all cap version. And that just makes it much more easier for me to apply something without having to worry about like capitalization. This will just automatically do it for me. Same for things like strike throughs or underlines for links. And you'll see like my variants as well. Like there isn't much difference between my regular version here and my alternate version, but it's just enough, makes your life easier. So create those variants if you need them. Even create them if you think you may need them. They may come in handy. But this is how I've set up my typography system within this larger design system. And I'll show you in our next videos how we kind of go in and use these different types of elements. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I want to talk about components. Now, components are very important to every design system. And one of the most important components that we create are buttons. Now, as you can tell over here, I have two different types of buttons. I typically have my button that is a grow-based button and a button that is a fixed-based button. Now, what does that mean? Now, a button that grows is a button that grows with the content within. I'll show you what that looks like. I'm going to create just an instance of that component. And if I start typing in here, hello, this button grows, you'll see that the button grows with the content. If I remove these icons, now the button shrinks. So that is a growing button. A fixed button is exactly the opposite. So let's take that component and bring it up over here. Now, if I were to say this button is fixed, you'll see that It is indeed fixed, but I can stretch out this component and I can make it full width. There are a couple of times where we will do this within our application, where we will have buttons that span 100% width from left to right. This is where you would use something like that. Now you may be asking me, Daniel, what is base? What is that? Now I've created this thing called base because when you create your initial component, it's not going to be like this. It won't be like beautiful, like it won't have any styles. There won't be variants of it. You'll have to create a version where this is just your base version. Everything else is based off of this. If I modify this in any way, like say if I expand it, every other variant that is a grow variant on the left-hand side here, you'll see will actually expand. Or if I change the border radius like I just did. So it's very important to create like a base that you can base everything off of. That's exactly what it is. If I put a period in front of it, it will hide it from my component list, but you do need a paid account. So another thing is you do need a paid account for your design system if you want to use it across other files. Trust me, it is very much worth it. If you are using a paid account like with your company, that works fine as well. Like that's perfect to have like those libraries. But if you're using it just for yourself and you want to use a design system and use it for like a project or a bunch of different other files, you're going to need to have a paid account for that. And I'll show you what that looks like in a second. But this is what I've done. I've created these different regular fixed and a regular grow button. Now, the reason why I've named them regular is just because I think this is regular size. If I wanted to create a variant which is smaller, I can create another base button, or I can create another component based off of this instance. Totally up to you. I don't use the smaller buttons enough for me to do that. I may use them. I may create another version. So let's go into how I've gone ahead and actually taken these buttons and turned them into different variants. So I have a primary, I have a secondary, and a tertiary. So let's get right into it. If I have a button here, you'll see this is my primary button, but if I look within this structure, there's my regular grow and everything else. Now, all I've done here is, I'll show you exactly what I've done. So I've taken this button, I'm gonna just duplicate it right here. And let's say I name this default. The only problem with like grow buttons is if you see this little container here, you're just gonna have to, this frame, you're gonna have to just bring it to the edge to properly size it. So if I was gonna create a default button like that, where I can reuse within my application, I'm gonna do that. I'm going to change colors. So I'm gonna use like my primary yellow. Remember what I said about colors? So if my UI is white, I wanna change it to like a UI, which is like a gray 80. My text will be text gray 80 as well. And there you go, I kind of have my button. I can even go into other styles. So I have some styles in here around different like shadows. So I have a default shadow. And there you go, I have my primary button. Looks exactly like that. And all I would need to do is, I'm not going to change this instance. I'm actually going to create another frame around it. So Option, Command G, and I have another frame. And I'm gonna rename this super cool button. And I'm gonna just create that as a component, Option Command K, or you can go into your toolbar. So if I reverse that, Command Z, so I have my ability to just go like that. And that's a component. Now, if I go into my assets and I go into my buttons, I will see my super cool button up there. I mean, it's not in a nice folder. You'll notice just how we have our base buttons here. We have our primary buttons, and that's based off of the frame they're in. That's how I've separated them. So that way I can easily access components, not necessarily based off of their naming convention, but based off of the frames that they're located in. And that's just the best practice I find for creating components. separate them by frame so they're easily accessible when you need to grab them. So I have all my grow versions for primary buttons, all my like fixed versions for secondary, and so on. And so this is my super cool component button that I can just reuse and reuse. And, you know, in this instance, if I were to create, let's delete one of them. If I were to create an active version, let's see what I've done here for active. So all I've done basically is I've made the pass through 80%. So that way it looks like it's, you know, when you're clicking it, just like a nice hover state in a way, but it's very much different from that first state. So I'll just go ahead and I will set that to 80%. There is a variance there. And I can even go ahead and go right in there and set that to the active shadow, which is maybe just a little bit lighter. So it looks like it's a press down button. And let's go into our layers section and you'll see this is very much an instance. You'll see that super cool button over here. You'll see my other super cool button. But over here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to detach this instance. I'm not going to detach the base, just the initial instance. So Option Command B. And I'm going to rename it super cool button active. Now this is very good. And this is what I said about like, you know, your design system is not just for you. Oftentimes designers aren't really designing to show like active states or disabled states. Oh, maybe disabled states. It really depends how in depth you're going with your different user flows you're trying to show others. But when we hand off something like this to developers, we're showing them all the different types of variations of buttons they need to code. So this is my active button, and this will trigger when this is clicked. So if I were to create a prototype, this is what I would do. So when I click on this, we can do on mouse down. We're gonna swap super cool button active. And that is not instant. We're just going to smart animate it. And what I'm going to do here is, or we can actually, sorry, dissolve that. I don't think it's going to work because they're not the same name. And what I'm going to do is over here on mouse up, I'm actually going to go back. And that's just going to dissolve. Let's see what this prototype looks like. So you'll see when I'm clicking it, there is very much a change. Now I can even set this to like 50% if you want to see more change than anything. I'm not clipping the content. Okay, let's go back to our prototype and you'll see there is a change in that interaction. We're giving them a lot of feedback. So don't just create the default button. Let me delete that. Don't just create the default button. You need to create like the variations that go alongside that. And when you're working on desktop, that may be like hover states as well. So I've gone ahead and done that. I've created disabled buttons. I've also created like a secondary button where it's just like a white background with a shadow. And I've created those variations with active and disabled as well. Same with the tertiary. I don't have a disabled button because I'll never use a disabled button in this instance. But I've done the exact same thing for fixed as well. So when you're creating buttons, when you're creating components like that, remember to think about all the different types of use cases for that button. I may even be missing something here and I totally understand that. And I understand that, you know, these things may change. I may use different colors in the future. I may use different typefaces, different icons, but I've made it so it's very much modular. I have this icon now. This is my instance. And you know, I want this to be like an add button now. I'm using it for the sole case of an add button. I'm going to not delete it. It'll just hide it, which is perfect. And for this button, I'm going to swap it out for another icon. Do we have an add icon in here? Oh, there it is, plus. And just like that, we've created our own component and I'm just going to shrink that down so that we have proper sizing. And there you go. You have your own component that you can use in any which way you like. And that is how I've built out buttons for our design system. Hello and welcome back. So we're talking about components again, and we're talking about inputs. Now, we covered this a bit when we were talking about just forms in general. When I'm thinking about creating just like components around inputs, there's so many different factors. What I have here is I have my general input, which is like the base style here. Let's go into it. We have my right icon, and within there, I have my icon that I can swap out with anything. I can hide this section if I need to. I have my content area over here, and I have my text and icon little component section, and my text is over here. And just like that, like if I decide to hide this, my text will just automatically left align. So I'll show you what that looks like after once we create more instances of things. And this is how I've set up my general input. Very simple. And everything else is connected to that. I've also created a nice label. Let's jump right into what a label looks like. I have my left content and I have my right content. You'll notice these little icons, and that is just to indicate I have an auto layout set up. And that helps me create just like responsive, not entirely responsive, but responsive within this sense that if I were to delete something, the entire width wouldn't stay just like the width of optional. It would shrink down to the label width. So I have my left content, which is made up of my label copy and my optional indicator. And then on my right, I have like a little description, and I have an icon if I need it. And same thing, it is set up in the auto layout, which will help me a lot. So that is how I set up labels. I have a word counter if we need that in the future, which is just a simple like text that I've used. See, I've used my style here. If we wanted to, we could maybe bring that up into like a 12 pixel style, but I've left it at 10. And I have a field message. So if there is an error, if there's a success, same thing. I have my icon, which is always going to be accompanied by text. And I've set it to a certain width that I know on mobile that I'm designing for. Now, there are going to be instances where you can't always do this. We are afforded that luxury because we are just working with mobile. But remember, auto layout just isn't there yet. And I would be using that a whole lot more for things that I can like expand in terms of the width and height, and have the elements still stay within that auto layout properly. Right now, they just don't do that entirely. They don't work that way. But this is really great for what we need it for now. Now let's get into our variations of our base. So I've done a couple different things here. The first section, I've just done inputs. You know, there will be times where you just need an input and no label. Sometimes you may just need an input with a placeholder. You know, you see them on sign-up screens, and I think that's totally fine. You know, I think that's one instance where you can just use a placeholder because it's just so standard. You have your email and then your password, or something very simple like that. So I've done things like placeholder unselected. I have it with a placeholder disabled with an error. Same thing over here. I've just empty states. I have empty and selected, empty disabled, empty unselected with an error, empty error selected. As you can tell with inputs and forms in general, they are so complex. I mean, just look at all the different variations that we have to design for. That's not to say that we are going to use all these variations to like show every single use case within a form when we're designing and presenting. But this is like what I'm saying around design systems are for everyone. We need to show developers what we're thinking in terms of like different use cases and what those use cases look like. So we have a filled version and a filled selected. We have a filled disabled, error unselected, filled error selected. And in this case, you can only see a success message when it is filled and filled and selected. You'll notice when it's filled and selected, we get a little bit of a thicker outline. We get our caret that's blinking in there. And now we'll see actual form fields. So with labels included, we have our label. And what I've done here, you'll notice that it's just a label. Everything else is hidden just by default. I found that that was just better. And in the future, in most cases, this is how our label will be displayed. But if we have like, I'll show you an example in a second, but basically it's a duplicate of this, but with a label included with message text at the bottom included if we need like success or error messages. You'll even see I swapped out the icons for something that is much more fitting for like an error or a success message. So let's get into how we can use just one of these assets, these components. So I'm just going to actually show you how I would use it from the asset section if I were using it within a project. I'm going to go into here. I can even search for it if I want to. I can just search input and I can see all my types of inputs that I've created, which is a lot. I can also just go into the input section. Say I'm trying to create a form field and I am going to see all these different instances. And maybe this is a lot and you don't want to see all these and you want to break it out further and break it out into different frames. You can do that too. I may actually do that at one point. So if I bring my form field, this is my field unselected. I'll see that my form field unselected. And I don't need to do anything here. What I'm going to do is I'm not even going to rename it or anything. I'm not even going to create a new component. Like when you are using it within your designs, when we're using them, we don't have to like recreate components every time you use them or you change them. They're there for you to just kind of tweak if you need. You can use them as is. So if I were to call this one birth date, so I have my birth date. And here I can start, turning things off that I don't need. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna do that. And there you go. What I can also do is I can turn on my write content. I can take that icon off. And I can change that variation to like text gray like that. I can even make this one a little bit lighter. I think this one's already set to text gray 80. So there you go. Like you can just continue to create like a form like that if you need to. You'll also notice like the same thing applies. If I were to go here and tighten up that radius a bit, maybe make it only 5 pixels. That's gonna just be changed everywhere else. It's reflected in all my designs, even my instances of the components that house that original input. So if we look over here, I have that base input right there and it's going to be reflected there. So that is how I would use them if I say I had credit card information like a CVV. We have a way to toggle an icon, and in that icon, we can go in here and let's change that instance. We could have different types of icons. I think this one actually suits what you would use for your CVV. So say if that was like my code and we can shrink down that text, what you could do is you have to make sure that your field unselected is able to actually shrink properly. So that is how you would create different types of inputs very easily with all the different variation you need. That includes things like different types of icons. So if I wanted to go ahead and create like a search bar right here, I have my search and I can use it any which way I want. So that's an empty search, and that is how I would use it. So use all these different assets in a way that is going to help you, but remember to create these different variations for your development team, for your whole team, to understand all those different use cases. Why would we see an error? Why would we see like a selected state? Why is there a disabled state? You need to ask those questions. Remember to go through your user flows and think about all those different cases. And that is how we create components for inputs. So let's talk about cards. Now, cards can be really complex components. They can be really simple components. It really depends. I have the whole spectrum right here to show you. These are all the different types of cards I've designed, and like just design system, I have something simple as just like an icon in a title card. I have something simple like just even text and icon, imagery. I have something really complex like this. So many different elements, other components in there as well. You'll notice that I have like pills, which is over here. These are really simple components, kind of based off of our buttons. So let's go back to cards. I have icons. I have typography. I have imagery. So I have different things. Even in this one, I have all of that, plus I have buttons. So, and these ones kind of have like an interaction built in. So these are the different types of base components I built for cards. And I want to show you how I went ahead and built these. So you'll notice that I have a base card over here that has everything included. Like it has reviews, it has like a staff pick pill, it has a percentage pill of a sale, it has like strike throughs. I thought about all the different use cases that you can have in a card. And I'm not saying that every card is going to look like that. It may be rare that every card is going to have all this information. In fact, most cards will look like this. You see that I've turned that all off in this variation. I've created a new component called a large default product card. And all I have is I have my product name, price. I have a small description on these larger cards. I have the amount of reviews and the level of the review. This is like a 5-star product. And I have the category. Now, I do have a variation where there is a sale. And I have a strike through added and I have a sale. Now I have one with just a staff pick. And I have both. So I've created all different components for those use cases. You know, I may not use these all the time. I may use them just to show variation within my designs, but I'm also using them to communicate with my developers that, you know, these are the different types of options that we need to think about in code. So if I were to take a variation of this, I can easily go ahead and I'll show you what the makeup of this card has. So if I wanted to say that this card is liked, let's go into my save button. So you see I have my product image section, which is like my top layer, and I have my product info section, which is my bottom layer, and everything else. And this is all set to an auto layout. And the reason why I'm using auto layout in this instance is because it isn't going to be responsive in my designs. I'm only using it like in one screen and I'm showing you how that looks. But what you could do is if you really wanted to, you can use auto layout to help space things out. And then once you're happy with that, you can just turn that off and it'll just automatically revert to another frame, a regular frame with the same spacing that you've applied. You just won't get the nice variation of like, if this copy went over the line height, the card would not grow. That's what I really love about auto layout. Anyways, let's get into the different type of ways we can customize this card. So if I was thinking about this heart, I may want to fill it. So I have heart, I want 24 pixel heart, and I'm just going to fill that with a red accent. First, I want to think about what images I have. So I've set it up in a way where I have a lot of variation. I have electronics, I have music, I have books. So if I were to turn that off, like I have music, so there's different ways we can turn all these on and off. Boop, boop, boop. So I have like a record player. I have like different types of CDs or vinyls. If you wanted to show like fashion, I have, let's get into that. I have different variations. I have glasses, I have shoes, I have shirts. So what I've done is I've used that plugin called Remove Background to create easy ways for us to have like a nice, you know, pale background, this nice gray background, and have just the image of like the product that we are trying to show. So let's see what we have here for electronics. So I have like an ultra wide screen monitor that's really ultra wide. I have like a VR kit. I have a MacBook. I have Bose headphones. I have an iPhone in here. I have an Xbox Elite controller, and I have AirPods. So say if I were to use the Xbox controller. Xbox Elite controller. And we're in Canada over here, so this is gonna be really overpriced. Maybe, I think it's like maybe $100, I don't know. And we have a description. This controller is going to change your life. Mainly because it is awesome. So I can also change like the category. I can say something along the lines of, this is in gaming. Oh, maybe this can fit into 2 categories. Maybe if I want to just kind of add more if I wanted to. That's up to you, what you think is best for the product. It may just be best to kind of narrow it down to just the one. Totally up to you, and totally what's best for the product. So I can also change the number here. There's 4, and there's maybe, it's a 4-star. And the reviews are like, there's like 2,034 reviews. So different ways that you can kind of customize that card. I've also created like smaller horizontal cards. You'll see that there is a sale. I don't have a sale pill here just because there's not enough screen real estate. I did give myself enough for like maybe like a staff pick, but on the smaller cards, these will be used like on category pages where we're just kind of stacking them in a grid. And these cards are much smaller just in nature. So that is what I've done for just my standard vertical cards. I've also created horizontal cards. So I've even broken these down. So these are more like standard. Let's remove this. These are like your vertical cards. They can be used for different instances, but when I mean vertical, I mean image on top and the descriptions on the bottom. Horizontal cards, I've used them in search results. So this is my default. This is my sale version and my staff pick version and my sale and staff pick version. So you'll see like this system is very much following like a set of rules, like these unwritten rules. Like everything is placed like left aligned, similar over here. My staff pick's always gonna be on my right side. Same with my sale. I'm keeping things incredibly consistent. While we're creating this design system, we're also creating a language. So I also have wish list cards. So if something's in my wish list, I have a default where it is saved. If I click that, that would remove it from the wish list. I have more of the important details here. I care less about if it's a staff pick at this point. I've already added it to my wish list. I care more about its price. And maybe its reviews, its category, that kind of information. And I've given it like a little CTA where it's an add to cart button. People can easily add that to cart. So if there is a price change, that is also reflected in this cart. So like I'm saying, like there are cases where, okay, I have a wishlist card, but I don't have to create like unnecessary options that we'll never see. I don't need to create a staff pick option because we'll never have that option here. I've also gone ahead and taken this variant. So if you notice, the search result cards and the wishlist cards are both the same variant of the horizontal product card here. Now what makes them work is auto layout. So if I were to go into my default component here, you'll see that I've actually hidden that primary button. If I were to show it, everything would just pop right back up and center itself. So like I said, create a one base version, allow that to be like your source of truth and iterate on that. I have a smaller horizontal card, which I'm using for order cards. So when you have an order that's maybe shipped, order in transit, I've created like a little link, a text link here with a little icon and delivered. I want people to know that they can click this and interact with it in some way or shape or form, maybe to see a receipt or maybe to see like all those order details. And for my horizontal product cards here, these are more simple, where it's just a product name and a sale. We're not worried about anything else at that point. And I'll show you how that's used in a recipe. We have our cart cards, which are pretty standard. We have our default and then our quantity version. When we swipe left, we can edit the quantity. And we have our color cards here. Very simple. These are our growing cards. So they will grow based off of the content. So if I select a new image, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this all the way up so we can see. We have our electronics. I'm going to hide that. And if I bring in a new image, it'll shrink. Same with fashion, same with anything really. So I've done the same exact thing for this. So if I wanted to create like a text button, or maybe like this is a checkbox kind of thing, you know, like select all the different types of categories that you're interested in. And this one could be gaming. If I select it, then it turns with a yellow background with the black text on top. So just to show it's selected. I have a text button, I have just a text card. And you know, I've created these just because I don't know if I'll ever use them. I don't even think like if I were to use something like this, and there's my variation, I don't think I would use orange. I would probably use something more subtle. Maybe I would use like nice light gray. So, I mean, you don't have to stick to the colors that you're creating these components in. They're meant to be used in any which way you like. And then I have a fixed button here. So nothing's gonna change as I add copy. And that's meant to be that way on purpose. So that way, I know I'll have maybe 2 lines of text here, or 3 lines at most, and these will all be able to say maybe like if I create like a grid. So I'll show you what that looks like. And there you go. Like I have a grid that is able to accompany things like just the rest of the page, but also it really complements if I want to create like a section here that says like, you know, latest trends and so on and so forth, and just to point people into other funnels. So that's how I've set up cards. And cards, like you can see, they're incredibly complex. Like these ones are pretty complex, but you know, these are kind of like necessary, especially for our use case. We're using a lot of cards, especially with products. There's a lot of descriptions. There are a lot of different elements like prices, old prices, pills, reviews, categories, names, buttons, icons, imagery. So this is an example of a really complex component and how we can use them. If we look into our assets, just very quickly, we can see we have our cards here. And I can see all my different cards. So if I wanted my larger vertical cards, I'm going to go to my vertical. I'm going to see all the variation. I see large sale, large staff pick. I want a sale card. And right there, I can go right in. And you may be thinking, why is there so many different folders? I mean, if there weren't, it would be a mess. So I have 20% off sale, and I can just easily add to that. If I wanted to, I can take this and be like, okay, I'm creating some sort of recipe, and we're going to do that soon. I'm creating a recipe and I don't want another sale card. I actually want a large default card. And this is where it's so powerful within Figma to create these variations and easily swap them. Oh, I don't want another default card. I want a sale and staff pick. I don't want a sale and staff pick. I want just a staff pick. So, you know, create those variations for those different use cases, and you'll see, like, just like that, I've created 4 different variations, and I can go in there and select all the different options and, you know, customize them the way I like. And I'm not going to create a component based off of that, but it just gives me all the options I need. And that is how I've built out cards for our design system. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what I want to talk about next is something called recipes. Now, I call them recipes. People call them a bunch of different things. They could just be like a collection of components to make like different types of pieces that you can put together. What I've done here is I'm going to actually create different variations of the ways like our vertical product cards would look within our app. So one way to do that is to, you know, take your component. I have just a default large product card here. You'll see that over here, large default. And I'm going to take my frame tool. I have it selected already, and I'm going to go to phone. And there we go. So this is the size the majority of our designs are based off of. I'm actually going to select one of our layout grids, just a standard A column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that large default card, And as you can tell, like it perfectly sits on that grid. And then I'm going to take another one because the way I want to use this card is I want it to be a swiped container. So I'm going to actually take these and I'm going to press Command Option G to put them in a frame. And in that frame, I'm just going to call this large swipe container. You can call it whatever you want. Now, I'm going to set this to auto layout because it's just easier for now, at least. And I'll show you why. So I'm spacing out by 16 pixels. I'm going to take my next product and a Command C, Command V. You'll notice that I am creating a bunch. So maybe there's like 1, 2, I think there's 5 here. Perfect. Okay. So I can do that. Now I know that they're all spaced perfectly. And I am going to actually remove that auto layout. Now they're just a regular frame. And if I hold Command while I shrink this frame, it's not going to affect anything. And what I want to do is shrink it to the width of the iPhone frame that I have here. So there you go. Everything is going to be clipped. And I'm creating just a nice, easy way for us to have like a swipeable container. Now, if I were to press Command G, this is what it would look like. Actually, I think it's fine if I just clip it like that. So this is what it's going to look like. You don't need to make a component. This is more so for people within your design team to actually have like a point of reference on how certain components are used. You can just keep these in one area like I'm going to do here, and you can easily just, copy and paste it while you have your design system open. They won't appear in your assets tab because it isn't a component. I mean, we can go ahead and create a component for this, but I wouldn't. This way you can keep it up to the way you want to do it. Like you can just say that I want this one to be an instance of large staff pick and sale. This one, I want it to be large sale. So, I mean, it gives you a lot of flexibility in that aspect. And if I want to actually prototype something like this, let's see if it's going to automatically bring it. Yeah, there we go. So if I want to prototype that, I have it there, and this is what I'm going to do. And click prototype and click horizontal scrolling on that. Go back. And now I have a beautiful swipeable container. And that's how I would use the large product card. So really nice. So that's one recipe that I would definitely make. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag that. Actually, that's Command C. I'm clicking into my recipe here, so it'll be right there. And over here, the recipe will, I'm going to go in my design. I'm going to go clip content. So it's going to automatically clip it for me. Just like how when we create like an iPhone frame or mobile frame or Android frame, it doesn't matter. We were setting that to clip as well. So it's going to hide it automatically. So let's remove this. Perfect. Now, we can also create another version where let's create another thing. If you notice, I'm very keen on actually making sure that everything in my system looks exactly the same. I'm gonna just adjust that spacing between those frames like that manually. Okay, what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna go into my assets tab. I am going to find my card here. So vertical cards, I want a small default card for now. So there it is. Let's go back to our layers tab, and there we go. Okay, so when I think about categories and how cards should be filled out, like we can go ahead and turn on our grid again, but there may be other aspects of like this container that we aren't thinking about. We may not have been thinking about aspects here that we really needed, like maybe like a title. These are automatically set up to be like a 50% card. But here we go. We have our 50% card, and even in our recipe, like I said, a recipe isn't necessarily meant to be like a component on its own. It's meant to also use like components and bring them all together. So I may have like a title. We can adjust that. And we can set it to like only be that long. We can have another thing that says like see more. Now I'm just going off the top of my head. Give it interaction, maybe link. 16 pixels. And then we can change the color to whatever we want. And in this instance, maybe we choose something like a gray. That's fine. So this is obviously link. Nope, it's going to be a heading. So heading 20 pixels. Great. And this can be confined to that side, and it's going to be affected by the right. This is going to be affected by the left. And then we can take both of these and we can like align them in any which way we like. So I'll just align them based off of their baseline. There we go. And there you go. So we have, now we're starting to see like something come together here. I'm going to actually go ahead and, you know, maybe I'll swap this out for something that says like a small sale. One can be small staff pick. Oh, no, that's large staff pick. Wrong one. Small staff pick. And then what I would do here is I would actually create another frame. So Option Command G. I'll call this left column. And I'm going to actually create an auto layout. And I want that spacing always to be 16 pixels. So even if I write like 13-inch MacBook Pro, you'll notice that we start to see these different things actually expand. So if I'm going to make sure that this is in line with that, and that will make that column expand. And I would do the exact same thing for this right column. So I'm going to just duplicate that because I've already made the frame, and I'm just going to rename it to right column. And there we go. Like now we can start creating like a larger list of items. Maybe we just keep it to 4 and we show them a larger list once they click to see more, just to save real estate. But that is one thing we can do. And I'm just going to actually collect this. You can even like make another frame and just call these products. And we can create another frame around these and call it text. And then create a larger frame and call this category list. And there you have it. You have just a very quick way. So let's just Command C. Let's go in there, take that swipe container out, and now we have another recipe. And I can just like either copy this, it's just easily made. It already has all our spacing in there. It has different types of ways that we can make this responsive if we wanted to. We can have like short product text. And if we go in there, we can just easily manipulate that. And there you go. So that's how I would approach creating recipes just for cards here. So this is what I've done with our vertical cards. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I want to show you how to create another type of recipe, which is like maybe around our search. And you know, there are different types of recipes that have to do with search, because if we think about all the different instances of search, that includes stuff like lists, results, type aheads, and that's where we're going to start right now. So you can actually go ahead and create like components for text. I'm not a big fan of doing that. It gets a little hard to manage, but like I'll show you what you can do here and how you can even turn that into components. Totally up to you. And it really depends on your application. So I'm going to grab that iPhone. Again, I'm going to actually apply a grid, just as something simple, just so I can set my frame around it. And I know that this is going to be like the width of these grids over here. And I'm just going to name that type ahead list. Now we need to actually create a list item. So let me just fill this with a stroke. So we know that that's our frame for now. So let's move this out of the way. Our list item, when we think about type ahead, there's going to probably be like rules. So I'm going to actually create a line. So let's create a rule. And that rule is probably going to have like a UI color. Oh, that's a little too dark. Maybe like 20. Really subtle. Maybe 40 is fine. Okay, so we have that. And now we need some text. So let's think about which text we are going to use. So say I start typing something, text type pre-fill list. So there is my text. It's not going to be 20 pixels. I'm probably going to bring it down to 16. That's good. And you know, some portion of it is going to actually not be pre-filled. So you're going to have to do this like manually for yourself. So when we see pre-fill text, that's how it usually is. Okay, so we have our text set. We also have maybe like an icon. So let's grab an icon. So you can very much make a list component. I haven't. Okay, what icon are we going to use? We're going to use an outline 24 pixel chevron, right? And like very easy. I'm just going to bring that in. Just leave that there for now. And I'm thinking about all the different parts of a pre-fill list. We have our text, like if we're looking for something, it will automatically pre-fill with bold, and whatever you've typed in with a TX over here is going to be just regular. What I'm also going to do is I think like we may have like a category indicator, and that we can make much smaller. You know, maybe bold is way too much for a heading. Maybe this is where like our alternate small body copy comes into play. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to create a frame, and I'm just going to call this text. I'm going to rename it to text, and we can use auto layout if we want. And here we are just going to space that out maybe by 4 pixels. And then we have another frame. So we're going to call this list item. And what we can do here is we can just select both and automatically space them out so they're centered. We select both of these. We can make sure they're 8 pixels apart. Let's do that. So we know that these are all 8 pixels apart from each other. Let's go ahead and just rename these. We'll call them rule, like a horizontal rule. At this point, we can actually start creating our list items. So I'm going to actually put this into this frame. And this frame is now going to be an auto layout frame. And everything within this frame is going to be spaced by 8 pixels. So if I go ahead and take my list item and duplicate it, text, oops. I can easily put it below. And if I don't want to show this any longer, I can easily do that and have that variation like that. And my list item will, you can just like resize to fit like that. And there we go. We can easily create a variant. So that's how you can create like a different type of recipe over here. So I've created this one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually select this and that. And you see 8 pixels may seem like a little too much. And see, UI 40 gray is a little too dark. That's a little bit more subtle. I think that's fine for now. But if we want to bump that up, like say by 16 pixels. So I've noticed that, that 40 is too dark. And this is what I mean about like your design system starting to evolve. You'll realize that, hey, I may need something in between here. Maybe if I dock this by another 20%, the rule may actually be a little nicer. So if I say if I go 80% on that, maybe even 40%, like that rule is a little bit more bearable. But that is something we just kind of learn with time. So I'm going to actually continue. We can just Command C, Command V, Command C, Command V, and just create like a huge list. And there you have it. That's your type ahead list. So we can go ahead and put that into our little section here. Let's put it into the recipe. Perfect. So that's one other type of list that we can create. Obviously, you can turn these into components, totally up to you. If you feel like you're not using it enough, then you don't need to. Another recipe that I thought about also when it comes to search is like your results. So let's create a quick search result list. So I'm going to actually go to my cards and I'm going to grab like horizontal. Oh, no, there we go. Search. Okay, so we only really need one and then we can play with that. So let's go back to our tab. We can turn on our, so I like to work within like a frame like that. And what we're going to do here is when I think of search results, I'm going to space these out by 16 pixels. We can even have a horizontal rule if we want. We can also, add variations. Let's call these results. And these are going to be in an auto layout, 16 pixels apart, vertical, perfect. And so like when I delete one, that whole frame changes. Okay, that is good for now. What I'm going to do here is, like another title. I'm going to put like maybe like 100 results for music. Now what I can do is I can create another auto layout. Let me show you what that looks like. So I'm going to actually just push that over here. Let's bring this down a bit. So 16 pixels. And I'm going to Command C and then Command V. So this is going to probably be in the darker text color, so gray 80. And this is probably going to be in a 16 pixel regular. So we're creating a lot more hierarchy here. And we're going to create a frame around this. And we're going to call this text. And within that frame, we're just going to do an auto layout again. And this one can be like 0 or whatever you see fit. Like it could be like 4. That looks like good enough spacing. And then like once you change something like this, it changes everything, and same thing for that. So keeping things very kind of like responsive to this mobile screen, we have a text portion. Let's make sure that we're like maybe spaced out by that increment. We got 24. That's perfectly fine for now. And then maybe there is like button here. Actually, maybe not a button. Let's go check our pill buttons here. So we have a pill grow. That's good. Okay, so I'm going to actually place that right there, and I'm going to call this filters. So maybe we handle filters in a button like this. And we're going to remove. We're going to resize that. And let's take a look at our grid. So we're going to resize that, and we're going to select both. And I'm going to center them. And I'm just going to call this, I'm going to make another frame, Option Command G, and I'm going to call this, what should we call it? We should probably call it something like result info. Then we can take this and call this search results. And there you have it. You have an easy search result section where we can constantly add new items. And this becomes like easy way to just build a page. So I'm just actually going to take this. You can make this an auto layout as well. And you can space these two things by 24 pixels. Totally up to you. And you'll see how everything just grows. And that's what I really love about auto layout. So I'm going to actually take that, Command C, and let's put that into the recipe. And that is how you can make different types of recipes. So this is more in relation to actual searching, but I have like a type ahead list. So when I'm actually typing in to my search input, and then I actually have a results list where I can show users how many results there are for their actual search. And if I want to pop like a filters overlay, I can do that with this button. And I have all the different types of, well, not all the different types, but I have different types of results that I can always pull from if I needed to. So this is how I would approach recipes for something like search that has different types of components and different types of variations. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we've been talking a lot about cards, and I think that's totally fine. And I think we're going to do a little bit more actually. Now, I've been working on the order list. So when you make an order, it has different variations like, shipped. I have one that says almost there. I have one that says delivered. And we also have a list, like you can probably filter, and that list has a title, and different cards look different for things that are in the shipping process. And I've actually started to build out like a little card like that. So I have one that's over here, and this is just like kind of like a live tracker. And maybe, this becomes a component. It probably should become a component, but we're going to create it into a recipe for now, and then that's another thing. As I said, design systems will evolve. You will add to them. You will remove from them. Things that were once useful don't become useful anymore, and things that are needed become components so you can reuse them. So in this case, this will probably become a component. Now, let me show you what it will look like. So if I had an order card, okay, so I'm just going to grab just a regular order card. So this will be that width. This, like I said, we can probably make this into an auto layout. So let's bring this all the way up so we can see exactly what we're working with. So we have an order shipped card over here. And we have our product. So this is probably like a $15 book. Lean startup. So we have our shipped. And what I've done here, I've gone ahead and I started thinking about creating like a little tracker, something very nice for people to kind of see how things are panning out with their package. There's probably a portion of this that, we're missing something here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take pills, small, like we can even use the base pill in this instance. I'm going to use the base pill at least. And I'm just going to say something like delivered by 08/08 2020, even though we are past that date at the moment. So we are going to be delivered by then. And that base pill, we can also just change that UI. We can do a couple different things. It really depends. Like we can make it background of yellow and the text can be like dark like that. This is, I think, fine for now. So maybe delivery by that date. That looks good. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn this into an auto layout. Big surprise. Whoa. So let's see what happened here. So we have a package tracker. Let's see what happens. So that, interesting. That didn't. So what we can do is we're going to copy that. Select where I want it. So that is one piece of the list. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an effect and the background product, we can call this medium. So this is the problem. We have a package tracker. And so we're using the background color. That's the problem. Okay. Okay, and this is going to be our background color. We're going to just use a frame. And we are going to use 10 pixels for the radius. And then we are going to apply the recipe to that. So let's not clip that content right now. And there you go. We have our card. That is probably too unnoticeable. So we have a card here. So this probably should become a component. I'll leave it up to your discretion if you want to do that. We have UI stroke, just that border there, so you know that you can distinguish between that and the next card. So we have our order status shipped. So we can say order shipped. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create another frame. And I'm going to call this order list. And you guessed it, auto layout. And we're going to do 16 pixels. And we are going to go ahead and grab one of our cards here. We're going to go and find our order card. Where is it? And we'll find a delivered card. And we'll just place it there for now. And this delivered card will go into our order list. Perfect. So that is fine. So I can actually like remove this background. Let's make that like that. Let's do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the background color or the background. So we have our map tracker, we have our map. We can just pump that up. And yeah, so I'm going to actually remove the stroke because I think, you know, we can just keep it flat. And these can be maybe spaced out, let's see. These can be spaced out probably by 24. And these ones probably around 8. So we have that connection. So I think that's kind of fine for now. I'm liking it. What we're going to do is we can add another item. So when I think of these lists, I think there's something here. We probably put a horizontal rule, but let's move ahead. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to, make that title. So if I want to think about order lists, we probably should be able to, filter it. Let's do that. And then let's grab a filter button. So I've been using like this checkbox variant that I've made. Where is it? So let's do grow. That's been really good. And we're just gonna call this filters. So we can probably filter by different things, price and maybe just timeline. Let's bring that together. We can just call this filters. And I'm going to expand that all the way to the full width. I'm going way out here. Okay, so I'm gonna take that, and I am going to make sure they're centered to each other. And then I am actually going to take my frame that is now not resized, and I'm going to put the filter list in there. So I have my order list, I have my filters, and I'm going to create another frame. We'll just call this a filtered list. And yeah, auto layout, 24 pixels. Maybe this one is 16. But let's clean that up. So now like you can create an easy list of different types of products. You'll notice that like we have our last 3 months plus our filters. We have like a current shipped status. I mean, you can also go ahead and change some of these things. Like you can say this is in transit. So you have different variations, kind of like a live tracker that we've designed here that you can just kind of like copy. I can just take this like this. Okay, I need to use an order list right now for what I'm designing, or a filter list, and I'm just gonna drop that right into my designs. Easy peasy. So yeah, definitely use recipes. Recipes are going to speed up your workflow. Recipes are going to set a good standard for your team on what different collection of components look like, what components are going to interact with each other, whether that be like these cards or like buttons, checkboxes. It'll also sometimes make you and force you to think about what you may be missing from a component. So we may go back and add this map tracker as a component where people can kind of, you know, use that default map just to display a map. And also, using this kind of pinging thing, we can possibly even animate that. So like we can make it go in and out, or more specifically, just the background. We can just make it pulse when we think about like micro interactions. So pull those different things out of your designs. They're going to really help you, you know, figure out what you need to build and also make your workflow much more easier. That's why I do a lot of these things. You know, this design system is just going to help us, you know, add to this app. We can turn it around, make something else from this, but it sets a good standard on what a design system should kind of look like. And it's going to be different for everyone. So this is my design of the orders list. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are going to be talking about how we bring everything together. So we talked about how to create different types of components. We talked about like creating recipes for our design system. Let's take a look at what that looks like right now. So over here, we have our major like foundational base styles. We have our colors. We have things like typography, iconography. If we go into our components, we have stuff like avatars, checkboxes, different various inputs. And you may be asking me, well, Daniel, how do I bring this all together? Like, how do I use these things? So at this point, you've probably have started to, you know, created some more high fidelity designs. You've settled on more of a specific style. So as you can tell, like things have come together a bit more. And there's much more like style definition in the different types of components that we've created. So you can tell that we definitely have a direction to go in. Now, as I said before, design systems are always changing. We are constantly iterating on them, but they give us a great way to have like a bunch of components in one place that you can update and have it update through the rest of your application. So this is my current iteration of the design system for habitual. And what I've created here are a bunch of recipes like I've showed you. And now I want to show you what it looks like when we actually start bringing it together. I have a bunch of different pages laid out. I have our onboarding pages, registration, and as you can tell, they all have that very similar style and there's a lot of visual cohesiveness. So let me show you how I went about and actually did that. So let's go to the wish list. I think that would be a great place to start. So as you can tell, like a lot of things have changed since the last time. How did I create this actual page? So as you can tell over here, I've created a frame called the header. Let's just bring that up so we can see. So I have everything that scrolls. I have our footer, which is our nav. And what I've done here is I've actually gone to my assets tab here and I'm looking through here and I see my main navigation component and I want the wish list component. So I'll just drag that into my frame like I've done here. And then I've set my component there. And then if I change that in my design system, then it will automatically update in this mockup over here. So I have one for wish list. I have one for our cart or a shopping bag. I have for orders. And you see we have different variations. Now, if we take a look at what we have over here, this is our swipe container. And you may actually remember this from when we created a recipe for product cards. So we had large product containers, and what I've done is I've actually just kind of taken this recipe that we've put together and I've just copied it over there. Now, do I think we're going to use this forever? Probably not. Actually, I can guarantee that, things are going to change. Different types of details will change within these product cards, but this is our iteration right now. And this is what we think the user wants right now. So if I go back, I have a recipe over here and I will continue to use this anywhere I see a large container that needs to be used. And that's what I mean about having so much reusability within your design system. You may also find that there's some components that you may have forgotten or some certain styles that you may have forgotten. It's very hard to build an application from the ground up so quickly without taking into account all the different use cases. Now, more specifically, I'm talking about like the heading over here. The last time I thought I was going to use, a more traditional, just like a capitalized text, but I've done an all caps header for the different types of content that follows below. And then I've done a gray link or an underlined link that's all capitalized right beside it on the right side. Now, I didn't think about this before, but as I started to build out the fidelity of our application, I found out that, I need a little bit more variation with my typographic styles. So I'm going to either create a new style or I'm going to just kind of create a variation. So I have like the link here, which is this style, the interactions link style. And I've just kind of capitalized it on my own. And, I may go back into our typography section and actually create a capitalized version there. So that way it's just easily accessible since we're using it so much. You may also find that, wow, I use these two typographic elements together and I use them a lot. So I may actually, take them out here. I'm going to actually create a frame around them. And we'll call it content header. And this content header will be like another recipe that we use. You'll notice that whenever I move this frame, then that gets moved as well. This can have that on both sides. So we'll see what that looks like when we start to shrink it down. So now we have our own recipe for that section. And we can just kind of copy and paste that from our design system whenever we need it. So remember, your design system is kind of like that source of truth, and you're never going to get it right in the first try, and you're going to continually iterate on it as you see your application grow and as new demands need to be met. Like if you new learnings that you found out through user testing or just general like analytics, you'll find out that maybe we should have like a big button on the bottom of these cards that says add to cart. And I'll show you that and how we can iterate later on. So this is what I've done for the wish list page right now. I've also created like different variations. I'm thinking through these different use cases more in depth right now. Like I've done the user flows for them and I've thought, okay, when you come to the wish list page, there's a couple different scenarios here. We have like a logged out version where you haven't logged in yet. So we have that CTA at the top. It pushes them to like a sign up or a login screen. I also have like a card here that says you have no saved products. You can start saving to add to wish lists or creating one now. So if I don't have a login, this is probably going to prompt me to create one. So I have that. I've also incorporated different elements like illustrations. So let's take a look at that really quickly. So what I've done here is I've started to use these illustrations through a plugin. And I'll show you what that plugin is called. It's actually just called Illustrations. So let's launch that. It's running right now. Okay, so pretty funky plugin over here. And what I've done is I've just taken like one like this. Let's just throw that in there. Let's close that plugin. So I've taken this illustration that we've gotten from that plugin. I'm gonna shift option, hold that so I can scale it appropriately. Okay, and what I've done is I've just used our brand colors. So I'll use like the primary to replace that, and to replace the black, I'll use like just a lighter gray. And just like a little use of an illustration like that makes this card much more better. Like if we remove that, it doesn't necessarily have the same effect that it did prior. So let's just move that up. So as you can tell, like it's really plain. That illustration adds a little more of a dynamic touch to it. It makes it a little more exciting. It gives your application a little bit more personality. So that is what I've done here. And like I said before, I've noticed that I've started to use cards like this to prompt users to do certain things with like a primary CTA button. I have like secondary copy, and I also have the primary copy over here, and then an illustration. I'll create a card, and I may actually create a component out of this now, because I found that I'm using a bunch of different illustrations. I'm using this a bunch of different scenarios that it may be reusable. So that's another example of how you find more reusability as you start to design. I've also created like a title over here with a background. So this is our header. So all it has in there right now is the background color. It has the wish list copy, and the avatar can actually come in here as well. Okay, we can throw that in there, and then we can just say login CTA. And right now we have a nice header component as well. So that is another way to start to build out your design system a bit more, because we do have some top navigation options. Now let's take a look at some other options we have on wishlist. So over here, when you actually have an active list and you've logged in, you have your avatar, you see how things have changed a bit. You have like your wish list at the top. So right now I have like a personal wish list. I'm using this component in here as well, which is like your invite. I'm using horizontal component that possibly opens up like a list where you can share this. You can invite more people possibly, or actually just delete the list, and it'll probably open up an overlay within whatever operating system you're using, whether that's iOS or Android. As you can tell, I'm using our small wish list components that we've created, these horizontal card views. I've created another list over here, and I have another CTA, which I'm using the secondary button. Now, as you can tell, like this seems like a pretty standard thing that we're gonna probably be using a lot of. And this makes sense to probably create like either a component out of something like this, or just a recipe so that we can reuse that. And again, I'm repeating the same kind of thing over here, like a suggested for you section, possibly showing them results that are based off of their recommendations and based off of their wants within their wish list. So I have like some Bose headphones over here. They coincide with maybe the music that this person's listening to, or, just general technology. So that's just another option we have in wish list. And the last option I have here is what happens if a user comes here and they don't have a wish list, but they are logged in. So now what they'll need to do is, all they'll need to do is create a wish list. They'll select this CTA over here, and it will prompt them to kind of name a wish list, invite some people, and then they can go ahead and start saving to it. So that is what we have here thus far for wish list. There are so many other scenarios. Like what happens if we don't have a wish list? What happens if we do have a wish list, but what happens when we first click this? Where will it go? Will it prompt me within a modal to say, I want to save to this specific wish list or that specific wish list. So as you can tell, as you start building out the application, you'll realize that, wow, there's so many different use cases that I haven't necessarily thought about. And that's totally fine because that's just the nature of the job. And that's just the nature of actually designing from low fidelity to high fidelity. So this is how we've built out wish lists thus far, using some of the components that we've created, using the recipes that we've created, and actually finding some new components and new recipes along the way. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I wanted to show you how I started to actually build out like the profile page, because I think that's a very interesting section as well. So when a user actually hits the home button, let's actually go to home right now. If they've hit this kind of profile picture, what will happen is they will go straight to the profile page. Now on this profile page, there are several different options we have. If there was a login CTA, if they weren't logged in, then they would actually go to sign up or log in depending on their scenario. But if they actually were logged in, they would come to this page. And what happens here is I've set up like a header that has like this kind of like overlay effect, kind of just giving a little more depth to the application. Now over here, we have like a CTA. Now this header isn't one of the ones that we currently use within our components, and we can actually bring one in if we wanted to. So let's actually do that. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna create a duplicate over here, and I wanna show you. So I found out that, while I was continuing to experiment and build out this application, I found out, hey, like this is an interesting component that I never necessarily thought about. But I think we could actually recreate this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove that and I'm gonna place this in here. So we have our component, let's get that, there we go. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna actually fill some of this information in again. And I've been thinking a lot about what the style of the back button is as well. Let's change that instance. So as you can tell, this is how I'm starting to use our design system. This is where you can tell it's really powerful. I don't have to like go and search for new icons. I know which ones I'm planning to use most of the time. I want to go back to my layers panel so I can see what I'm selecting. So I have a background white here, and I was using yellow. And there we go. So now we have like a different yellow background. You saw that I kind of had that effect going. So we can still recreate that if we wanted to. So we can create a frame that encompasses all of this. If I hold Command and I stretch that frame, it's not going to stretch everything else. So if you can see, I'm not holding Command and I'm stretching that frame. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring it above there. I'm actually going to change that to 15. I'm going to change this to 15. And I'm going to make sure this background is white. So like we still get the same type of effect that we had before. Now we may need to do a couple of different things. That's going to be fine for now. What we can do is we can also set the background color of this actual frame to yellow. It's not going to make a difference because we have all these different options here. And this is kind of acting as our background color right now. So I'm going to just hide this border. And there you go. Like we have like another variation of the header. I like this kind of yellow that we've been using. So what I've decided thus far for the profile page is to have a profile picture. They can edit my profile, which will probably bring up a modal. Like yet again, like we didn't necessarily think about all these different things and where they'll be placed. And once we start kind of piecing these things together, even at the high fidelity stage, we're noticing that, we even forgot some stuff while we're sketching. So I have like edit my profile over here. I thought about interest. What happens if I have no interest selected? Like I could hypothetically create an account and not have selected anything. So over here, as you can tell, I have like the same type of CTA that we've seen before. I'm going to go into my content. I've noticed that, hey, maybe we should create like a button with a little plus sign there. That makes much more sense. So add my interest would kind of push them to do that. Even edit. So I kind of have like the secondary CTA, keeping just in line with the consistency. I have things like my payment information, my address. There's probably more cards that we could add here. And for the user to get back, they would just select that back button. Now, there's another section right here that is showcasing what happens if the user is actually logged in and they have all their interests set. So I haven't created like a frame to hold these yet, but this is like something where we may be using this particular card over and over again and in this same manner. So we may make like a frame. What we can do here is we can create like a column. So I can just go and encompass it within a frame and call it left column. We can set that to auto layout, and it's going to be like 16, and it's going to grow and shrink based off of the sizes of the elements within. I'm going to take this and I'm going to call this right column. So now we have 2 frames. I'm going to also create an auto layout for that. And then we can actually take these together and encompass them in the frame and just call them color cards 2 column. So now we've created another recipe over here that we can probably reuse. As you can see, now this will change based off of if we add new elements or not. So let's actually take that over here. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to create an auto layout for that. So let's push that to the top. Oops. So we have our right column, push to the top. So if we add like say another text, image, and button component that we have here, it'll start pushing all the other components down. Same with if I add another one over here. So let's see what we can do here for this. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. And I'm just gonna say something like vinyl. We notice that, we need to just bring that lower. We can change it to whatever color we want. We'd probably do like maybe like an orange or something like that. If we were to do the same over here, let's go to the image selector that we have. Ooh, I already have glasses. So you can kind of go back to the components and add new images if you want. So I have like a MacBook, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write productivity. So right now, Figma is not in a place to handle like auto layouts really well. Like the frames sometimes won't grow properly. Same with just regular frames and components, but it'll eventually get there. What I'm going to do actually is I am going to maybe I will create like green. If you see, I can switch these around. I can if I use my arrow keys on the parent container, I can just switch these around. And that's the great thing about auto layout. You'll notice that, wow, that spacing looks really messed up. So I'm just gonna have to manually do that. It honestly beats recreating the wheel over and over again. And there you go. We kind of have our own Pinterest style stacking of cards. So that's what I've done here. I've started creating this, and this is obviously this can be a recipe that we now use over and over again. I have another recipe that I hadn't created before, which is having these little icon text containers. So what I can do is I can encompass these in a frame and create another kind of auto layout or something like that. But that is my approach so far for profile. And that's how you can use components if you need them here. You can also actually, if you wanted to say, let's make a duplicate of this, and you want to select this component. So I've selected that. I can go to my instance and I can see all the different related components to these color cards. So there's text, image, button, just text and image. So if I wanted just the text and the image, I can get that really easily. Everything's sized in really nicely. Same with this. If I wanted, say just, what do we got here? Text and button. I can get that really easily. I don't want this one because, maybe these are growing related cards. So I have text cards grow, I have color cards fixed. I have a text and button fixed version that we can create. So that is how you can use instances to, just really bring in more variety in your designs, but also just to get the correct component that you need really quickly without having to like copy and paste and stuff like that. So that is how we've built out the profile page thus far. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about our cart and checkout compositions that we've created based off of some of the components that we've created in the past and recipes that we've created. So you may notice that we have our cart here, and what I've done with our cart is I've made it really simple. I've used it as just an overlay. Now I have just my header. Now this is a component that I've created, but I actually didn't use the component in this instance. We can use that because I just pulled this because I had a previous design of cart where it took up the whole page, and I thought that wasn't necessary. And I thought, a better implementation of cart would be to actually have it just pop up from the bottom as an overlay, and to keep that really simple and small, not have that take up too much of the screen. Because if we think about cart in general, when we buy stuff off of like different types of marketplace websites, we don't necessarily buy like 10 things at once. I mean, that's a rare occurrence, maybe if you're shopping for a holiday or something like that. But generally you're buying like maybe 1 or 2 things, maybe 3 things at once. And what I wanted to do is I want to make that very simple in terms of the experience. I want them to, press that cart button, see this pop up. They can add to it really easily. I have these 2 variations here. Like I said, when we're starting to build out the design a bit more, we have to start thinking about all those different types of scenarios. We also think about those scenarios in the beginning as well when we're building out like sitemaps, when we're sketching still, when we're, building out user flows. The thing is, user flows and sketching, that kind of thing is going to just happen throughout the entire design process. So don't worry about, forgetting something in the past, because new features will come, new problems will need to be solved, and you'll need to kind of go back to the drawing board, quite literally, share those with your team or your stakeholders like clients, and come to some sort of solution. So this is my solution for cart, and I've used the same type of recipe that we created back in our design system, which was like our cart list. And I have the different cart components. So you'll notice that this is not a component, this default component over here. That is just because of when I was using it within a prototype. So if I go to actually update this, like all I need to do is copy that. I can bring that down the list. I can remove that one now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna Command C, and I think I had this priced at $75.99. And like you can just easily update it like that. Perfect. So there you go. Like now we have a component. We can even have that reflected in here. Let's push that all the way up. Let's get rid of the one that isn't a component. And there you go. Everything's kind of back to normal now. Now, like I said, I have 2 variations here. I have a variation where we have the cart when the user first pulls it up, and then I have a variation where we have a cart where somebody swipes. And I just want to show that because when you're working closely with developers, they want to see all these different types of interactions, and we'll get into prototypes later, but they want to see the different types of use cases we have for different types of modals, overlays, or just like compositions in general. So at the bottom, I've decided to kind of go with just showing off the total. Like I said, like we haven't seen this all caps version yet as typographic elements, but we've seen them in the pill. So I found maybe a double use case for this. So I may create another style just to have for something like this. I have the checkout button with an arrow, trying to create a little bit of like FOMO, which is fear of missing out, or just trying to create some sort of urgency, like, come on, let's go in this direction. So when this happens, we're going to push them to a new page, which is the checkout. So they've already reviewed their cart at this point. And in checkout, what we want to just kind of focus on is, do we have the right type of payment method? You'll notice that I'm using the same card that we've created in the card section. So if we kind of go back to our design system, I'll take a look there. Let's go back to cards. You'll see that we've created a Bank of America card, just something small that we can kind of change on. If you want to like add a new bank, you can do that. What I've done is I've just created like a standard card that kind of fits our brand, but I've also just kind of slapped the name on there. I've also kind of slapped like a MasterCard logo, and you can do that too. It's there for you to kind of go ahead and edit. Now I have that. I've also added like a carousel at the bottom. So if users want to, swipe through cards, maybe they have multiples, there's a cool interaction to be had right there. We want to make this really nice, really exciting, even through the checkout process, because if we take a look at all the different types of checkout processes that we've participated in, a lot of them are really boring. We don't even read anything. We are just kind of like, yeah, whatever, pay. But if we do need to change credit cards, that kind of stuff becomes a little bit more less exciting. Also, sometimes the experience there is not nice. So we want to make sure that these cards are right up in the user's face. They're very familiar for the user, so they can understand that, oh yes, this is my Visa or my MasterCard that I've put into this application. So I can see that very vividly over here. I can swipe it if I need to add another one, or if I need to use another one. I also have the important shipping information right up front. I know where this is getting shipped to. Below, I've also added a very small section for adding a promo code, making that very simple. It has a CTA, like a bright yellow button, but I mean, it's not necessarily the primary thing users need to do here, but I've kept it there just so it will reflect in the total price right away and users can see that connection between here and here. But like I said before, I'm using my placeholder unselected button. And if we want to show this interaction in more detail, we would create another screen and have a selected input as well. And I'll show you what that looks like later. I have my apply button over here, which is just kind of my primary button that is a default. And then I have my delivery fee. I have the order total, and at the bottom I'm using our footer. And I've noticed that I'm starting to use a footer very much like I'm using a header within the application. And I thought, maybe this footer becomes an actual component now. So I may actually go back and create a footer component section where I add this and I maybe add different variations like you've seen in the cart, where there's a footer, where there's a button and text. Over here we have just kind of the primary button. You'll see it also in product pages as well. And once that happens, this is the exciting part. We have a confetti pop at the end, just showering down on our users. Woohoo, you placed your order. And what would happen here is just a continue button would pop up and they would just go back to the home page. But we want to kind of make it a little exciting. Right now, a lot of applications don't make it exciting when you do something really well. And this is kind of goes back to what we talked about with motion and animation. It's okay to create these screens and reward your users in a way. They kind of love that kind of stuff. And we want to make sure that, it's reflected in our designs, it gives our product a little bit more personality, especially with the bright colors, just the animation of the confetti flying down whenever you actually complete an order, you do something successful. So I wanted to reflect that also in the designs over here. And I've noticed that, okay, well, I have a confetti frame and I may actually have to make this into an animation with Figmotion or another type of application like Principle or something like that, or After Effects. So I'll just create this and I may actually put this in our assets within our components in our design system if I want to reuse this elsewhere, because we do reuse this screen a couple of times. Yeah, you'll just realize that, okay, then this is some sort of reusable component or animation that we can kind of keep to the side and reuse whenever we want to. And again, we have the footer coming in here. It's a little different this time. It's still a fixed footer. As you can tell, it's fixed position over here, but it's not a primary button and it doesn't have a thin horizontal rule that we see at the top of this, that little gray line. So there are different variations to be had for those components, and we'll probably go back and actually create more components based off of all the different variations we come up with. So it's okay to start creating high fidelity mockups without, components and stuff like that. Totally fine. That's actually normal. When you start kind of adding components to your designs and stuff like that, you'll start to realize, hey, this is starting to come together. It's really neat. Everything is in its own place. But I'm finding that, I don't have enough flexibility. So I have to go back and think about, maybe some more typographic elements and stuff like that, or more recipes that can help, bring this all together a bit more. And that's it for cart and checkout. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are at the very end of our project. We've created a bunch of designs, we've created a bunch of components, we understand different things like color theory, we understand a bunch of things like typography, and we're at the end, and you're probably wondering, what do we do with all of this? How do we put it together? How do we showcase some of our designs and some of our interactions we've been thinking about? How do we incorporate things like motion, animation? And this is where the fun stuff really happens. If the other stuff wasn't fun to you, this is the really, really fun stuff. So what we have here are our high fidelity prototypes. So I've kind of grouped them into the same file where we have our actual high fidelity designs. And over here, we can really start to experiment with certain types of interactions. As you can tell, I don't just have one large prototype. I actually advocate against that unless you're just trying to showcase some the navigation tree. But if you're trying to get into the little different types of elements, you may want to actually create a separate prototype for that. So what I have here is I have our onboarding section. Now I want to showcase what it's like to get from the main onboarding screen to sign up or not signing up. In this case, the user's not going to actually sign up. So let's go ahead and play this. But before we actually do that, I want to click the prototype tab. And as you can tell, I have everything set up here. I have a different type of phone model. I have the background color set to whatever I want. I have my starting frame, which is at the splash screen prompt. Looks like we're good to go. So if I select this, you can see that if a user presses this CTA, they're going to go to this page, and this is the interaction I have. Now I have on tap, it will navigate to the next onboarding screen. It will push this onboarding screen out, but it will smart animate those layers. And what that means is, if you were paying attention in our last course around prototyping and motion and animation, smart animating the matching layers will actually keep the layers that are named the same in the same frame, and it'll just animate them to a new spot depending on different types of properties. It could be position, it could be color, it could be size, it could be rotation. There's so many different properties that are covered by Smart Animate. So let's take a look. So we have that pumping in here. I've also set up a couple different interactions here where it's very similar. We have that push animation all at the same time. The type of animation is an ease out. But I also have on the actual entire frame, I have a drag interaction. So if users just want to kind of swipe through, they would get the same interaction from clicking next, but it would actually just be like a drag animation. And then if we take a look at the top, we have a skip button, and that skip button is going to lead all the way to the very end. And I want to keep this at the very top. I don't want users to skip through this onboarding. I want them to get a good understanding of, what is this application all about. So one thing I want to just showcase before we actually run this prototype that I forgot about. So you can tell text is named the same. So we'll see slight animation there in terms of how the text changes. These animations are definitely different. So I have this one named illustration 1. I have this one, illustration 2, and so on and so forth. These circles are actually all named main circle. So let's bring that up. So you'll see if I click one circle, it's going to be reflected in every frame. It's going to show me straight up what I'm dealing with, where it's repeated, and how it possibly may animate. Same with these carousel little buttons over here. So I have a carousel set up, text, and I have our buttons. Okay, so let's run this prototype. What we're going to do is we're going to click play. It's going to pop up in a nice window over here. And if we press R, we will restart it. So if I click on my prototype, I can see which button I'm going to click, and I'm going to do that. So we'll see. That was a nice little animation. We had that main circle come in, everything slides in nice and slow. If I want to kind of swipe, we can start seeing a little bit of swiping. Animation, we can see how the actual carousel starts to work. So I'm going to click next. Boom, we're on our second page. Irrelevant results again. Boom. And then the last one. Perfect. So at this point, we're at the very end of our onboarding screen, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to click. So we had a little issue there, we'll see. Ask me again later. You notice how there's a little funky background change? Now this is what we're going to do here. At this point, if I click ask me again later, I don't want to smart animate at all. So let's see if that fixes it. Yes, it does. So it just moves in over and we're at the home screen. Now, we don't need to worry about things like logging in at this point. Users can log in if they click that, but we have easy ways to get back. So as you can tell, I've also set animation to go back and forth if the user wants to do that. But this is how we've handled our onboarding. It's really exciting stuff. I love that. I love the little animations there. And then we can kind of go through our containers. We have kind of like a swipe container over here. Same with our deals section. Then we just have our standard things like our shopping habits and interests. So these are the kind of the components that we've used. Now, if we go back to our screen, you can tell that sometimes when you're creating prototypes, your components may not actually work really well, because if you're trying to smart animate certain things, you're going to need to possibly break those down a little bit more. I've done that a bit through some of the prototypes I've created. Like here's some carousel dots. They're not a component yet, but I may actually create a component for them. When I'm using them in this instance, I probably won't actually use the component version. So you have to think about those little things, because sometimes if we take a look at our primary default component, if there are certain things changing within, you see how deep this goes, and with it needing to match certain naming conventions and stuff like that, you may have two primary button defaults on the same screen and you may need to rename them, and things get a little bit complex in that regard. So that is what we've done for our onboarding prototype. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what I want to do is I want to show you how we've created our login screen prototype. Now you can see just an overview on how complex that can be just from going from one page to the next. You also notice over here I have different variations of a certain page just to showcase how interaction will happen and what that may look like. So we may need to even break this down further if we want to get really into the nitty-gritty details, but let me show you what it looks like. So what I want to do is we've gone to the home screen from the last prototype. We have our login CTA over here. And what I want to do is I want to go straight to our login. So this is the login section I've created. Now, if you go to a profile without being logged in, we have a login screen. If they click this, what I want to happen is this button shrinks a bit. So I want to showcase that interaction, and maybe it lightens a bit. If they want to go back home, so I've connected that backwards. And what will happen here, this is the active state. And we're actually not going to be doing much here. After they click this button, I have a delay. So 50 milliseconds afterwards, we're just going to pop to the next screen. We're going to dissolve. And that's going to pop into this screen. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. Let's just click play. Okay, so what we have here is our screen. We're going to click login. Perfect. So now I can see what I can click. If I want to go back, that screen just kind of pushes itself back in and go there. Okay, so if I click login, you're gonna need to catch this little interaction. So you saw how that button just kind of like plopped itself back down and up, but there was definitely some clear feedback in the type of animation we had there, the little micro interaction. So it's just very subtle. And that's how you would create like prototypes just for that. Now, what happens here is actually, if I just click down, the button, like I said, it shrinks, it goes back up. Now, in the instance, we're trying to show like some connection of screens alongside those micro interactions. And that's what makes this so complex. So after this kind of shrinks down, it goes back and shrinks back up. So as you can tell, we're creating like a lot of duplicates here. And then after a 300 millisecond delay, overlay will pop up. So it's going to move in from the bottom. No smart animating match layers. We just want a brand new screen. So that's where we are right now. So we've showcased that button interaction. If we want to close this, so we are using some components here. If we want to close this, it's just going to shrink back down. So we have that right back down. So this is a large overlay that we've created. Now, the next fun thing we're going to talk about here is the different types of input states. So I've set up this login page and sign in page. So if they want to sign up, they would go to a new sign up page, but I have like social logins. I have our main logins. And what will happen here is if I click this, it's going to move in the Apple keyboard that I have here. I've created a component and it's actually in our design system. So what's going to happen is it's going to pop this up. It's going to smart animate. So nothing else is going to move. So you'll notice that this will change. And this is what I'm talking about when we have to rename our components, which makes it a little bit confusing, but it's okay. So I've just renamed it to input. And this one's renamed to input as well. So they're both named email and then input. That all matters if you want it to match properly. So this is going to pop up like a little caret indicating that you can type, you are active on the input. We have a little bit of shadow here showcasing that it is active. We have the outline. We want to make that really clear. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So I'm going to click login. Not bad, right? Now, if we want to even go the extra mile, we can create like a little GIF of that component caret over here that's just kind of on the side and have it blink over and over again to even get the further detail of what this interaction looks like. But if we go back, I'm just going to click the back arrow. So this should still be fixed in this instance. If we click out, then this will drop back in, but this is what we have. Let's show that again. Boom, really nice. So the next step is to just showcase, I've actually selected all the different keys here. I mean, you don't need to do that. You can just, if you want to just showcase the interaction entirely, I went a little above and beyond and did that. But when the user clicks the key, I want them to navigate to this section. So we have the same page duplicated once again. The only thing that changes on this page is now it's filled. The password is filled. We're still active on here. And the get started button changes from disabled to primary. So we have the disabled. We have, I think it's primary now. And we have the enabled go button over here for our iOS users. So I've set just a smart animate. Anything that is named the same will kind of like either behave accordingly. Other content that isn't will just kind of apply a dissolve effect, and you'll probably see that with the get started button. So let's take a look. Yeah, so the dissolve effect applied on there. And from here, I can click get started. So as you can tell, we have a couple different options here. Let's take a look. So we can close this all over again. We can click the go button or click the get started. If we click the get started button, we go through that same process of, losing the focus of this. This will kind of shrink and then we will pop back up into here. And there you go. And we're back to our home screen and now we're logged in. I mean, if they don't have an actual login, they'll probably have to go through a sign up registration. But if they do, then their profile will be found and we'll go back to relevant details for them. And that is how you create a little bit more of a complex prototype with different types of mini interactions like this, where we're kind of focusing on state changes within inputs. Those are incredibly important for users. Also, just state changes on buttons. Hey everyone, welcome back. We're going to be talking about product search and that prototype. So like I said before, I mean, these prototypes can get pretty complex. We have another complex one over here, and I'll run through how this worked out and how I did it. So I have the home page leading directly to search. So before, in a lot of my wireframes and a lot of my sketches, I was thinking about what happens if search is actually at the top. I didn't like that implementation. I wanted to keep search right at the bottom, make it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more easier for users to reach. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what that looks like very quickly. and I'll break it down. So here we go. We have our containers. Now, if we want to click search, a little bit of lag, but you see that smart animation? Back and forth, beautiful. So what happens here is when I click this button, it's just going to slide in. You can see the animation over here, slides in. We have a 300 millisecond animation, and it's just gonna bring in all these elements that don't match any elements on the other page, but it also brings in the nav. And as you can tell, I've taken care of the nav. I've taken it out of the component structure just so I can actually create a better prototype. I've had to like create the active bar and take it out of each individual frame, which is fine for the prototype. I mean, when we think about the component, then it makes sense to kind of break that up a little bit more. But over here, we've taken it out just so we can have that sliding animation, which is really, really slick. So what's gonna happen next is if the user clicks this search, they'll pop up the keyboard, we'll get an active search. And then if they select the back button, we can go back. If they select the keyboard, we're gonna kind of pre-fill for them. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So we have a change, we can go back. If I select any one of these buttons, then we have some new content. And within that new content, we can see like music, musicals, music for babies. We have that type pre-fill. If I clear that search, we're going all the way back. So if I go to music, then I'm going to results. So let's hang on there. So what I want to do is, so if this is the happy flow. We go through the music, we find our results. It's up here. We can clear that and go back if we wanted. We can also press this button. I haven't linked it, but we can if we want to do that. Over here, we have our home button. We can go back. But now we have all the different results. Let's take a look at what the filters look like. So what I've done here is with the filters, when the user clicks, we have a move in, and it's not going to smart animate because I just want like a kind of like a brand new overlay. And these are our filters. And so this will just kind of reverse that. We're going to move out. So we're just going to move down. Same type of timing, same type of transition. And over here, I've just started to think about what are the types of filters we want to show here. We're going to sort by the standard stuff like price and customer review. We have different categories we can possibly sort by, price range. We have like a customer review, so 4+ stars, 3+ stars, and so on. And then another footer over here showcasing how many results are actually going to show up. So that's what I've done. If users even click that, it'll just kind of do the same thing. Now let's go back. So that's what happens if users actually are able to, slide in and get those results much more easier than if they selected something else. So we're gonna actually go from here now. So let me just, so if a user does click music from here, like from maybe suggested searches, they'll go straight to those search results. Same type of animation. In the case where they select sneakers, I want to show a different scenario. So we're going to navigate and we're going to have a dissolve effect. So everything is going to stay the same up here and down here, but we're going to have a nice little dissolve effect showing, oh no, like we have no results for your type of search. And I want to make this a little bit more interesting. I want to, have an illustration here. We could actually improve this a little bit more. We can probably suggest a little bit more in terms of searches, but for the sake of the prototype, this is what we've come up with. If the user does click on here, they can go back to, like if they click here to make it active, they can hypothetically type and then that would bring them back to kind of the MUS, the beginning of music. So let's take a look at what that all looks like. So we're gonna go back. We have our suggested searches. Oh no. Okay. If we clear that, we'll go back there. Let's go check out our suggested searches here. So if we click on here, then we get that caret. We can make that probably a flashing caret if we wanted to. And we'll go back to music. If we search based off of that, we have our music pop in. So our search results, sorry about that. So this is essentially an easy way to kind of showcase what our search will look like. As you can tell, it's easy to get to. Let's remove all these lines. It's very easy to get to in our bottom nav. And then once we do get there, this kind of whole experience is very streamlined. We're trying to get them suggested searches based off of the recommendations right away. And if they do actually want to search manually, we can hand that off really easily. With the type ahead over here, we're trying to get them more relevant results based off of that search. And then once they do, they're right in to their results and they are easily filterable. So making this search much more easy to access, easy to use was a big part of my thinking when approaching these prototypes in the high fidelity designs. And that is how we prototyped search. Welcome back. So we are in another prototype here, super complex. I mean, not that complex. I mean, it looks much crazier than it actually is, but let's get right into it. What I want to showcase today is just how a user can add something to a cart and just my thought process around that. So what I have here is I have like a little interest picker on the homepage. And when users kind of select or drag any one of these options, it's going to smart animate the options here. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So we're just going to push these other options out and these will be able to be selected. So what I really want to focus on is the rules that I was trying to follow before around just motion in general, you know, showing proper state feedbacks, allowing users to actually see like what's happening without making like certain interactions instantaneous or happen instantaneously. So like if I swipe this, it doesn't mean that like in an instant we're gonna jump to the next page, but I want to see that smooth transition and understand that, hey, that's how I got here. So now that we're on this page, what I'm gonna do is I want to continue with that kind of philosophy and I want to click this controller. And what's going to happen is this image is going to animate into here. And this is what I'm talking about, how things need to be named properly. Let's take a look. So I've named this one product. It's like a frame within a frame. So there's a frame here and then there's the product container frame. Within this, I need to name this whole thing product container if I want things to work out the proper way. I can't remove this from the product container, this item, because the product container creates that little animation there. And this is what I was talking about when we were creating prototypes. When we have so many different like moving pieces and parts, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So what I would rather do now, I would probably break this into its own prototype to showcase this interaction. And then after maybe once I'm happy with that, I can rename this to whatever I wanted to and, you know, probably take this out of the frame and then have less frames to worry about in the following interactions. But I just want to showcase everything at once. But if you're going to go back and do it a little bit more differently. Now, so if I want to click on this, it's going to pop up. You'll see that this image is going to animate and grow. So let's click that. So we have that image animating and growing, and you'll notice that, hey, this actually led just to this page. What happened? Like, why does it look like this? Well, that's because I didn't want everything to pop in at once because that's pretty jarring as well. So I've set a delay and it's only a 1 millisecond delay. So what's going to happen is this is going to pop up and right afterwards, we're going to start another animation and it's going to take 400 milliseconds, which is just under a second. And we're going to smart animate, move in these items unless they're already there. So if I select this, it's not there, it's gonna move in. What about the carousel? So if I go into product, the carousel dots are there, so they aren't gonna move in because that would be kind of weird. What they're going to do though is they're going to actually just dissolve in. So like I said before, if you have matching layers, they're gonna just be handled properly as is. So this is set to like a 0 opacity. This is just gonna kind of come in. It's not gonna move in with the rest. So let's take a look where we are right now. So at this point, there's a couple things we can do. And what I wanna showcase is, you know, the different variations of how we can look through different products. And I thought about bringing in a little bit more fun. I thought, you know, what happens if we use GIFs to showcase some product features? So we see oh wow, like this starts to become a lot more interesting. It's much more dynamic as a product. Things are happening on my screen. I'm wowed as a user. And now we're just back to the normal one. And you can tell like everything else changes accordingly. So that way it's easier to see. Really nice. And the way I did that was because the screen background color on this image is black, I needed to be able to set this background to black, but I also needed to break this out into several frames so we don't get some weird black coloring coming through. So I've kind of just hidden it to the side in this frame. And then once we swipe through this frame, we're gonna have the same kind of delay. So we can see that here. If we zoom in, so after a delay, 1 millisecond, and then the 200 millisecond push in. And nothing is gonna change. The only thing that's gonna change is this item's coming in now. And then same for when we swipe out. So that item's just gonna be on the edge again, and we're gonna pop over to this. So let's take a look again. So we're able to swipe in and out. And it's really smooth. You can actually catch a little bit of the black background here. It's not gonna be perfect. Let's see if we can catch it. You see it right there. But it happens so quickly that you don't even notice it. Just barely. And nothing's gonna be perfect, but it's enough to give people an understanding of how you want things to work. And all within Figma, so super, super amazing. So let's jump in. Now, the next thing I want to showcase is what happens when we want to add something to our cart. So I've been thinking a lot about, the cart icon. I actually like the bag icon a little bit more. It kind of coincides with the brand that we have. So I've kind of have like this little bag button alongside some of the details here. And what happens here is if there are options for the user to select, I want that to kind of pop up. So in the case that there isn't, then users can go straight to the cart. But let's take a look. So when I click this button, we're going to smart animate, and that means all the layers are going to act accordingly based off of the naming. So this is named footer, and this is named footer. So this is actually going to apply its own scaling and positioning. So this is going to slide up, and we're actually going to have this dissolve in, since it's called new product details and not just the regular product details that is here. And like I said before, creating these kind of little micro interactions, you have to also take into account like what happens. Like this is not really much. We want to kind of pop this up as well. So I was thinking this pops up a little bit too much. And after that delay, this starts coming in and this shrinks down. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So we kind of have a little bit of movement here now. Let's go back a couple of pages. Let's do that one more time. So we see that kind of pop down, and then we have our cart. And I've just made the whole bottom of the screen like a big yellow CTA. It's entirely covered. I want users' eyes to be attracted right there. I want them to actually convert. I want them to click, and I want them to kind of check out. So at this point, we can do a couple things. We can access our selection. Who knows? Maybe the price does change when a user selects like a blue controller versus a black controller. Maybe it doesn't, but we want to give the users all these different options and have that reflected here if need be. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So what I've done here, I've just applied a smart animate like I've done before in the past. If the user clicks, we just kind of have that dissolve. If I go back, I can see my selection is reflected there, and my selection is reflected there. So really simple way to kind of showcase just the changing of colors or the changing of options around a product. And then the last part, when a user does click on this button, what's going to happen is things are going to shrink. The image is going to start to shrink down as well. And then we're going to kind of go back to the state that we had before around the cart, just like the larger image that you can swipe through. Another thing to think about is I've actually taken that animation that we created way back and placed it in here. It's a little pixelated, but it's the GIF that we created of the ball bouncing within Figmotion. And I'll show you what that looks like. So we're going to add this to the cart. And there you go. We kind of have our little notification saying that, hey, you have something in your shopping bag. It's just going to bounce over and over again. And if we want to remove it, we can start from scratch. So keeping things really simple as much as possible. Also kind of understanding that there's a couple of layers, especially to a page like this, and different types of states. So we want to kind of reflect that. We want to give users good enough feedback that, hey, you have something in your cart, go and actually like take care of that. Hey, you can go straight to the cart if you want to, or you can remove it, making this CTA the primary one. This is much more secondary. And right here, we've probably used the remove button in a way where it's not necessarily the type of button that we would use. So we'd probably do like a 16 style. This would be like just like the text button and just a UI gray. And there you go. And if we wanted to, if we really wanted to kind of de-emphasize that, just remove the font weight. So we were on extra bold, now we just on bold. Like I said before, once you create like a typographic system or just like components, you're not locked in. There's certain variations that you need to create, you may want to create, just so you have a little bit more depth of in your designs. And it's not necessarily too much to handle for a developer. So what I've done here is now we're on the final screen and users can see that they have a item in their cart, and this will be reflected on the navigation as well. What we can also do is, say we take this home navigation. Actually, we're going to go to our checkout. So we have another checkout over here. Actually, just leave that for now. If we wanted to say go home, and we wanted to place this GIF, let's see, where is this located? Okay, so we have a shopping bag. Okay, so our GIF is in here for some reason. Probably bring it all the way on top. And like if we wanted to, we can actually remove this frame. We can keep it there because nobody's scrolling, but okay. So we have that, and say if we did want to change the cart, we can easily do that here to like a bag. And what I'm going to do is, oops. I'm going to just paste that in there. So it's a really long, weird name. We can rename that just to GIF. Okay. So we can just place that right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to connect this page to that page. It's just going to move in, no smart animation. That's it. So we can start seeing how that GIF will look if we actually have it in our navigation. So, you know, what I really wanted to showcase here is that we have a bunch of different options in terms of like dragging, showing that state feedback, also switching it up when the user is clicking on an item and going into like a new page like this and keeping that really smooth as a transition, but also making sure that there are transitions when users are clicking certain buttons like that. If they click above that, it kind of just goes down. But we notice that, you know, things are very, very clear on how users are getting from one place to the next. And that is what we've done for the product page and adding an item to a cart.
After all that hard work, you finally show your designs to Bruno, Habitual. Does Bruno like it? Well, Bruno absolutely loves it. He has been so inspired by your design work that he even got a really cool new hat. Check it out. He wants to be a designer too now because, well, he just wants to create beautiful products like you. Good job getting this far in the course. Bruno's happy, and I hope you're happy too because you learned a lot. But here's the thing. Remember this diagram that we saw at the beginning of the course? We've just completed our planning and design phase. We've taken on the role of a designer and have created a product. But now we have a critical part, which is the handoff to the development team, Usually, you hand off your designs to developers so that they can actually build the product and launch it. So, how does it work as a designer when you work with developers? Let's find out. Let's talk about the designer handoff or working with developers. Now, the traditional way that designers would work with developers was in what we call a silo. That is, a designer would just work by themselves, and then once they're done, they just hand off the designs to a developer. And the developer just had to create these pixel perfect products based on those designs. Now, this process isn't always the best, mainly because there's a lack of communication between developers and designers. Ideas can be really shared between one another. Maybe a designer is the only one that talks to the client, and the developer has no idea what the client wants. So it is more and more common to see designers work much more collaboratively with developers, working in teams, maybe with product managers, with developers, with scrum masters, so that everybody works together to complete this cycle that we see here. And because we always have this post-launch phase where we have to iterate and learn and constantly improve the product. Now, for a developer, it's really, really hard to go from design to actually building the product using something like a programming language. Now, at the same time, a designer might wonder why this developer can't do something that they have designed, or why this developer created something that is different or slightly different than what they designed. So the key to a successful designer-developer handoff is, as a designer, to always keep the developer in mind. So as a designer, it's actually good for you to speak with developers and design things based on what can technically be done. Design effectively for the platform that you're building. And a developer should know enough about design theory to collaborate and have a mutual language that both can speak together. This idea of mutual understanding and respect is the key to collaboration. Because at the end of the day, you're working together to solve a problem for a user. So by you as a designer learning what a developer has to do, you're going to be a lot better at communicating with developers, and vice versa, which is why we've included in the upcoming sections how HTML, CSS works, how you might be able to put a website online, so that when you work closely with a developer, as you should, you're able to understand what they do, how they work, but also gives you that flexibility to potentially build your own products, be your own designer and developer. Now, personally, I love this quote, and not sure who said it, I've modified it a little bit, but this is generally just good advice when working with anybody. Always design as if the person who ends up maintaining your work will be a violent psychopath who knows where you live. It's always important to think about who you're working with and who you're designing for, so that everybody ends up happy. So let's learn a little bit about the web development world in the next couple of sections.
Alrighty, so in this video, we're going to be talking about Figma, what it is, and how we are going to be using it, and we're going to just set up the basics of our project. So first, what is Figma? So this is a tool for web designers that allows them to create mockups and prototypes of websites, including all image and icon assets, as well as colors and layout positioning. As someone with years of graphic design experience specifically working with layout and design, I can appreciate the connection between design and development that Figma allows for. So I'm going to start by sharing a resource within the course. I'm not going to go hugely in depth on this, but feel free to read about it at your leisure. The fundamental things that you need to know is that it works similar to Photoshop in that you have layers, and each of these layers can have their own styling. In this case, it actually allows you as a designer to set the CSS values for how it should be positioned on the page. And that's something we're going to look at as well. And the other main thing that is important is that it allows us to have shared styles, so we can get the color styles from Figma as well. And also, the important thing is exporting image assets. So we'll get to this part later on in the next video. All right, let's get started with our specific Figma project. I will also provide this link to the project. It is called landing page. It looks like this. And when you go to this link, you'll be greeted with this if you've never gone to Figma before. The first thing you're going to need to do is log in order to complete the handoff between the designer and the developer. So first, we're going to log in. I've already created my account. You can log in with Google. And once you do that, we can actually close this one for now. Once you do that, you can see that we have our landing page here. And as I hover over it, you can see that we have different layers, different assets happening here. I'm actually just going to zoom in to make this a little bit easier to see. So I'm going to do 150%. And then I want to make this fit within the page so I can actually use a keyboard shortcut in Figma. So I'm just going to press Shift and 1. And now you can see that it's zoomed to fit. All right, awesome. So once you've logged in, this is all the work that the designer has done. And essentially all we're trying to do is recreate this in our code. So the first thing you might notice on the left side here, we have a landing page. When I click on it, this is our landing page layer, which is everything. You can see that we have some CSS over here, including a background linear gradient. If I collapse this, we can actually see that it's made up of a bunch of different layers. So you can see we have our main image, we have our branding, we have all of our other images here at the bottom, and we have our App Store badges here, and then we have our text here as well. All right, so that's generally how everything's going to be laid out. As you click on them, you'll be able to export individual layers. But again, we'll get to that in the next video. So we're going to go back to clicking on the landing page, and this is the first styling we're going to apply within our project. But first, we're going to need to actually set up our project in Visual Studio Code. So if we go back to our desktop here, we're going to start with the standard empty template. So I'm going to just use this, duplicate it, and then I'm going to rename it splash-page. And then I'm going to open this up in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so we have our files open here. Perfect. All right, let's start with the usual. We're going to change our title here to be splash page, and we can save that and then run our project. All right, so it's working. That's great. Now we can go back to our HTML, and the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to create a wrapper div for everything. This is because we want the wrapper to be the 1440 pixels, and we want that to be able to be centered in the body because some screens will actually be wider than 1440 pixels. So if you have a 1080p monitor, that width is actually 1920 instead of 1440. So to create a div with the class wrapper in Visual Studio Code, we can actually just type period and then wrapper. So that's the class, and then press enter. And you see we have a div with the class of wrapper. Very cool. Okay, so we can save that. And if we jump back to Figma here, we can see that we have some styling suggestions here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to copy the background first, and we're going to put that in our body itself, actually. And we can get rid of this min height because we're going to deal with that later. And then we also want to style for our wrapper itself. And we'll jump back to the browser, and we're going to copy the position relative and the width, but we're not going to copy the height because we want the height to be a little bit more dynamic than that. So we're going to paste that in there. So we have our position relative, and we have our width of 1440 pixels. And instead of our solid height, we're going to have a more dynamic height, so we're going to give it a min height of 100 viewport height. So this is taking up 100% of the screen real estate that's visible. If you increase the number more than that, it means you'll actually scroll down the page, which we will actually need to do later. And next, we're going to give this a margin of auto. So this is going to center our wrapper within our page if our page happens to be wider than 1440 pixels. And I'm just going to give it a background of Dodger blue now so you can see what I'm talking about. So we can save that now and jump back. Okay, so we can see definitely a lot of blue happening here. But if we actually zoom out, we can see that we have our gradient background. It's very subtle, but there's a little bit of pink down here. And this is showing that our wrapper will remain centered even if the page is bigger than our 1440 pixels. So that's why we're using a wrapper here. All right, so I can set that zoom back to 100%. All right, now we're ready to start with the text for our project. So back in Figma, we can see that we have a title here and we have some body text down here. So the first thing we're going to do is, if we click on the title, we can see that we have a font family of Futura PT. So I personally know that this is a paid font and we want to stick with free fonts for our project. So I'm going to be changing this to Lato instead. So I'm going to jump over to Google Fonts in order to do that. You can choose a different font if you like. To me, this is a similar, very popular font. So I'm just going to search Lato, L-A-T-O, and I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to select the regular font. I'm going to go over to Embed, and I want to copy the import statement. So I'm going to highlight that, copy that, jump back, and I'm going to paste that at the top, the CSS here. And then I'm also going to, in the body, assign the font family to be Lato, sans serif as a backup, just in case that doesn't load. Now we're going to need to build out the HTML with the font from our Figma project. So first we will build out the text here. So we want our title and text, comment out title there. And then we're going to create a parent container because we're also going to put in the App Store badges in here as well. So we're just going to use .text-container to create our div. And then inside of this, we're going to create an h1.title to specify this is our title class. And then we're going to create a paragraph element, so p.text, so to give that a class of text. And then we're going to jump back to the browser. We can close our Google Fonts for now and go back to Figma. And we want to actually copy the text. So we can just copy this right here and then jump back. And we're going to put that in the title there. And then we're going to highlight this and we're going to copy the text here. And we can jump back, paste that in. Okay, I'm going to use Alt-Z to word wrap so that we can actually see everything. That reminds me, we can actually get rid of Font Awesome. We don't need that for this project. Okay, and so we have our HTML done here. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we have our font in here and we have our Google Fonts, so that's good. We can see that we now have a horizontal scroll bar though, and that's definitely something that I don't want to have. I think that's usually a bad thing to have. So we can fix that by switching our overflow X on the body to be hidden. So we'll go back to our CSS here, and below our margin, we're going to type overflow-X. So this is only for left, right, and we want that to be hidden. Okay, we can save that and check. All right, perfect. We got rid of our horizontal scroll bar at the bottom here. So we still have margin above our H1, as you can see. There's a bit of white here, but let's copy the styling from Figma first to see what changes. So back in Figma, I'm going to go over to our title again, and I'm going to copy all of this, but I am going to get rid of that specific font family. I'm going to copy the color, but I'm going to copy that separately because I'm going to put that in the body instead of having to have it in both of them. So we're going to go right below here, and we're going to have a class for our title, and I'm going to paste that in. I'm going to highlight all of these, press tab so that it's indented properly, and I'm going to get rid of this font family here. And I'm going to go back to Figma to copy the color here. And we're going to paste that right here above our background color. Okay. Then I'm going to go back and copy the CSS for our body text here. So you can see that we have a position of absolute. So that is setting exactly where they want it on the page. So that's why having our wrapper be 1440 pixels is so important, because all of this is relative to that 1440 pixel width. Okay, and we'll jump back, and below this, we're going to use our text class here, and we're going to paste this. Same thing, we're just going to highlight this, tab it over, and then remove our font family. And we can save that now and check it out. Okay, so that's definitely looking a lot better. It is exactly where it should be on the page. So you can see if we go back that we have a gap here and we have a gap here on the top, which we are maintaining. Perfect. So our positioning is working out and copying over our CSS is going pretty smoothly so far. I can actually get rid of the background Dodger blue. That was just to show how the wrapper will remain centered on the page. Okay, cool. In the next video, now that we have our position where we want it to be, we're going to be starting to tackle the image assets. So I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So the goal of this video is going to be to add our image assets that we have in Figma into our own project. There is a principle of layout and design when it comes to print for newspapers and magazines, and that is that you always want the image to be larger than what it will be on the page in order to make sure that it remains sharp. If you've ever had a really small image that has been made bigger, you can see that it pixelates and loses quality. We want the opposite to happen in this case, to have a bigger image become smaller on the page. So we need to export the elements. We can do this in different formats. So let's say that we click on one of the layers here. So if we were to click down on the arrow, we can see that it's made up of an icon as well as the text here. If you wanted to, you could actually export each of these layers individually and apply the styling individually. But for me, that's a little too in-depth. I want to just actually export the entire layer, so the logo plus the branding itself. Once I have this layer selected, we're going to start with the branding. I'm going to go over to the export option here. I'm going to click on it, and you can see that there's multiple formats that you could export in. For me, I'm going to stick with PNG because it allows us to maintain quality by exporting at a bigger size, as well as maintaining transparency, which is especially important for these images that have box shadow with them as well. So we're going to switch this to 2 times. You can see if you want to preview it, you can see that the checkered background is showing that the background is transparent, which is also going to be super important because we are going to be changing the background color later on in the project. So we just click on this button, export, and you can see we have our PNG here. We're going to do the same thing for our main image, but once we click on this, we can see that there's actually a whole other image here. So we have the iPhone that's made up of the swipe indicator, the screen, the device, and the frame. You can see that as I hover over it, the blue changes to show which one is selected. In this case, we're going to just take the iPhone itself, which has everything together, including the box shadow. So we'll now click and export that. You can see we have a preview here, we have the box shadow, and the rest of it is transparent. And again, I'm going to export it at 2 times. Export that. And we can minimize that. I'm going to do the same thing for the rest of these, so each of these images. So we have exported each of our image assets here. Now we're going to jump into where we've downloaded them. So we're going to show them in our folder here. And we're going to copy all of these into our splash page project inside a folder we're going to create called IMG. And we'll put this here, open it up, and we're going to drag all of these inside. So there should be 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 images total. Going to drag them, and we're going to clean these up. Okay, let's just view them like this. So we'll switch that. Okay, so I am going to change all of the file names to be more simplified in order to remove the spaces and just be easier within our project. So again, I will kind of fast forward through this. Okay, so for all the one-word file names, I just made them lowercase just to match everything. The iPhone 15 image I renamed to be main-image. I added the dashes to habitual branding, made it lowercase, and then I simplified these two to be app-store-button and Google-play-button. All right, so we have all of our images sorted out. They're now in our project. It's time to actually add them to our code into our index.html. And we're going to start with the branding, which is actually going to go above our title and text as it is on the page. So first, we're going to comment out a title for our brand logo. And I'm just going to add this as a straight up image. So I'm just going to type IMG and press enter. And the source, I'm going to do /, and then it'll automatically come up with image. I'm going to press enter. And now you can see that it automatically shows all the possible options here. And I actually want habitual branding. So I'm going to highlight that and press enter. And I'm going to give it an alt description as well, habitual logo. And I'm also going to give it a class of brand-img. All right, next, within our text container, we want to add our app icons below this. Okay, I'm going to create a parent div just with period app-store-btn and press enter. And you see it creates the div for me. Inside of this, I'm going to have an anchor element. So I'll just type A and press enter. This would link to the App Store for the splash page that we have, but because we don't really have an app to link to, I'm just going to put in https:// and then apple.com. And we're also going to give this a target attribute of _blank so that it opens in a new page. And then we're going to press enter here again. And then inside of this anchor is going to be our image. So I'm going to have my image here. And the source, I'm going to do / again into our image folder. And then I want the App Store button, PNG. And then the alt, I'm just going to have App Store. And I can actually copy this now. And we'll paste it again. And this time I'm going to change this class of the parent here to be Google-play-btn. And the link is going to go to play.google.com instead. And we still want our target blank. We need to change the source. So this time it's going to be our Google Play button.png. And I'm going to change the alt attribute as well to be Google Play. Okay, so we can save that and check that out so far. Okay, so we have our branding here and we have our App Store icon. And if we click on it, you can see that we go to the Apple website. And if we click on this, we see that we go to Google Play. All right, so that's working how we want it to work so far. You can see that they're also way too big, especially compared to the text, but we will get to that in the next video when we focus on our styling. Let's keep adding our assets though for now. So next we have our main image. So we want this to be below our text container. So we'll go below that and we're going to comment out a title for our main image. And we're going to use a parent div for this as well. So we'll just do .main-image-container and then press enter to create our div. And then inside of this, we're going to have our image and then img, press enter to create our image, and our source dot slash, and then enter for our image, and we want our main image dot png, and the alt will be our landing page mockup. Okay, and then below that, we'll comment on another title, and this is just going to be for images, and then we're going to just add in the rest of the images. I'm going to fast forward through this part. You can see that each of these will also have their own unique class. So this first one is profile-image. It'll follow that same format for the rest of them. I can actually copy these. So I have 5 in total, and now I'll fast forward through renaming them. Okay, so we're done here. We have a class corresponding to each. We have the correct images in here, and we have an alt description for all of our images. Let's save that now and check it out. Okay, so we have our main image here. It's definitely too big. And we have all of our other images here. They are also definitely bigger than they need to be. Okay, so in the next video, we will get to actually styling everything to make everything fit and position the way that it should be. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is going to be to style our image assets. Luckily, most of this work has already been done by the designer. If we jump back to Figma, we can start by clicking on our branding layer. So once we do that, we can see that we have some CSS in the corner here. So we're just going to copy that. It's as simple as that. And we'll jump back to our code, into our CSS, and the class name we're targeting is our brand-img. So we'll do that actually above our title because it appears above our title there, brand-img, and then we'll just paste that in there, and we'll need to shift that position, of course, and we can save that, and yeah, so our branding is looking a lot better. It's the right size, and you can actually see that it's lining up with the text here as well, just like it does in our page here. Awesome. Next, let's focus on our App Store links. So we'll start with our Apple App Store styling. So we can copy this just like we did, jump back to our code, and we want to style our app-store-button. So app-store-btn for button. And we're going to paste that in. Same thing, we'll need to align that again, save it, and check it out. Okay, so we can see that our positioning is correct, but we have an issue that our image itself is still bigger than it should be. It should be smaller than that. How we need to fix that is we actually need to target the image that is a child of our class, and we need to explicitly set the width and height. So right below this, we're just going to type app-store-btn and then space and then img. So this is going to target the image that is a child of our App Store button. Then we can simply copy the width and height and paste it in there. So if we save that now and check it out, we can see that that is now the right size. Awesome. So now we'll do the same thing with our Google Play badge as well. So we'll jump back to Figma, click on our Google Play badge, copy this CSS here, jump back to the code, and target our Google-Play-btn, curly bracket, paste that in there, and we'll fix the formatting. Then below that, we will type out the same class followed by img to target that image element. And then we will copy in the width and height as well. So let's save that. Okay, so that's working a lot better, but we can see that our main image is still way too big. So we'll need to fix that next. We'll need to jump back to Figma to grab the styling. We're going to click on our main image, layer, to copy our CSS. So we'll need to attach this to our main dash image dash container, and we'll paste that in there, fix the formatting, save it, check it out. Okay, so a couple of things are happening here. First, we can see that our other images have decided to move their way up, which is not ideal. And our main image is also the wrong height. So we'll need to fix that as well. So if we jump back to Figma, expand our main layer, and click on our iPhone, we can see that it has a smaller height than our parent container does. So we will copy that height, and back in our code, we'll do a similar thing as before, and we'll target the main image container, specifically the image element of that main image container, then paste in our new height of 411.15 pixels. Let's save that, check it out. Okay, so our main image now is looking much better. It's the right size. You can see that it's a lot sharper now that it's smaller compared to these bigger ones, so that proves my point there. Now we're going to need to style the rest of our images. So I'm going to just fast forward through copying and pasting over the styling from each of these, and then we'll check it out after that. Okay, so now we're ready to save and check it out. So the first part of that looks a lot better than before. And if we scroll down, okay, we can definitely see that there are some issues. So the first issue is that our bottom two assets are bigger than they should be. So this is because we're only showing half of the image, but we have the same height that we do for the others. The solution to this will be to try to cut the height in half of these two assets, but I've kind of forgotten which is which. Let's go back to our Figma, and if we hover over it, so we're concerned with the product one as well as the cart one. Back in the code then, for our cart, we'll change this to be 222 pixels, so cut it in half, and our product image will do the same, cut that in half to 222. Okay, so let's save that. Okay, so that's looking a whole lot better. The next thing that I'm noticing now that I can see more clearly is that the box shadow is cut off here. So you see there's a sharp line and the box shadow doesn't fade nicely, and the same thing is happening with this one as well. So again, let's double check which ones those were. So this is for our orders and our home assets. So we can go back to the code now, and we'll just increase the height to be 470 instead of 444. So that was for our orders and for our home as well. So we'll change that to 470 as well, and we can save that. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. You can see that we have our full box shadow at the bottom here. That is looking way, way better. Something else you may have noticed is that our gradient is not extending to the bottom of our page. That is because our wrapper has a min height of only 100 viewport height. So it's only filling one screen, and then you can see it stops. So we're going to need to adjust the height value for our wrapper. If we jump back to Figma, we can see that if we click on our landing page layer, on the right side, we have a static height value of 1388 pixels. We can go ahead and copy that, jump back to the code, scroll back up to the top. In order to replace our wrapper min height, we'll convert it just to height because it's a static value. Then we'll paste in the value from Figma, save to check it out. Okay, so we can see that the gradient now is going all the way to the bottom, so that's good. But we can also see that we have a bit of a gap here on the bottom. Let's see if we can make it a little bit smaller. So I already know from my own experimentation that I can have a new value of 1379 in order to make it smaller, but still stretch to the very bottom of the page. Okay, so that's looking better. We have a nice thin gap at the bottom. All right, awesome. So our gradient's going all the way to the bottom. Our assets are all the right side. They're all in the right position. If we jump back and compare what we had in Figma that our designer gave us and what we have now in our page, and we can see that it looks very similar. The only difference is we're actually scrolling to get to the bottom. But other than that, everything is lined up exactly as it is in Figma. All right, so that's it for our developer from designer handoff. In the next video, I'm going to show you how you can have toggles in the top right to allow users to be able to change the background. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now.